Hoping on Tomorrow, Hope Lake Book 4, by Danae Little. Prologue. Shane Turner tugged at his tie, grateful he didn't have to stand up as a groomsman this time around. He hated being up front, where everyone stared. He admired Kevin and Angelica for having a smaller, more informal wedding. They looked good together, standing under the driftwood arch on the beach in front of Megan and Tyler's beach house. Only Derek and Chastity stood up with them, well, them and little Brody. Shane steeled his heart against the emotion that filled him every time he thought about the small part he had in that boy finding a home. He knew it wasn't all his doing, but he started the process that night when he felt led to tell Angelica about the volunteer position. If only he had always followed those moments of guidance. If he had. His focus traveled past the wedding party, toward the sunset painting the sky in brilliance. Gold and crimson cast a magical glow on the lake. His gaze wandered the shoreline as the preacher spoke of faithfulness and compromise. Had he compromised? No. He hadn't. He had laid out the details, expecting her to give in to them, to follow him. He drew in a deep breath, focusing his eyes once again, and realizing that the silhouette he had been absently staring at was a person. A woman. A woman with curvy hips wearing a baseball hat. His woman. His body tensed, and he dug his heels into the sand to keep himself from running after her. She had been clear when he saw her the last time, he was to keep his distance. His fists balled tightly, and he didn't take his eyes off her until the wedding ended with an uprising of applause. He pulled his attention back to the bride and groom, clapping his hands and whistling. Another one of his friends, albeit newer friends, was hitched and settling down. Brody's adoption would be finalized in the next month, and they'd probably start on more like Derek and Chastity, and Tyler and Megan. Now that Jordan and Caitlin were back together, they were talking about adoption too. He thought about all the kids he saw at Camp Hope, all hoping for forever homes. Then his mind went to one kid in particular. The cutest little girl he'd ever seen, all curls and freckles, just like Addie. It wouldn't be proper for him to adopt a little girl on his own, otherwise, he would have done so already. Watching his friends settle down and have their families, kids that looked up to them and filled their houses with joy, only strengthened his yearning. He sighed, even as he plastered a smile to his face, and congratulated the newlyweds. No one could ever replace Addie in his heart. He couldn't see himself with anyone else, not since junior high. It wouldn't change now. He didn't care that she had gone off to the city. It didn't even matter that she had married that suit. If she'd returned because that was over, he'd take her back into his arms in a heartbeat. Hoping to catch another glimpse of her, he scanned the beach, fading into darkness. Only her footprints were left on the sand, just like on his heart. He glanced up at the night sky where the stars appeared one by one, and searched the heavens for the answers, for guidance. Tell me how to get her back. The answer came into his mind: never give up hope. He held the words to him, narrowing his eyes at the beach where she had disappeared. Knowing that she ran from something or someone only intensified his fervent plan. Tomorrow, he would start hoping on tomorrow. 1. 3 months earlier. It is said that fear is worse than the actual threat, but they haven't met my husband. The moment her husband pulled his black Mercedes out of the driveway, Addie Brown slipped the safety bolt on the door and went into action. She had secretly been preparing for the last week, but today was the day. Today she would leave the nightmare her life had become. Every few moments, her heart would surge in panic and she would race to the window, but the driveway remained empty, just like her belly. Her hands balled up against her flat stomach and her eyes squeezed shut, trying to block the tears that wanted to spill over. After the last 10 days of constant crying, she was surprised she had any tears left. She swiped an angry hand across her face and flinched at the pain it created. Pausing at the mirror in the hall, she cringed and gingerly touched the purple bruise on her cheek under her eye. It's a good thing Damien had missed her eye. That blow surely would have caused permanent damage. Her hand pressed against her stomach again. The greatest damage was already done, and she would ensure nothing like that ever happened again. Though deep within her, she knew she would never forgive herself for not leaving earlier. She had tried and failed before. This time, she'd do it right. This time, she would get away for good. The linen closet door softly squeaked as she threw it wide. Each shelf held neat rows of perfectly folded towels and sheets, just like staged magazine photos, exactly like he wanted everything. Trophy house. Trophy car. Trophy wife. Trophy life. Well, not anymore. She had saved a few personal items from her past, hiding them in a box expertly wrapped with a towel on the back of one shelf. It was a place he wouldn't have ever discovered, since he never retrieved his own towel or sheets or anything else. The box was a sad replacement for her past, but she treasured each piece inside. Keepsakes like the last pictures of her parents before they died in the car wreck the summer before she started junior high, her family history, and drawings she and her mother had created together. She had never shared that part of her life with Damien, even in the beginning. Had she somehow known that things would end up this way? If so, why had she continued down that path? Or maybe it was because he had never asked or really listened to her. The early days of what seemed like intense interest had quickly given way to an unhealthy obsession after their wedding day, which was a whirlwind that still had her spinning. She shook her head to clear it and clutched the box to her chest. The soft crunch of tires on asphalt had her holding her breath, but the tires continued down the road without pulling into her driveway. Stumbling over towels and sheets, she fled to the master bedroom where she had laid out a suitcase. She had packed it yesterday, putting it back up in the closet where it had been, and fluffed out the clothes she would leave behind so her closet didn't look like anything was missing. Not that he would notice anyway. She was leaving all the fancy dresses, sweaters, and other designer clothes he insisted she wear. She wouldn't need them where she was going. There was no remorse in pulling her few personal items off the bathroom shelves and cramming them into the suitcase. No, she felt no sadness at leaving this shell of a life. Not a single regret, except that she hadn't done it sooner. Her heart raced as she slipped into the garage to shove the overstuffed suitcase in her car. This was the crunch moment. If he came home like last time, catching her in the act of leaving, she feared she might not survive. She slammed the trunk and ran back inside for the item she saved until last, just in case. With a furtive glance out the window and down the street, she opened the cupboard under the sink where she kept the cleaning supplies. Beyond the linen closet, this was the last place she thought he would look. Reaching far into the back, she slipped her hand under the bottom of the linoleum that covered the floor of the cupboard, and grasped the corner of the manila envelope. He had refused to let her work or earn her own money, but each month he'd given her an allowance to spend on new clothes and jewelry, so she looked nice for him to show off at company parties. The amount was excessive, more than she could ever spend, so when things started going south and she knew she would have to get away, she took some out as cash and built up her emergency fund. She clutched it to her, before putting things back tidily. She didn't want him to know about this hiding place, her last resort and chance at freedom. The road was still clear as she made it back to the garage. Over the last few weeks, she had learned how to disable the GPS tracker in her car. She waited until the last moment to do that, knowing it might alert him when she shut it off. As she fiddled with the gadget under the console, she had an epiphany, and she ran to the tool shelf that she was never supposed to touch. Screwdriver in hand, she returned to the car and detached the entire GPS box from her car. She stared at the contraption with a satisfied grin, and stuffed it into one of the storage boxes before opening the garage door. With her heart racing, she climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. Her hands shook as she pulled out her phone and turned off all tracking apps. Nothing felt real, more like a terrifying nightmare. She closed her eyes and prayed. When the soft sound of tires on asphalt had her glancing out of the garage in panic, she locked the doors and put her car in gear. Seeing that it was only a neighbor didn't ease her trepidation as she slowly backed out of the garage, closing the door with the button. Her neighbor waved a perfectly manicured hand at her and started toward the car, her high-heeled steps short and awkward. Addie didn't have time for neighborhood gossip. Every moment could mean life or death. She rolled down her passenger window and hollered with a slight wave, "Sorry, Nancy, gotta run." Run was right. That's exactly what she was doing. Running, and she wouldn't stop until she was safely out of his reach. San Francisco wasn't that big of a city compared to New York or LA, and she'd seen them all in the past several years of being Mrs. Van Bowen. She didn't care to see them again. With the city in her rearview mirror, she sped down the freeway, eager to get as far away as she could, half fearing she'd see his Mercedes come swooping in behind her. It was Tuesday though, his late day. His day of endless meetings, and the only day she felt like she could breathe easier, knowing he'd be at work all day without surprising her at home. Those surprises usually ended in punishment, since she wasn't doing whatever he thought she should have been doing at that moment. She had planned it all out, down to the last detail, to ensure he couldn't catch her this time. A sign flashed by, and she barely had the chance to read it. 20 more miles until she reached the town with the used car shop she'd researched, and the bus station where she'd leave every last memory of her old life. This time she would leave nothing to chance. As she pulled off the freeway, she kept flicking her glance to the mirrors, making sure there were no black Mercedes behind her. At the light she took a right, having memorized how to get there, knowing she wouldn't have her GPS. The bus station was a few blocks from the used car shop. She pulled in, parked, and squeezed the steering wheel, closing her eyes to breathe in one last burst of courage. This was the turning point. Without further contemplation, for fear the terror would pull her right back into the nightmare she had been living in for the last few years, she pushed open the door. She left the keys on the floorboard, grabbed her suitcase, and with one last glance to ensure she had left nothing behind, she locked the doors and strode away, hoping that she left that life behind for good. She had researched, figuring out how to put Damien off course. So she went into the bus station and straight up to the counter. "One-way ticket to San Diego, please." She put the purchase on her credit card. That would be the last time she used anything connected to her old life. After receiving her ticket, her knees knocked together so badly that she slumped into the nearest seat. When she caught her breath, she glanced around for the cameras as unobtrusively as possible, noting where they might have blind spots. Once she felt her legs would hold her, she rolled her suitcase to the bathroom, veering off at the last instant to slip out of the station. In the crisp air, she took long strides, covering the distance to the used car shop as quickly as possible. She didn't know how soon Damien would see her transaction. When she walked into the dealer's, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to quell the shaking that consumed her. She gasped and stiffened when a man came up beside her and spoke. He held his hands up apologetically, his salesman's grin bringing slight relief to Addie. She pulled down on her baseball hat and reset her sunglasses before turning toward him. "Stay calm. Don't be memorable." She kept her head slightly tucked down, hoping to hide the bruises behind her long curly hair, hat, and sunglasses, as the man introduced himself and asked what he could help her with. His eyes roved over her semi-discreetly, but she noticed and felt with a certainty he could read her like an open book. "I would like to buy a car," she said, watching his eyes, seeing if she could make this easy. She had previewed the cars they had there, and knew what the blue book value was for the ones within her price range. Whatever she bought would help her flee, and leaving her car behind would help her stay hidden. "Trade in?" the guy asked hopefully. She glanced down at the ring on his finger and wondered if he had kids to feed, not that it would change her mind. That was a rule she had read. Don't sell and buy a replacement car at the same place. Not that she had the chance. Her car was in his name, just like everything else. She shook her head. "Not today, thank you." "Just buying, okay." He stepped back and swept his hand across the lot full of cars. "We have anything a person could want. SUV if you want to go bigger. Sports car? Minivan?" Her face scrunched up as she thought of all the soccer moms in her neighborhood and shook her head again. "Just something simple." "All right, well, let's see what we have that fits your idea of simple," he said, motioning her to follow him through the lot of cars for sale. She pointed to a white, nondescript car that looked like it would easily get lost in a sea of other cars. By the time the haggling was done, she ended at a better price than she had expected. "That's a lot of cash to carry around," the guy said as she pulled out the envelope of cash. He swiped a hand through his hair, then played with his wedding ring. After glancing around the building at the other workers and buyers, he leaned forward and lowered his voice. "You in some kind of trouble? If it were my wife, do you need help?" Addie swallowed the shock and pushed a grateful smile to her lips. Part of her wanted to sob out her story, finally having a listening ear, but that was another rule no one can know. "I'm okay, really. Thank you for your concern. All right if you change your mind." He handed her a card. "The bottom one is my cell phone. My wife would never let me live it down if I didn't offer help." "She sounds like a good person," Addie said, stuffing the still partially full envelope in her purse. A relief at having enough to start a new life slowly eased the fear that continued to nag at her. With a backward glance, she left the office as the breeze picked up. San Francisco seemed to stay the same temperature all year, the only difference being whether it was foggy or not. Here, miles out of the city, she could feel that December was fast approaching. She hugged her arms to herself, thinking she should retrieve her jacket from her suitcase, but then changed her mind as the salesman followed her out. "You know, it's none of my business," the man said, pulling at his collar. "But if you're trying to disappear, you'd better get rid of the phone too." Addie stared at him, and her face must have shown him the truth of her situation, because his shoulders fell before he looked at her with determination. "If you won't allow me to help you, I can at least offer advice." He pulled a brochure from his pocket and started drawing a little map. "This guy repairs old phones. He also buys them and sells burners too." He winked at her. "It's not far, and that phone there, regardless if you turned off location detection, can still be tracked." Addie nodded and swallowed. "Thank you for the advice. I'm serious about the help, ma'am. My brother-in-law's a cop. We could get you help." He handed her the paper. "Whoever did this to you isn't a man, and he belongs behind bars." She tugged her hat lower. "So much for rules number 1 and 2. Thank you. I appreciate it." She glanced over at the map and realized she had seen the place while she had been researching. "Thanks for your help with my bags." "Any time," he said, stepping away. "Watch out for yourself, okay?" She inclined her head in a slight nod, then slid into her new car. One more stop and then she needed to get as far from here as possible. Someplace safe, and only one place came to mind, Hope Lake. But was it the right place? Shane Turner pushed up his hat to wipe the sweat from his brow, as he looked over the recent addition to the barn at Camp Hope that he'd just finished. His time working for Jordan, one of his best friends, had paid off in teaching him a plethora of skills that he now used on his ranch. In his spare time, though, he got joy from helping at Camp Hope. "Well, look at that beauty." Josie, the camp owner, walked up to him, slapping him on the back. "I don't know what we'd do without you." "Oh, you tell that to all of your volunteers," he said, giving her a small wink. It had taken time. He didn't get comfortable with people easily, but Josie was the type not to let you stay aloof. It was all or nothing with her. She shrugged and smiled sheepishly. "Well, I couldn't do it alone," she said before turning to watch a passel of kids coming back from one of their trail rides. "This entire camp runs on volunteers, well, mostly. We couldn't do it otherwise." "And that's why we do it," Shane said, easing away from the barn to put away his tools. "Well, Cody will be surprised when he returns from the Nationals in Texas. He didn't think it would be possible to finish this edition until spring." Shane glanced up at the blue sky and felt the unusually warm weather for a December in Hope Lake. "Well, the man upstairs must have had mercy on you to give us a week of perfect weather." "And a cowboy who can build quickly," she teased. "You gonna say hi to our girl before you leave? You think she'd let me live it down if I didn't?" Shane's lips twitched into an involuntary smile. "Nope." Josie stepped away from him. "You know?" "Please," Shane shook his head, his smile instantly disappearing. Every time Josie mentioned him taking on the little girl who had won his heart, guilt seared him. It wouldn't be proper for him to take on a little girl with no lady in his life to teach her the ways of a woman. Josie held up her hands. "I'm just saying," she said. "You're welcome to visit any time you wish, Shane, and thanks again. Maybe one day we'll have enough to get you on the payroll." He picked up his toolbox, and she followed him to his truck. "Don't know if I'd enjoy it so much if you made it a job, Josie. I would say they don't make them like you anymore, but this town seems full of cowboys like you who put their hearts first." She leaned up to kiss him on the cheek. "One day you'll find a gal that appreciates that, and then you come back here for that girl of ours." Shane's lips twitched as he tipped his hat toward her and shut his tailgate. Josie waved as she walked away, but that wasn't the word for how Josie moved. She strode toward her office, probably to work on the next grant that paid for the work she did here. The work of finding these foster kids forever homes. Kids like little Miss Natalie, who had won his heart the first time she opened her mouth. She was tiny and cute with bouncing curls and freckles all over her nose and cheeks, just like Addie had. He gulped. He hadn't thought of Addie in years. Okay, that was a lie. He thought about her constantly, but lately it seemed like she was always at the forefront of his mind, and little Natalie brought her closer. Was that why he had fallen for the little girl? She looked like she could be Addie's and his child. If life had taken a different turn, the turn he had wanted, had assumed it would go. "Shaney." Natalie's high voice pulled him out of his thoughts as he scrambled to open his arms. She threw herself on him like she always did. "Did you see me? I rode Big Gray today. He's a big guy for such a tiny girl." He shifted the little 6-year-old in his arms, placing her on his shoulders. "You don't get scared being this high up?" Natalie giggled and cheered. "It's a great view from up here." That's the other way little Natalie was like Addie, always positive, always finding the silver lining. He hoped the big city life hadn't stolen that from his lost love. "Giddy up," Natalie called, patting his cowboy hat. "Where you wanna go?" "No plans," Shane responded, clasping her scrawny legs so she didn't fall off. "Can I see what you built? Who's gonna live in it? Do you think they'll upgrade Big Gray to the new stall?" Natalie bounced on his shoulders. "Are you always this curious?" He could almost hear her eye roll, even though he couldn't see it. "You ask me that every day." "Well, you ask me a million questions every day," he said, squeezing her legs. "Oh, I'm sorry. Mama T says I ask too many. I'll try to stop." Shane's heart clenched. He swung her off his shoulders in a big arc that landed her safely in his arms. Her giggles went on until she gasped for breath. Once she calmed, he looked at her seriously. "Never stop being curious." The smile she awarded him melted his heart and turned him into putty. What he wouldn't give to give her the life she deserved, and be that someone who appreciated her curiosity rather than put it down. Even as he left, he couldn't stop thinking of little Natalie. He drove through town to pick up some milk on his way home. Was he doing the right thing by allowing her the chance to be adopted by a family, rather than stepping up himself as a single man? Was it wrong that he thought of her as the daughter he would have had with Addie? His thoughts traveled back to Addie and the last time he saw her. She had returned at Christmas break her sophomore year, looking classy and stylish like a city girl and happy. He had hated that she seemed so happy even as she broke his heart. She wasn't trying to be unkind, didn't rub it in his face, but how else could he feel when the girl he had always pictured as his wife told him she was marrying someone else? Because she was happy, he pushed a smile to his face and told her he was glad she was getting everything she wanted. When she had left town, she took a piece of him with her, and he hadn't seen it since. With Addie so strongly on his mind, it didn't surprise him that he saw her in some tourist when he stopped at Mom and Pop's. He even glanced twice at the gal with the baseball hat and sandy curls poking out every which way from under it. The gal even had the same figure, but she didn't move with the confident grace of his Addie. She seemed scared, the stiff way she held herself, with quick furtive movements and the duck of her head, hiding her face under the hat. Shane stood in the middle of the store, completely transfixed. When the gal completed her purchase and came toward him, he caught his breath. Her chin tilted slightly as she scanned the store and he saw her face. "Addie," he choked out the word. The gal froze, hiding her face once again. He closed the distance between them, trying to duck down to see her features. "It is you, isn't it?" "I can't talk now, Shane." It was Addie, but her voice was strained, thick with emotion and slightly quivering. He reached out to offer his support, but she flinched and stepped back. "What's going on, Addie?" He dropped his hand and shifted his weight. "No, nothing. I gotta go. I am sorry." She stuttered out the words and pushed past him, but not before he swore he saw a discolored puffy bruise under her eye. He turned to go after her, but she had run from the store. Standing in the middle of the sidewalk, he scanned the area, but Addie had disappeared. The bell chimed as he re-entered the store, and Mr. Montgomery looked up. "So that was Addie Brown, wasn't it?" Mr. Montgomery said, peering at him. "I thought so, but she sure was acting peculiar, so I didn't put her on the spot." "Was that the first time you've seen her?" "First time in years." The grocery store owner nodded. "Think she's in some kind of trouble?" "I'm not sure, but I'll find out," Shane said, stalking to the refrigerated section to get some milk. He didn't drive back to the ranch, but straight toward Addie's grandma's place. After inheriting it, Addie had rented it out as an Airbnb for the last several years, hiring the local rental agency to take over the managing of it, but there was no other place she could be. The house wasn't large, much like Tyler and Megan's beach house, one of the older places on the lake. A nondescript car was parked in the driveway, and as he went by it, he could still feel the engine's heat. Yet no one answered when he knocked on the door. Shane had a good handle on his anxiety. He wasn't one to react, but right now his blood boiled with the thought of something being wrong with his high school sweetheart. Addie was here. She was hiding and possibly hurt, and not knowing if she was okay was killing him. "Addie, I know you're here. Tell me what's going on," Shane yelled through the door. He tried the handle, but it was locked, so he stepped back to peer through the windows that used to always be open to let in the sun. Now the curtains were drawn so tightly that he couldn't even see if lights were on in the house. He went back to the front porch, quelling the panic within him. "Look, Addie, I get it if you don't want to see me, but I need to know you're okay. Please." "I'm okay." Her voice came muffled through the front door, as if she stood just on the other side of it. "Please, I need to be alone." "Are you alone?" Shane asked, thinking if she wasn't and whoever had left that bruise on her face was there, the locks couldn't hold him back. "I am," she said with a sigh that sounded full of relief. "No one else is here." "And you're safe?" Shane asked, holding his breath. "Yeah," she said, her voice quivering, and his arms ached with the need to comfort her. "Addie, if you need help." "No, please. I just need space." Addie's tone quickened again. Okay, Shane said, leaning his head against the door. "You know I'm here for you." "I know, Shane." "I thank you," she said, her voice catching. "You have my number, and don't think you can get rid of me this easily. I'll be back to check on you." He pushed off the door, his fingers trailing across the smooth wood. It took all of his willpower to walk away, and another good self-talk to drive away, but he did. He respected her wishes, as much as they went against the grain of who he was. Today he'd give her space, but tomorrow was another day. 2. Addie sat in the used car she had bought before arriving in Hope County, gripping the steering wheel and checking her bruise in the rearview mirror. The dark purple had faded to a sickening yellow-green. She had done her best to cover it with makeup, but a yellow tinge still clung to the puffy skin. There was no choice. She had eaten every scrap of food in the house, and as much as she just wanted to hide away from the world, Hope Lake didn't have DoorDash or delivery services. Going back to Mom and Pop's was the only option. Had Hope Lake been the right choice? She bit her lip as she replayed running into Shane. He was the last person she had wanted to see. Well, the last person she had wanted to see her, especially with the bruise still so fresh. Why hadn't she stopped for supplies back in New Hope, where she was less likely to run into someone she knew? She could drive there now. Just restart her engine and drive a half an hour to have some anonymity, but she was more likely to be spotted in the bigger towns if Damien was searching for her. Maybe she should have left the state entirely, or even the country. Squeezing her eyes shut, she did her best to calm herself enough to find clarity. She could do this. She got away, she could stay hidden. Yet the thought of hiding out for the rest of her life made her want to curl into a ball and cry. Before she had run into Shane, she had felt so strong. The moment she heard his deep, reassuring voice, she fought against the desire to crumble into his arms, to hear him tell her everything would be okay. He would protect her. He would too. She knew it, but at what cost? Damien had proven how far he would go to get what he wanted, and the thought of him hurting Shane constricted her heart. No. She had to remain hidden and alone. As much as she hated that thought, this was how it needed to be. She had watched the store for the last 20 minutes, having seen a few people she knew go in and come back out. It was almost closing time. The light faded from the sky, and the nostalgic lamps of downtown Hope Lake had turned on. It was now or never, well, at least now or no food tonight. She glanced down the street before climbing from her car, pulling her hat down and pushing the door open. The store hadn't changed in the last several years, so she raced through it knowing exactly what to get and where, and placed her items on the counter. "Welcome back to town, Addie," Mr. Montgomery looked at her with a wink. "I wasn't sure it was you the last time, but it's good to see you." "Oh, hi, Mr. Montgomery. Sorry, it's just I don't want everyone to know I'm back yet. You know?" She glanced at him, her eyes pleading from under her hat. "I get it, sweetheart. Small towns aren't always easy to return to," he said, patting her hand and telling her the total. The chimes over the door rang as she pulled out the cash, and she stiffened, pulling her hat further down over her face. "Thank you for your discretion, Mr. Montgomery." "Of course, dear," he said as she took her bags from the counter and started toward the door. The door swung open as she reached for it, and she almost collided with a tall man who held the stiff self-assuredness of a police or military officer. Without thinking, she looked up at him just as Mr. Montgomery called out to her. "Oh, wait, Addie." Mr. Montgomery squeezed between the tall man and her. "You forgot this." She took her eyes off the man, thankful she didn't know him, and grasped the milk. "Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Have a good evening." Her entire body shook as she carried the groceries to the car, glancing furtively back toward the store. She half feared Damien had hired a private eye or some other undercover assailant to find her and make her go back. What would she do if something like that happened? His threats pounded her thoughts, all the tortuous ways he said he would kill her or do things that would make her wish she was dead if he ever found out she had lied to him, been with another man, or tried to leave him. The fear pounded in her heart so loudly, she swore the lights blared with every rush of blood. Once home, she quickly brought her groceries inside, locking the door behind her and sliding down against it. Being safe once again allowed her emotions to overwhelm her, and she collapsed with a sob. As her emotions eased, the familiar position reminded her of last week when she had run into Shane. He had pounded on the door adamantly, shaking her back with his panicked fury. She hadn't wanted to scare him. She hadn't even wanted him to know she was back, but then, why did she come to Hope Lake in the first place? Her brother would have welcomed her with open arms, but Damien knew where he lived. Had Damien already contacted Aaron? Had he flown to her brother's on the East Coast, looking for her? Aaron? Let him know she was okay, but fear gripped her heart again. Damien would know if her brother was lying to him, and he would stop at nothing to get the truth. No? It was safer for Aaron not to know she was okay, much less where she was, at least for now. She hoped he wouldn't say anything about their grandma's place by accident. For a moment, she allowed herself to get lost in the hopelessness of her situation, and wondered just how long Damien would search for her. How long would she have to live in hiding? Did it matter? Would she ever be able to trust another human being again? She only allowed herself a few moments to wallow in the misery of the unknown before she got up and put her groceries away. The only way she had survived this last week was to keep busy and not let herself get sucked into the fear of what she had done. Nights were the hardest, so she stayed awake, reading one of the many books in her grandma's library until she couldn't keep her eyes open. Every time she began worrying about the future, she reminded herself that she had enough funds to live on for a year, at least if she stayed in Hope Lake where there was no rent to worry about. She could do that. Would he give up within a year? She had repeatedly tried to convince herself he would never look for her here. Hope Lake had been one of the many things she had never shared with him, her place of refuge. When Addie called the property manager to tell her that she wouldn't need her services for a while, she checked on her account. Her grandma had set it up for her a few months before she passed. The account paid the property management company automatically, and they deposited money earned into it. She had paid little attention to the account since she hadn't needed money since marrying Damien. It was nice to know that there was another source of income when her stash of money ran out. She forced herself to eat dinner, leaving the TV off. She couldn't handle all the Christmas ads when she was alone in a dark house, fearing for her life. Her grandma's cozy mysteries seemed a much better fit, and she read until she fell asleep sometime after 3 o'clock in the morning. Addie woke with a start, heart pounding along with the doorbell chiming. She drew the covers over her, clutched tight against her chest. Had he found her? Her sleep-numbed mind slowly found the balance between nightmare and reality. If Damien had come, would he ring her doorbell? She shook her head, trying to shake out the sleep and crazy dreams that still clung to her. After sliding out of bed, she pulled back the curtain of the sliding glass door, blinking in the mid-morning sun. The door chime continued relentlessly, and she heard the notes of a sing-song elderly voice. Definitely not Damien. Addie tiptoed to the front door and looked out the peephole. Her neighbor and grandma's friend Betsy stood there, holding a covered casserole dish. Addie swept her hair up in a messy bun and straightened her sweats before opening the door. There really was no way of getting around it. Betsy was as persistent as a bulldog. "Ah, there you are." Betsy smiled up at her. "You weren't still sleeping, were you?" "Oh dear. It must be worse than I thought." She clicked her tongue and shoved past Addie to come inside. "I just knew something bad had to have happened for you to come back and hide away like you are." "Sure, come on in, Betsy," Addie said as she scanned the street before closing the door and locking it. "Don't you worry none. I promised your grandmother I'd take care of you, and here I am." She set the casserole dish in the fridge, then turned back toward her. "Now let me take a good look at you, dear." Betsy gasped, and too late Addie remembered her bruise. She touched it gently and turned away to get the coffee started. "I'm okay, Betsy. Thank you for the casserole, but I'm okay. You don't have to take care of me." "Oh yes, I do." Betsy moved surprisingly fast for an 80-year-old woman and blocked her path with her hands on her hips. "Did that city husband of yours do that to you?" Addie sighed. "I've always been clumsy, Betsy. You know that." The same old line came out automatically. Guess if a person repeated something often enough, they start believing it's true. "Hogwash, but I understand. You don't want anyone knowing. I had a friend that went through that 50 years ago. She left the bugger and found a nice man and had a passel of kids." She patted her arm. "It's going to be okay. Look, Betsy, I really don't want anyone to know I'm back, much less." Addie pleaded with the older lady. Here, it's okay, dear. I'm not going to be telling anyone anything." Addie lifted her eyebrow. Betsy was known as one of the biggest gossips in town, maybe not as big as Martha Manning, but that didn't ease her fears since Betsy and Mrs. Manning were friends. Betsy rolled her eyes. "Fine, I already told Martha that you were here, but I won't tell her anything else. Everyone is entitled to their privacy." "Thank you," Addie said, hoping she could trust the older lady to keep her word. Having the old women of Hope Lake know she was here, mean Damien would find out, because the town would protect their own from strangers. Having them know that she fled an abusive relationship, though, she hung her head, already feeling the heaviness of the pity that would follow her wherever she went. She thought about what others might do if they found out, others like Shane. She had heard the fear and anger in his voice as he pounded on her door. Not anger that would ever be directed at her, but anger because he feared someone had hurt her. He couldn't know if he did, he would put himself in danger and her right along with him. Shane fought with himself daily, wanting to see Addie but knowing she needed space, or at least that was what she said. Finally, on Christmas Eve, when the entire gang was going to get together, he couldn't wait any longer. It hadn't even been a week since he had run into her, but it felt like it had been years. He approached her house slowly, eagerly peering down the street and breathing out in relief when he saw the same sedan parked in her driveway. He knocked, called out for her, and knocked again. Anxiety caused an uncharacteristic urge to kick the door in. Instead, he drew in a calming breath and walked around the house to the back porch. The waves were lapping on the beach just a few yards from the house, the noise peaceful, drowning out all other sounds. She sat in the old porch swing, rocking back and forth as if she flowed with the waves. An icy wind had him pulling up the collar of his jacket. It hadn't snowed yet, but it would, the wind making the lake wild and unruly, mirroring how he felt the moment she turned and saw him. He wanted to storm up the deck steps and pull her into his arms, whether she protested or not. Sometimes she knew what was best for herself. No, it wasn't that. It was that she couldn't ask for help. She'd always been that way. They held each other's gaze for several seconds before his name left her lips. The whisper carried in the wind. Shane? He reached out and planted a foot on the first step of the deck. When she stiffened and stood from the swing, he stopped. Why are you keeping your distance from me? Addie licked her lips and edged toward the slider door, her eyes wary and wild. It's not you, Shane. Yeah, I've heard that one before, he said wryly, remembering she called them quits her second year in college. Her expression crunched as if something pained her. I've never meant to hurt you. I've got big shoulders. I can take it. He finished his stride, standing fully on the bottom step now. What I can't take is my confident, happy Addie bird, acting like the boogeyman is about to jump out at her, especially when she looks at me. Addie blinked, and he wanted to get closer to see if she was blinking away tears or confusion, but the more he moved, the closer to the door she went. He leaned against the banister, trying to look relaxed and not eager to close the distance between them, though that was all he wanted. What's going on, Addie? She shook her head, her lips thinning and tightening. Definitely blinking back tears. She continued to keep her head down, her eyes in shadow, but he swore he saw a yellowing bruise on her cheek. I can't. You can't what? Trust me? Shane narrowed his eyes. She dropped her head lower. I know I can always trust you. Then trust me and tell me what's going on. With a slight shake of her head again, she reached for the door. I can't, Shane, at least not yet. I need time. She looked up, meeting his eyes under the brim of her hat. Please. Shane blew out his breath, trying to dispel the frustration that bubbled up before he yelled at her that he couldn't handle her taking time. She acted as scared as a beaten and abandoned dog, and the fury that created within him made him know he needed to keep his mouth shut. His dad had taught him that. Only once had his father lost his temper with him. He had returned an hour later, apologizing for it, telling him a man ought to know when he was at the point of no return and walk away. That showed strength and the true character of the man. Shane had never forgotten that moment, nor the serious, pained expression of his father when he told him. He nodded, clamping his lips on the words that wanted to spill forth. I'm sorry, Addie whimpered, and in that moment he saw the uncertainty and felt her desire to come to him. Something held her back, and he felt he knew. Fear, but for what or who? I'll always be here. Reach out when you're ready. He met her eyes briefly, but it pained him to see her so caught in a web of anxiety that he turned abruptly away, increasing the distance from her, fleeing to his truck in a record few number of steps. Hands on the steering wheel, he gripped with all his might and breathed, blowing out each breath and knowing that a yell would rip through at any moment. He wanted to be far away from Addie and her nosy neighbor when it did. He almost didn't go to the Christmas party, but Jordan had called, insisting that he come. It was good that he did, because he realized their friend Angelica needed Camp Hope as much as the kids there needed her. He hoped she would attend with the invite he extended in Josie's name. The next day he had Christmas breakfast with his parents, visiting his 2 younger sisters who had come home from college for the week. With a promise that he'd come back to take them to his ranch to see the work he had done on the house and barn, he left feeling empty that he hadn't shared about Addie being back. He had a date though, a Christmas lunch date with the cutest little girl in the world. If anyone could cheer him up, that little bundle of questions and curls could. Natalie was one of the few kids from Camp Hope who lived in Hope Lake, but because she did, she would spend the afternoon and evening with her foster family before returning to camp for the rest of the festivities. First though, he had promised her a picnic at the lake. He glanced in the back seat, ensuring that her presents were still there. In anticipation of it being a cold day, he had bought her a thick winter jacket, pink plaid, just like the saddle blanket she always talked about wanting. There were several more presents, and he knew he had gone overboard because he couldn't give her the one thing he really wanted to, the one thing she really wanted as well, a forever home. Before driving up to Camp Hope, Shane turned toward the lake and stopped in front of Addie's place. Wavering with indecision, he finally pulled up his bootstraps and strode to the door with the present in his hand. He didn't knock or ring the bell. He simply set the present on the doorstep and turned with a firmness of mind back toward the truck. She had asked to be left alone, and he would respect that for a while. He wondered how she would take the present though. In the box he had put a few personal safety items, including pepper spray, a pocket knife and a personal alarm. Then he filled the rest of the space with her favorite candies, chocolate kisses, Kit Kats, strawberry hard candies, and a large chocolate Santa as he had always given her, well, when she was there. If he could have thought of a way, he would have filled it with ice cream. That gal loved ice cream and she looked like she could use some comfort food. On Christmas would make anyone feel that way, but she obviously had more reason than most. Not many people knew about the active imagination he had. He wasn't one to share it, but his mind flew to so many different scenarios of why she was acting scared and hiding. None of them made him happy. All of them wanted to demand she let him protect her. As he pulled into Camp Hope, his phone rang, and he looked at the screen before answering. "Hey boss. Merry Christmas, Shane. And I told you to stop calling me boss." Jordan's merriness was almost contagious. "Sure thing, boss." Shane's lips twitched as he opened the truck door. "Merry Christmas. You at your parents'?" Jordan asked. "Just left. At Camp Hope." "Josie's having you work the holiday?" "Even I don't do that." Jordan chuckled. "No sir, not here to work. There's a little girl who needs a little extra attention." Shane slipped from the truck, reaching back in for the presents, then thinking twice and pushing them back. He'd give them to her at the picnic. No need to bring heartache to those he wasn't taking with him. "Ah, you're spending time with Natalie?" "Yeah, how did you?" Shane trailed off, shaking his head. "Small townsman," Jordan said. "So I'm guessing you're not calling about work, right?" Shane prompted. "No sir, just wanted to make sure you had places to go, man." "I do," he said. "Taking the sissies out to the ranch later too." "Nice. How's the house coming? I haven't seen it since we set the joists." "It's coming. I got it winterized as much as I could, tarped at least. Well, you know this week is always slow. I could get some of the guys down to work on it if this dry fall weather continues." "I can't afford that, Jordan. We've talked about this." "I know, just like Kevin talked about it and many others too. I've got to keep the guys busy anyway. They're getting paid one way or the other. Why not let them help a friend?" Jordan covered the phone, said something, and then came back. "All right, well, I got to go, bud. You have fun with the girls today." "Thanks, man. Merry Christmas, tell your family too." Shane shook his head as he slipped his phone into his pocket, but he didn't have time to dwell on what Jordan said. Jingle bells drew his attention to a skipping girl with bouncing curls coming with Josie from her office. As soon as he turned, she let go of Josie's hand and ran for him. "Merry Christmas, Shaney." She leapt into his arms and squeezed him tightly. "Don't you just love Christmas?" She pulled back to stare into his eyes. "I do. Merry Christmas, Natty." He threw her up and caught her as she squealed in delight. Then he set her down, giggles still pouring from her. "Merry Christmas, Josie." "Merry Christmas, Shane. Thanks for driving her back to Mama T's. It saves her a lot of trouble with the parcel she has this year." Josie smoothed Natalie's curls. "You have fun, and we'll look forward to you returning to camp tomorrow morning." "Yes, Miss Josie. You too." She stood on tippy-toe to squeeze Josie, and leaned up to kiss her cheek. Shane hefted the girl into the air once more, catching her and depositing her into the truck. Josie peeked in to make sure he had a booster seat, and shook her head. "You sure you aren't?" Shane turned toward her with narrowed eyes. Natalie didn't need to have more hope than she already did. He wasn't setting out to break her heart, but he wouldn't settle for less for her either. Josie tightened her lips and ducked her head. "Merry Christmas, Shane," she said, her words subdued as she turned back toward the camp and the dozen kids he knew she still had. She and her husband and their adopted son always made room for as many kids as they could at their family Christmases. Always. He didn't know how she did it, and felt as if he paled in comparison with what he did, and wished it could be more. The lively chatter from the back seat didn't let him worry about that for long. Natalie kept him entertained and focused for the hour he had with her. Seeing the smile of joy on her face as she skipped into Mama T's, already telling her all about their picnic and presents, even as she turned to wave goodbye to him, made him feel as if the little he did at least made a slight difference to one little girl. At least he hoped it did. Now he just needed to figure out how he was going to bring joy to the other gal in his life. 3. The days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, leaving Addie able to breathe slightly easier. She spent more time outside, bought a bigger hat, and enjoyed the mountain winter that came on with a softness she hadn't expected. The mild weather allowed her more freedom to walk along the shoreline and slowly heal. The physical bruises and pains healed the quickest. It was the deep-seated beliefs in who she was that took the longest to heal, and she knew she still had a long way to go. She didn't hide as much from the locals, but surely didn't go out of her way to be friendly either. After doing more research, she found a way to stay home and still get most of the things she needed, except for perishables that she bought from mom and pops. Eventually she would have to figure out a long-term plan, but for now she paid cash for Amazon cards at the store. She used a fake name to create an account, and used the gift cards to purchase what she needed, like her big hat. She touched the hat as she stepped out onto the beach, listening to the waves lap on shore. It was a peaceful lake with no motorboats allowed beyond small trolling motors that the fishermen used. This morning, though, there was no one on the semi-calm water. She passed the beach that she had always come to with her friends, with Shane. It was their favorite spot, a short but deep beach hidden between two jutting cliffs. One outcropping pushed further into the water, providing the perfect jumping rock for those who liked those kinds of adrenaline-seeking sports. Like Jordan and Caitlin. She thought of them, remembering they were having some hard times when she had visited last. She hoped they had figured things out and were doing okay. She sat on an embedded boulder farther down the shore, a place where she used to love sitting and watching her friends. A place that Shane would lean against her as she would massage his shoulders, just for an excuse to touch him. He had always been such a gentleman, even after they were officially a couple. Why had she thought she wanted more than the safety this town offered? Her brother had more. He had left the day after graduation, gone straight to an upstanding university on the East Coast and never looked back. The only time he had visited Hope Lake since was during Grandma's funeral. Guilt tugged on her stomach. She had been sending postcards to him from Mexico, something she had not understood you could do until she started researching how to disappear. As much as she wanted to call him, the fear stopped her. What if Damien was looking for her through him, and her brother inadvertently told him where she was? The pain of thinking about her brother became too much, so she returned to the memories playing around her. She was pretty sure she had seen Jordan and Caitlin's first kiss here. If not their first, it was one of them. Jordan wasn't one to keep quiet about things. A smile tugged at her lips as she thought of his raucous laughter and ridiculous jokes. He and Caitlin had been quite the pair, pushing boundaries in every which way. She loved watching them from a distance. The other friends were fun as well, though not as boisterous and memorable. Derek was always the voice of reason. It didn't surprise her to learn he was the sheriff now. He would make a good lawman, always on the straight and narrow. Tyler was another like Derek, but he went into the service right after graduation. She had heard nothing about him, and wondered if he had made it home after being shipped off for a tour in the Middle East. Of course, she only concentrated on the other guys because she was trying to avoid thinking of Shane. Though if she hadn't wanted to think of him, why did she walk all the way to their group's secret beach? There was no need to come out this far, much less stop here and plant herself right where she used to years ago. She rested her elbows on her knees and held her chin as she allowed the memories to play. Shane had been so sure of their future. He wasn't the kind of guy to dream aloud or discuss emotions, but he was always there, always sure of himself and constant, like the endless lapping of the lake. When she had arrived at Hope Lake, broken-hearted and lost after her parents' deaths, he had scooped her right up, planting her firmly in his circle of friends. It took him 3 years to even hint at being interested in her as more than a stray puppy he cared for, but all it took was that hint. There had always been a safety in his arms, a refuge she had felt nowhere else. So why did she leave? Excitement? Newness? Escape? They had given the long-distance relationship a chance, and the first year in college, she felt like she had the best of both worlds, a committed boyfriend waiting for her on breaks, and the exciting life of the city during school terms. All that changed when she met her second-year dorm mate, another small-town girl fleeing from the monotony of knowing everyone and everything around you. Christy had pushed her to explore, venture out, and not get sucked back into the black hole of small towns where she'd get swallowed up and be pregnant and apathetic for the rest of her measly life. Addie's hands went to her empty stomach. Pregnant sounded pretty good right now. The tears came out warm but quickly turned to ice as they slid down her cheeks. She had cried enough to add a foot to Hope Lake over the last couple of months, but the tears still came. When she had met Damien, he had taken her and Christy to the most prestigious clubs and restaurants, happily entertaining both of them. It wasn't until he singled her out one night that she realized he had been interested in her and not Christy the entire time. His flattering words disguised how he put Christy down, something that she didn't come to understand until that same judgment fell upon her. She had sweetly held him off, telling him that she was already with someone, but he came on relentlessly with a flourish and an abundance of wealth. Christy told her she was a fool, that Damien was the ticket out. That summer break, she came back to Hope Lake to spend the last weeks with her grandma. Jordan and Caitlin got married, as did several others from their class. She remembered the moment she made the decision that she wouldn't come back so clearly that it pained her with her naivete. It should have been a romantic moment, dancing at their friend's wedding, but her mind was on her grandma who wouldn't last the week, and what she would do without her here. She wouldn't have any reason to come back, save Shane. He pulled her close to him, his broad hand strong on her back as they shuffled in a rhythmless slow dance. There was no excitement in Shane, no salsa, no twirls, or showing off with spins and dips. Just the steady dependability that was him, traits at that moment she didn't crave. How stupid she had been. It was his words that cemented her fears into conviction. He had drawn her so close, breathing in her scent as she used to love, as if he couldn't get enough of her. His heart hammered against hers, and she knew he was about to say something that would change their lives. His whispered words held emotion and conviction. "I can't wait until it's us dancing on the podium at our wedding." He hadn't recognized she had stiffened, just drew her closer, his hand soothing her back as she fought against the horror awakening in her. She couldn't stay in boring old Hope Lake, the black hole of the same old repeating itself like a horrible endless black and white show. She had struggled with what to say and how to say it. Shane had always been there for her and she loved him, but she couldn't stay in Hope Lake, and that's all he wanted. A ranch at the edge of town, a wife, 2 kids, a dog, and all the white picket fence mediocre life. She tried dreaming aloud with him of Paris and the Bahamas, of skyscraper apartments and dinners with movie stars. He had listened calmly, smiling at her with love, but he didn't realize she was serious. All he needed was Hope Lake, and all she needed was out. The day before she left, after everything was set in place for her grandma's house to be rented out as an Airbnb, they walked along the beach and she told him. She would never forget how his expression changed from confusion to disbelief to such grief that she half feared he would slump down to the sand and never rise again. Yet a part of him never gave up. Even as he said goodbye, he told her when she tired of the big city life, he'd be there waiting. And he was. He had always been right there. She startled as she heard rock crunching under boots, and she leapt to her feet. Someone cleared his throat, and she shaded her eyes to look up at the rock outcropping that kept the beach hidden, her heart in her throat, and her other hand going straight to the pepper spray Shane had left for her on Christmas. "I'm glad you're carrying that with you," Shane's deep voice said with the same calm he always had, a calm that instantly eased her racing heart. "You scared me." She stored the pepper spray back in her pocket and put that hand over her heart. "In my defense, I didn't expect you to be all the way out here." He squatted at the edge, peering at her from under his cowboy hat. "And you come out here often?" she asked, suspicion playing in her thoughts. He shrugged and looked out toward the lake. "Lots of good times here. The place brings me peace." "Me too," she said, though her voice was so low she didn't know if he heard her. "Well," she cleared her throat and steeled her heart, "you're here now, might as well come on down." The look of hope that filled his features instantly filled her heart, and sent an ice pick of fear into her back. Shane couldn't believe his luck when he climbed on the rock outcropping he came to when he was missing Addie. There she was, sitting on her rock just like the old days. He had to blink and shake his head to make sure he wasn't imagining her there. His stomach clenched in guilt the moment she heard him, and immediately went into a defensive stance. Seeing that she pulled out the pepper spray he'd given her, though, eased his stomach and flooded him with warmth instead. It was his heart that swelled when she invited him down. He gave a quick prayer of thanksgiving as he climbed his way onto the little hidden beach. Though she had relaxed, her positioning was still defensive, so as much as he wanted to rush her with a bear hug, he hung back. "Have you come here a lot since you've been back?" He hoped the question was one that wouldn't trigger anything for her. "No, first time, feel like it just called to me today." She glanced furtively at him, before locking her gaze on the horizon of the lake. He swallowed the 20 questions that wanted to spew out, reminding himself to take it easy, keep it light. "It's a good place to be called to. We had a lot of good times here." "We did," she said, her voice gaining a wistful tone. "Remember when Jordan scared us all by doing that backflip?" Shane followed her gaze to the cliff, but watched her from the corner of his eye as she slightly relaxed. "Yeah, that butt. He loved scaring us like that." She eased back onto the rock. "How are they doing, Jordan and Caitlin?" Shane leaned into the cliff, crossing his arms to keep himself there, but allowing himself to watch her. "She came back. Just like you did." He wondered if she felt his thought because she snapped her gaze back to him, and for one slight moment, he saw her eyes unguarded and full of need. "I didn't know she left." She dropped her gaze, the shield back up. "She did, it's a long story and not really mine to tell." "Why don't you call her?" Shane asked, hearing the hope lining his words. She lifted a shoulder. "I don't know. Not sure if I'm ready for that kind of thing." "Well, when you are, I know she'd love to hear from you." He waited, but she didn't say anything, so he went on. "They have a little girl now, and are looking to adopt a little boy." Addie nodded slowly. "They've all started their families." Her voice sounded choked, as if it pained her to think of that. She straightened her back and cleared her throat. And you? Me? Have you? She blew out a frustrated breath. No, Shane said, hoping against hope his answer was the one she wanted. She brought her eyes to meet his again, pain lancing them, her eyebrows so furrowed he wanted to reach out to smooth her forehead. His body moved of its own accord, but he froze when she wrapped her arms more tightly around herself. Why? You know why, he said, digging his heels into the sand. His body ached with the need to move toward her, so he paced instead, always within easy sight of her in his peripherals. He sensed her behavior like one of the abused horses he had helped Tyler gentle when he first started his horse ranch. The comparison about killed him. The breeze off the lake was chilly, much colder than the air away from shore, air that held the promise of spring. He thought about how he calmed the horses, and how he calmed his cattle too. Soft, soothing speech. It wasn't his normal way. He much preferred humming or allowing the peace of the land to communicate what was needed, but he had the feeling that Addie needed to hear his voice. I bought the ranch, he said, doing his best to keep any expectation from his tone, using only calming notes. It's a magnificent piece of land, has everything a person would need to live off it. Her arms eased, and though she kept her gaze on the lake, he felt as if she wanted him to continue. There's a good section of flat ground, enough for a house and vegetable garden, a barn and a corral. You can see for miles across the rolling hills below on the west side, and the north and south are edged with woods. Of course, it's the view to the east that is impressive, with the mountain peaks covered in snow that glows pink in the sunset. Talking this much wasn't normal for him, but he found as he did his shoulders relaxed, as did Addie's. He moved slightly closer, watching her for any signs of stiffening. Just a little at a time. I've completed the barn, made a little studio above it so I could live on the property while building the house. I'm doing most of it myself, but Jordan, well, is Jordan. He sent his guys over here and there to push the progress. I've been working with him off and on while I get the ranch going. The business has been profitable under his care, and his dad's health is improving. It was a good fit for them both. He was almost close enough to feel her body heat. She had closed her eyes, as if she was picturing his place. He took one more step, closing the distance between them, leaving only a few inches of heated air to make the last move her choice. My parents still think it's foolish for me to start a ranch and try to homestead it. They think I should be in college like my sisters. They're enjoying themselves there, but every time they come home, they talk about staying, about how New Hope isn't too far away and has job opportunities. Addie leaned into him, and he caught his breath, doing everything he could not to do it loudly and scare her off. The sensation of her, even her shoulder leaning against him, had him closing his eyes, as if he had just had his first drink of water after a long day on the range. I already have a few head of cattle, a dairy cow and 2 horses. Got those from Tyler. He's back in town, married, and has custody of his niece. When he felt a slight tensing of her body, he rushed on. He runs a horse ranch now and is fantastic about gentling horses. So these 2 I have are gentle enough for just about anyone. He almost said kids, but kids and babies and families seemed to trigger her, making her shields rise, and right now he just wanted to continue this, the feel of her leaning into him. I have the garden prepped for its first planting. As soon as I'm sure the last snow has passed, I'll put the seeds in. The garden runs the length of the house. It's fenced off from deer and fortified from gophers and rabbits. I doubt I'll grow enough to live off of this first year, but it will supplement what I have to buy for sure. He had exhausted his words about his ranch and didn't know what else to say, so he just stood there quietly, providing a solid place for her to lean and quelling the desire to pull her closer. He had to go for the long game, though he hated even thinking the word game. For this wasn't a game, this was life, his life, her life, and he couldn't stop the hope of it becoming their life. She remained quiet until the sun disappeared behind them, as it did every late afternoon, leaving the beach in shadow and the chill creeping in past his coat. He felt her shiver and instinctively wrapped an arm around her. It was the wrong move. She froze for a second and then pulled away, standing and zipping up her coat. Sorry, she murmured, keeping her eyes downcast. Shane had swallowed the words he had wanted to say, covering them with a shrug. He knew she would leave now and had to take his chance. He reached for her, but when she flinched, he dropped his hand. Addie, he said, his voice low and thick with emotion. I don't know what you've been through, and I hate to think of you being hurt. He swallowed past the lump in his throat as he saw the single tear sliding down her half-hidden face. I won't push you past where you are comfortable, but please let me be here for you in a way that you can. Addie sniffed and wiped at her face. You don't understand. Shane swallowed his frustration. No. You're right, I don't, but I want to understand, Addie. All you've got to do is trust me enough to tell me what's going on. There's more to it than that, she said, clearing her throat and stiffening her back. I need to go. Shane nodded. Whatever you need, Addie. He stepped aside so she could go past, without having to come closer to him. Thank you for spending this time with me. She wrapped her arms around herself, keeping her head down under a big hat so that he could barely see her lips tightened against emotion. At the edge of the rocky cliff, before she rounded it and escaped their hidden beach, she turned back, slightly raising her head just enough that she could meet his eyes. Thank you for sharing with me. It was good. She ducked her head again, her voice thick with emotion as she continued, Good to hear your voice. Then she was gone, only her footprints left in the sand as proof that she was more than his imagination. 4. As the days passed by, Addie thought that spending that time with Shane had been a mistake. She felt lonelier than ever. Her eyes would scan the beach while telling herself she wasn't searching for him. She walked all the way to their secret beach almost every day, only to leave feeling more lonesome than ever. It had been almost 3 months since she'd left her old life. Was that enough time to assume she was safe? She wanted to call her brother, see if he had heard anything, but feared that it would somehow change the safety net she had created for herself, more like entombed herself. She walked inside after watching another beautiful sunrise on the lake, her stomach protesting from having to wait. I know. I'm going to feed you. Her words echoed in the empty house. As okay with being alone as she normally was, it had started eating at her. She'd find herself holding full conversations aloud, sitting and staring at the walls for hours only to blink and wake up, realizing she had wasted half the day. Wasted wasn't the right word. There was nothing for her to do, nothing but heal and hide. Though how much healing could one do trapped within your own mind? She ate absent-mindedly, seeing herself turning into an old hermit spinster that kids ran by in fear. The knock on the door had her shaking her head. Even though her neighbor would stop by at least once a week with food or some little piece of information, the sound still jolted her each time, and a new surge of anxiety would consume her. It's me. Shane's deep voice reverberated down the hall, soothing her nerves, which she knew was a danger in itself. Yet excitement filled her at the visit. His arrival seemed like a rescue since he came just as she was resigning herself to a lonely, miserable life of spinsterhood. She slowed her steps as she approached the door, took in 2 deep breaths, and peered through the peephole. Shane stood there, handsome and steadfast as always, hat in his hands as if he had come calling for a date. She closed her heart on the possibility. That was a place she couldn't go until she figured out her mess, and she didn't know how to do that. The door lock slid open with a clang that vibrated through her. She opened the door and stepped back, giving him space to enter. He hesitated, searching her eyes, then stepped in and hung his hat. It's good to see you, Addie, he said, his deep voice filling her with the truth of how good it was to see him. She didn't respond, just allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she returned to the table, where she picked up her empty cereal bowl and rinsed it. Shane wandered around, keeping one eye on her the entire time. She could feel the weight of his attention, constant just like he was. His head bent down, glancing at the picture she had drawn from YouTube tutorials. He glanced up at her, catching her eye, and lifted an eyebrow. You must either have picked up a new hobby, or are very bored. She dried her hands, turning to him and glancing at the drawings. They're that bad, huh? Her lips quirked in what felt like an ironic smile. He picked up a pencil drawing of a horse's head, studying it. Actually, they're quite good. I just didn't know you were one to draw. He looked at her, as if he were trying to discover what else was new about her. I used to draw with my mom. She cleared her throat, pushing the sad memories down. Well, you were right about the bored part, she said. May I get you something to drink? She returned to the kitchen and opened the embarrassingly empty fridge. Water? Coffee? Tea? Water would be great, thanks. He set down the picture and leaned against the wall watching her. You want me to pick up groceries for you? She turned back toward him, almost dropping his full glass of water. That's a lot to ask, she said, blinking back the emotion that threatened to tear her up. You didn't ask. I offered. He took the glass from her hands, letting his fingers slip off hers. The contact surprised her with confusing sensations. She retrieved her hand, closing her fingers into her palm. Why? I mean, I can't offer you anything. He lifted an eyebrow. Your friendship? She swallowed, not knowing if she could even afford that. After downing half the glass, he set it on the table and returned his intense attention to her. Remember Mrs. Manning's niece? The change of subject threw her for a moment, and she used the excuse of moving into the living room and sitting in the recliner to think. The time was long enough for her to remember a sweet girl that used to hang out with them during the summers. Angelica. Right? Shane gave her a half smile and sat on the arm of the couch. Well, she's marrying Derek's deputy, Kevin. Well, he was a deputy, then he joined the FBI, but he's now back. Kevin? I don't think I remember him. He's a Hope County boy, but I don't think we all went to high school at the same time. Shane shrugged. Nice guy. He opened his mouth to say more but shut it, his brow furrowing. They're having a small wedding on the beach. He trailed off with a lingering but not aggressive question. She shook her head. I can't. Even this, she motioned between them, is pushing it. Pushing what? Shane's tone was soft, as if he talked to a wild Mustang. When she didn't respond, he held up a hand. I'm going to do my best to be patient, Addie, even though it makes me feel like I'm dying. She squeezed her eyes closed. If there is anything I can do, Shane asked, coming toward her. Call my brother? The words came out unbidden, and she covered her mouth in shock. It stopped Shane's forward movement, and he squatted to be at eye level with her. Aaron? His brow furrowed. Is he a part of this? Why don't you want to call him? All of a sudden, Addie couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't hold in everything, and there Shane was, calm and gentle and willing to listen. I left my husband. Shane held his expression immobile, though she saw his lips twitch. I'm sorry. No, you're not, she said, her own lips twitching to match his. Okay, you're right. I'm not sorry you left him, but I'm sorry you're going through pain because of it. Shane rested his elbows on his squatted knees and folded his hands. What does this have to do with Aaron? He doesn't know. He doesn't know you left the suit? Shane asked. The suit? Addie pondered where he got that description of Damien, but it fit him, a suit of deception. She shook her head. He knows nothing, including, she met Shane's eyes, where I am. No one does. Okay, Shane said slowly, pushing to a stand. Shane, it has to stay that way. Addie, if you're in some kind of trouble, we can call Derek over here and figure it all out. Shane moved toward her, reaching for her, and she flinched. He was probably only reaching to tuck her messy hair behind her ear as he always had, but the reflexive flinch was instinctive, uncontrollable. The pained expression on his face had her lowering her head in guilt. I'm sorry. She swallowed, knowing that she had gone too far. I shouldn't ask you to do this. I shouldn't have told you. She slipped out of the recliner and away from him, needing distance so she could think straight. The view of the lake from the slider called to her, and she stood before it, feeling the cool of the glass and focusing on the serenity the lake provided. Hope Lake. Did she have any hope? You should have told me 3 months ago, Shane said, though there was no accusation in his tone, only acceptance. He walked up behind her, and she felt him hesitate when she stiffened. Then he continued until she could feel his body heat along her back and see his reflection in the slider. He didn't move, but just like the day at the beach, stood there, giving her the opportunity to close the distance, but leaving it to her choice. "Shane, I can't." She bit her lip, her throat choking on the words. "You can trust me, Addie. You know it." His breath stirred the hair on top of her head, and she couldn't resist the need to feel him against her, steady, strong, and present. She leaned back against him, and this time he wrapped his arms around her. First she caught her breath but then relaxed into him, letting him carry some of her weight. His arms were thicker than she remembered, firmer and stronger. Was it the work in construction that had filled him out into the man his younger self promised to be? It was safer to get lost in the physical sense of him holding her than it was in the emotional representation of what it meant. Yet even thinking that had her wishing she could turn into his chest and cry, releasing all the fear she had held over the last several years. She couldn't though. With a willpower that she didn't know she had left, she closed off her emotions, didn't let herself worry about possibilities or feed the desire to lay her problems at his feet. Instead, she just tried to stay in the moment, allow herself a brief respite from fear and loneliness, just in the knowing that he was there, his warmth, his arms. When the temptation for solace became too much, she stepped away. "I need you to leave," she whispered, the words burning her throat and her arms grasping tightly around herself. "But Addie." She shook her head. "Please, you can come back again. But right now." She stopped, her voice shaking and the tears spilling over. "Please." The reflection in the glass showed Shane lifting an arm toward her, but he let it drop before it touched her. "My shoulders are big enough to help carry this with you, Addie. You don't have to do it alone." He didn't understand. How could he? She had to do this by herself, for everyone's sake. "I don't want to cause you more pain, so I'll go, but I will be back. I'll come by the day after the wedding." That Sunday. Shane's boots creaked on the floor and he shifted his weight and turned. At the hallway he stopped and in a quiet voice said, "You're right about me not being upset that you left him. Anyone who takes my Addie's smile away doesn't deserve her." The door closed behind him with a finality that allowed her to crumple to the floor and release all the emotions she had barely held at bay. She didn't deserve a man like Shane and had no right relying on him, not only because she had nothing to offer him, but it could put him in danger. As much as she wanted to hope Damien had given up on her and moved on, she knew better. He was relentless and knew how to play the game, knew how to bide his time. That's exactly how he had wooed her into their marriage in the first place. Ever since she had left, she had asked herself if Damien had any red flags before they had married. No matter how much she searched her memory, she hadn't come up with anything. He had been the perfect gentleman, waiting and wooing her in all the right ways. It wasn't until a month into her marriage that she had seen the first sign, a shift in his eyes, a hardness that he had hidden until that moment she had accidentally burnt dinner. He had come home grumpy from a bad day at work. That first time he quickly apologized, begging for her forgiveness, but it was like once the gate was opened there was no stopping it. The frequency increased to a point where she went from a floating on air newlywed to walking on eggshells, fearful of any mistake or even imagined mistake. No, she wasn't ready to allow someone else in. She wasn't ready to admit she was so stupid. She should have run away at that first sign, but she hadn't, and now this was her bed to lie in. Shane focused on the nail, smashing the hammer down with a satisfying thunk. He was glad this week's work was a new construction on a large estate. The physical thrashing of hammer on nail was therapeutic, easing his frustration slightly with every new wall in place. "I think the nail gave up a long time ago, man." Jordan laughed, interrupting his latest therapy session. Shane stopped mid-stroke and peered at the nail well below the surface of the 2x4. "Guess it did." Jordan slapped his shoulder. "Come. Take a break with me. Katie sent me with some homemade scones that Chastity shared with her. One has your name written all over it." Shane slipped his hammer into the tool belt at his waist and stepped carefully over the wall to follow Jordan to his truck. The house was coming along nicely. Leaning against Jordan's massive truck, he surveyed the construction. They had already raised the entire north and east sections of the walls, and he and the guys were working on the west that morning. "We're ahead of schedule." "Yeah, you guys are doing great." Jordan handed him a scone that looked too beautiful to eat. "Compliments of chastity." "I thought she was writing her book," Shane asked, breathing in the sweet smell of the breakfast dessert. "I guess she bakes when she has writer's block." Jordan laughed. "At least that's what Derek says." "How does he stay in shape?" Shane muttered. "He shares with us," Jordan said with a wink. "Now tell me what's going on." Shane narrowed his eyes, glaring at Jordan over the pastry as he bit into it. His eyes closed as he did, though, unable to keep himself from delighting in the delicious taste. "Whoa, these are really good." "She has a talent," Jordan said. "Details." "Now?" "It's Addie," Shane admitted. "What about her?" Jordan turned to look at him more fully. "Kevin says he thinks she's hiding from someone, running." "I don't doubt it." "She won't tell me." Shane shrugged. "What does she tell you?" Jordan asked, shoving the last morsel of his scone into his mouth. Shane took another bite of his to delay his response. "That she needs space. Time. But..." He swallowed, not even knowing how to put it into words. "That's not what her body language is telling you?" Jordan asked, wiggling his eyebrows. "Yeah, something like that," Shane said, rolling his eyes at his friend. "She left her husband." "I wondered about that," Jordan said, pushing off the truck to pace. "You think that's who she's running from?" Shane wrapped up the last of his scone and stuffed it into his pocket for later. That last question had the deliciousness turned to sawdust in his mouth. His fingers squeezed into fists, and he turned away from Jordan. "Calm down, Shane. The man isn't here, and if he was," Jordan landed a hand on his back, "you wouldn't be the only one that wanted a piece of him." "She's scared, man. I can't stand that someone made my confident girl scared." Shane squeezed his jaw tight as well. "She's a woman now. Haven't you been listening to the ladies?" Jordan tried to laugh, but even for him it sounded pushed and strained. "Hey, why don't you invite her to a group thing, you know? All our ladies have similar stories." Shane gripped the truck bed. "She doesn't want to see anyone." Jordan shrugged. "She says she doesn't, but that gal of yours is a socialite." "She used to be. I don't know anymore." Shane sighed and stepped away. "And she's not mine." "Oh, she's yours." Jordan's laugh this time sounded more genuine. "You haven't looked twice at a gal since Addie came to town in junior high." "It doesn't matter what I want." Shane adjusted his tool belt, pulling the hammer out, eager to release more frustration. "Doesn't it?" Jordan asked, sobering up. "Besides, man, she could have run anywhere. Why do you think she came back to Hope Lake?" The question stopped Shane. He paused his step, his eyes trained on the new construction, but he only paid attention to his internal thoughts. Why had she come to Hope Lake? Why did she lean into him and sigh as if a massive weight had been taken off her shoulders the moment they touched? He shook his head, dispelling the sensation that only made him want to drop everything and run to her place. Those weren't the real questions. The real question was why she flinched any time he moved too quickly. And why did she push him away, even though it was obvious she wanted him closer? "Well," Jordan said, pushing off the truck, "I've got to meet Josie. She asked if I have room to hire a kid. She's helping out." "A kid?" Shane blinked, coming back to the present and trying to catch up with what Jordan said. "Yeah, like young adult kind of kid. He went to Camp Hope when he was younger, but he came back to see Josie, and is looking for a job." Shane nodded. "Got it. Well, we could use another hand, right? And if he's a Camp Hope kid, you know he needs a little extra. I'm always game to help out those kids, no matter how old they are." "That's my thought exactly," Jordan said, giving him a farewell wave. "If the meeting goes well, I'll bring him back for a trial run this afternoon." Best of luck. Shane returned his wave and set his mind back to work. By the end of the day, Shane's shoulder burned from letting the nails take his frustration. He packed up his tools, storing them away in his beat-up old truck, then sauntered over to where Jordan was talking to a young man. "Hey Shane, this is Bennett, the guy that first was telling you about earlier." Jordan landed a hand on the young man's shoulder. The guy wasn't big but had a wily look to him, and the cowboy hat set him right at home. "Nice to meet you, Bennett. Any friend of Josie's is a friend of mine." He shook the kid's hand. "Nice grip? I think he'll do." "He's a rodeo guy," Jordan messed the kid's hat. "Ran into Cody sometime back at an event, and decided to come for a visit." "What event?" Shane asked. "Roping," Bennett said, his lips only slightly twitching. He seemed a serious kind of guy, but maybe one with a hidden sense of humor. "Thanks again for the chance, Jordan. I won't let you down." "I expect that you won't. See you first thing Monday morning." Jordan shook his hand. "Yes, sir," Bennett said, then turned to Shane. "Nice to meet you too, sir." "See you Monday," Shane said, watching the kid walk with that same strut he'd seen Cody and other rodeo guys have at Camp Hope. "Think he'll do?" "I think he's worth a chance. He's quick, respectful, and Josie loves him." "Josie loves everyone." Shane chuckled. "For the most part, but she has those special ones that are in her heart. This guy's one of them. One of her first, I think." Jordan gave a final wave as Bennett pulled his truck onto the road. He turned to Shane. "So, wedding tomorrow, huh?" Shane's shoulders fell. He wouldn't mind going so much if Addie would come with him, but she had made that answer clear enough. "Yeah," he said. "Kevin and Angelica aren't over the top like Caitlin and I were, man. It'll be all right." Jordan laughed and grasped his shoulder. "Think Addie will come with you?" Shane shook his head, starting to walk away. "Hey man, you're gonna have to fight for her, but you'll get her back," Jordan said, making Shane turn back toward him. "Fight who?" Shane furrowed his brow. "The ghost of Christmas past, who else?" Jordan took a step toward him. "Your greatest enemy is fear, hers and yours." Jordan poked him in the ribs. "So get over yours and start working on hers. I'll see you tomorrow." Jordan took off to do one last run through the construction zone as he always did, ensuring that everything was put away and secure before leaving it for 2 days. Hope Lake was a good town, but every place had teenagers looking for ways to push the boundaries and entertain themselves. They should know, they did it themselves not too many years ago. On the way to the wedding, Shane drove by Addie's house, but seeing everything quiet and normal, he continued without stopping. She didn't want to go, and he wasn't going to force her to be social. Choosing his battles was important, and spending time with her took priority to her getting back into the social world, at least in his opinion. One step at a time, he told himself. The wedding was thankfully small and went quickly enough, but when he saw Addie standing down the beach watching from afar, everything settled within him, and he knew what Jordan meant by having to fight for her. In that moment, he also knew he would do whatever it took to be with Addie again. So he hoped on tomorrow, and when tomorrow came, he showed up at Addie's house, ready to stand his ground, ready to listen and watch her cues to coax her back into the ability to trust until she knew without a doubt that he would never hurt her, not physically, not mentally, and not emotionally either. Whatever it took. He was so sure of it, he swore she saw it when she opened the door Sunday morning. "I'm not playing games, Addie." The words left his mouth even though he had meant to say something generic like, "Good morning" or "Hey, Addie." Her mouth slightly opened in surprise, then twitched as she stood back to let him in. "Good morning to you too, Shane," she said as he took off his hat and came inside. "I need you to know that," Shane said, swallowing past the embarrassment of blurting out his intention. I know. You aren't one to play games." "Neither were you," he said, searching her eyes. "And I don't mean to be now. I'm going through a lot." She wrung her hands in front of her, which brought his attention to her being fully dressed as if she were ready to go somewhere, not the lazy, billowy clothes of walking the beach. Her jeans were slightly loose on her, and her shirt hung on her drooping shoulders, and he knew exactly what she needed and felt confident he had planned correctly. "I know you are," he said softly. "I'm a patient man." Her lips slowly pulled up in a soft smile, one that showed his old Addie was still in there somewhere. "That you are?" She shook her head as her brows furrowed and eyes glistened, then turned away. "I don't deserve that, you." He reached for her shoulder, holding on though gently even as she flinched. "You do. You deserve a lot more." She shook her head, keeping her back to him. He kept his hold on her shoulder as it shook beneath him. As much as he wanted to pull her into his arms, he remembered how that had ended their last visit, and he rooted his feet into the floor. Finally, she wiped her eyes and stepped away. She turned toward him, keeping her eyes downcast. "I really need to get out of this house." "I know just the place," Shane said. "You, me, some animals, and a whole lot of nowhere surrounding us." "That sounds perfect," she said, her eyes meeting his in gratitude. She reached for an already packed bag and her keys. He lifted his eyebrows in question. "What? You think you're the only one that lives on hope?" Her smile pushed through her glistening eyes. When they stepped out of the house, Addie's eyes glanced furtively around before she turned and locked the door, checking it 3 times before her gaze darted everywhere again. "It's just us," Shane said, then nodded with a smirk, "and of course nosy Miss Betsy who is always watching." He turned to look at Betsy's house as he led Addie to the truck. Sure enough, the older lady watched them through her big front room window. He lifted his hand and she waved back. "See? Nothing can get past her." Addie turned to wave at Betsy as she climbed into the truck while he held open the door for her. "No. I guess you're right." Shane set her bag at her feet, waiting while she put on her belt. "You're safe here. You'll see." He closed the door before she could give him a retort. With a little hop in his step, he rounded the truck, jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. "Thank you for trusting me." "I always have," Addie said, though the words were hesitant, as if she questioned her own judgment. "You always can," he said, putting the truck into gear. Addie tugged down her baseball hat, but Shane purposefully avoided downtown, taking the side streets instead until he pulled out onto the highway toward his ranch. Caitlin and Chastity had sent him home with several containers of leftover food and treats from the wedding, and he had bought some of Addie's favorite ice cream on the way home just in case. He had thought himself foolish to think she would want to come out to his ranch, but now he wondered if intuition might actually be a thing. For here she was, sitting next to him, on the way to see his place. Or was his hope so strong that he'd somehow made this happen? He didn't know, but as he turned to smile at her, gratitude filled him for whatever had been the cause of Addie once again sitting next to him in his old truck. He just hoped he had what it took to get her past whatever was going on with her. 5. The mind is a fickle master. Her grandma used to tell her that, whenever Addie had trouble making a decision, she would tap Addie's temple as she said it, then tap her heart. This is where true decision-making should stem from. Addie put her hands over her heart as Shane drove down the bumpy driveway that was barely more than a gouged piece of dirt. He glanced at her but let her keep her silence. It had been last night after Addie had returned from watching the wedding from afar that she had remembered her grandma's advice. She missed her grandma and her little words of wisdom. Sitting in the old rocker on the back deck, sometimes she could imagine her grandma still there, her kind words of encouragement seeping into her. The cancer had taken her quickly, too quickly for Addie to feel prepared for being an orphan again. She was all alone, well, except for her brother, but he had always been distant and closed off. Still, she knew he thought of her, and guilt filled her that she'd misled him even if she had no choice. Shane hit a deep pothole, bouncing her against her seatbelt, and an involuntary grunt left her lips. "Sorry about that," he said. "The winter and all the equipment have been rough on the driveway. I have a guy coming out next month to grade and gravel it." "It's okay." She wrapped her hand around the handle above the window to keep her from rocking into the door again. "Part of the adventure, right?" The smile that pulled at her lips was tentative. She had taken her grandma's internal advice and followed her heart, but being in his truck and putting her life in his hands still created a sense of anxiety that prickled up her spine. When she had told Shane she trusted him, it wasn't a lie. She did, it was herself she didn't trust. Too often, she had made the wrong choices. Hopefully, this wasn't one of them. Shane pulled to a stop on a big flat in front of a large barn. 100 yards or so from the barn sat a partial house, walls still papered but roof laid. It wasn't a large house, but it was bigger than her grandma's place on the lake. He had been right about the view. She sat motionless in the truck, even though he turned off the engine and opened his door. The forest they had driven through had given way to a large rolling property that faded off into the valley in front of them. The mist of the morning still glowed in the deep expanse, as if the valley were a sea rather than rolling hills and farmland. Her door opened and Shane offered her his hand. She took it, letting him take some of her weight as she slid from his truck, but her attention was on the property. Once out of the confines of the truck, she turned to see the mountains jutting up, their tips still blanketed with snow and gleaming in the morning sun. There was no real view of the lake, but she knew exactly where it was, nestled against the base of those peaks. The space soothed her, and for the first time in years she felt like she could breathe. "You like it?" The hopeful expectation in Shane's voice had her turning to him. "I do," she said, not meeting his eyes. She shouldn't lead him on with hope. There was no way of knowing where her life would go from here, but for this moment, she would allow herself just to be present in the here and now. "It's beautiful, Shane. So peaceful." "Yeah, I like being out of town a ways. It's not really that far, but out here it feels like it." Shane sighed, and she chanced to glance at him as he surveyed his own land. A horse nickered from the barn, bringing a smile to Addie's lips, and a desperate need to be near the healing presence of those majestic animals. Her body moved of its own accord. "That'd be Pepper. He loves greeting me." Shane followed her to the corral where Pepper, a big dapple gray, came prancing over, eagerly reaching with his nose. Shane dug into his pocket, retrieving a block of what looked like mashed-up grain. He broke it into two as a second horse, another dapple gray but much lighter, almost as if he were fuzzy, came beside Pepper. Addie drew in a deep breath, as the horse came directly to her with a soft snuffling snort. His kind, gentle eyes seemed to look directly into her. "That's Cotton. He's the sweetest," Shane said, handing her half of the horse treat he had. "Hi, sweetie," Addie said, reaching to stroke Cotton's soft nose as he nibbled the treat from her hand. Cotton nuzzled into her, his nostrils blowing her hair around as he sniffed and puffed against her neck. "I think he likes you," Shane said as he stroked Pepper under his chin. "I think I'm in love," Addie whispered the words, not really even aware she'd said them aloud. "Oh my goodness, he's the sweetest." Cotton rested his enormous head on her shoulder in a sort of horse hug. The sharp tang of horse filled her senses, and all at once she felt free to just exist without thought of past or future. She breathed in Cotton's scent right down to her toes, letting his pure essence fill her. "I've never seen him this sweet before," Shane murmured, but he didn't interrupt otherwise. Instead he gave her space, going about chores as she just reveled in the horse's presence. Eventually, Cotton nosed her a last time, and sauntered off to graze around the paddock, happily munching on the clover that popped up around the edges. Addie hung on the rails of the fence, watching him in perfect contentment. "Looks like you made a friend," Shane said, coming up to lean against the fence next to her. "Good place?" "Perfect," she said with a sigh. "Would you want to take a picnic ride?" Shane asked, toeing the dirt at his feet. Addie glanced down at her jeans and tennis shoes. "I don't have my boots," she said, then realized she didn't have boots any longer. Shane smirked. "Really? That's your excuse?" He shook his head and ambled toward the barn. "It's not an excuse. I mean, I could ride in tennis shoes, I guess. I just never have. Grandma always had me wear boots when I went in." She followed him into the barn, standing just at the entrance as she let her eyes adjust to the dim interior. "Wow, it's really nice in here." The barn was immaculate, not because it was only a few years old, but because everything was orderly and clean. She couldn't say pristine because it was a barn with straw everywhere and the smell of animals, but she couldn't help but be impressed by the tidiness and sheer functionality of every space within. Half of the building had a ceiling, the other half opened into the rafters where larger tools hung and hay was stacked and stored. She spun to find a stairway next to her, seeing the steps swept clean. "That's where I'm staying right now." Shane stopped, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. "It's small, but it has everything a single man needs." "What are you going to do with it once the house is finished?" Addie asked on impulse. Shane shrugged. "Dunno. Maybe I'll get big enough one day to have a live-in cattle hand." "Or potential rental income?" Addie asked, peering up the stairs. "I guess if a renter doesn't mind the smell of livestock nor the sound of them." Shane smiled ruefully. "It takes getting used to listening to them all night. Never knew animals were so noisy when they're supposed to be sleeping." Addie let out a little laugh, covering her mouth. How long had it been since she had laughed? Wondering that took her right back to where she didn't want to be. And she lost herself once again in worry that she shouldn't have come here, shouldn't have spent the day with him. What if she had to leave? Her life could be constantly on the run. She had been so lost in anxious thought she hadn't noticed Shane leave, but he came back holding a pair of dusty cowboy boots. He set them by her, taking one up and sticking his large hand inside and swooshing it around. "Been a few years, but they'll still do you." He knocked the heel and dumped out any remaining spider webs and dust. "Wait, these are mine." Addie took the offered boot, dusting off the faded pink swirls on the front. "Well, yeah. You gave them to me when you left. Remember?" He repeated the process with the second boot and handed it to her as well. "For your sisters, that's right." Addie turned them over in her hand, memories playing in her mind. Shane had given them to her on her 16th birthday. She'd had an old pair before, but after a ride just before her birthday she had mentioned they felt tight, and the next thing she knew, she was unwrapping a brand new pair. "They have big feet," Shane said with a shrug. Addie looked over at him. He was a big man who had come from big parents, tall, well over 6 foot, wide-shouldered with big hands and big feet. "How tall are you now?" Shane shrugged again. "I don't know. Last time I checked, somewhere around 6'2". "The girls are tall too." He looked her up and down. "Not like me," she said, noticing how he looked down at her 5'6" curvy frame. "Well, you aren't petite, thank goodness. You're not solid either, you're not tall nor short, but very feminine." "Perfect." He drew his eyes back up her to her face, holding her gaze as his eyes said what he didn't dare voice. She held the moment for as long as she could, then ducked her head, her cheeks filling with heat. "Though you lost some weight." "We'll have to work on that," he said, elbowing her as he stepped past. "Come on. Make sure your boots still fit. Then you might as well check out my little rental possibility, as you called it, while I put together some grub to stick to your ribs." She followed him, wanting to relax in his presence, remembering how accepting he had always been of her, loving her curves, even as other guys ogled over supermodel slim girls. He used to tease his friends, saying he liked having a woman, not a little girl. It was the opposite of what she had been told over the last several years. Years that had made her want to hide her curves, buying clothes to slim certain parts and showcase others. Years of exercising and dieting, and still not being enough. "Hey, where'd you go?" Shane asked, holding the door open at the top of the steps, staring at her with his big brown eyes. "You're here, remember? With me. You can let that past go, that is, if you want." Boy, did she want to let it go. If they made a pill that she could take to wipe out the past years from her mind, she would swallow it in a heartbeat. She couldn't though, and as much as she might not like it, those years were a part of her, and so was the damage they caused. "I wish it were that easy, Shane." Her voice was quiet and hesitant, but she followed him up and explored the little apartment. It wasn't fancy, vastly different from the mansion of a house where she'd lived in the suburbs of San Francisco, but it offered a sense of comfort. The couch invited her to it, and the decor was sparse but spoke so authentically of Shane that she had to smile. A few photos of horses with the mountains behind them, 2 paintings, probably done by his sisters when they were younger. And a wall of snapshots of their friends, from kids to present day with their own kids. As much as the couch invited her, she wandered over to the collage of pictures, smiling at the ones from their high school days, and her heart catching as she saw wedding invitations, wedding pictures, and new baby pictures from all their friends. If she had stayed, would theirs be there too? Would she? Her hands dropped protectively to her empty stomach. Her eyes burned, and the weight of her reality settled on her shoulders once again. Shane moved in the kitchen, though she could feel his eyes on her. She should help, but right now if she looked at him she'd lose all control. That wasn't an option. She couldn't dump her garbage onto him, no matter how strong his shoulders were. It wouldn't be right. Being around Addie since she'd been back was like riding a roller coaster. There were moments he could see a glimpse of the cheerful, confident gal she used to be, but there were many other moments like now, where she turned away to hide her tears. Those moments just about ripped his heart out. He had finished packing their lunch, putting extra cheese and pickles on her sandwich just like she liked them. When he was ready and she seemed to have stopped sniffing, her shoulders somewhat relaxed again as she stared out his windows toward the mountains. He cleared his throat. She jumped slightly and wiped a hand across her face before turning toward him. "Ready?" he asked, half fearful she would tell him that maybe she should just go home. Her eyes went from him to the lunch he had wrapped and had ready to go into his saddlebags. She shut her lips as if she swallowed what she was going to say, and gave a nod instead. Shane sent up a prayer of thanksgiving. He knew she needed healing, and what better place to provide that than on horseback? Josie knew that too, that's why she brought horses to Camp Hope. With that thought, an idea began to form within him. He swallowed his excitement, telling himself not to share the idea aloud before he had all the details ironed out. The thing was that Camp Hope had brought healing not to just kids, but to so many others as well. Caitlin was the last of his friends to have found healing with the horse, and with the little guy she'd met there. Why wouldn't a position like that help Addie too? And maybe she'd even fall in love with Natalie. Hope sparked in Shane, and he had a difficult time controlling his eagerness as he saddled the horses and prepared them for a ride around the property. 20 acres wasn't that much land for a horseback ride, but luckily he butted up against some BLM land. He had been working on trail breaking some through there, had even made it to a lookout point that he knew Addie would love. She had always found pleasure in the simpler things. His buddies' gals had wanted to visit the city or have extravagant dates, but not Addie. She found joy in whatever they did. Was that why her wanting to move to the city completely floored him? He glanced at Addie. Her eyes had taken on that distant, almost haunted look again. He couldn't stand it, knowing that something bad had happened to her. He didn't know what, much less how, to fix it. So he did the only thing he knew how to do. "Ready to ride?" He handed her Cotton's reins, ensuring his fingers slipped off hers, holding onto that warm tingle that coursed through his fingertips from the touch. Addie blinked, but the moment she took the reins from him and Cotton nuzzled against her, he knew that she was back in the present, and that's where he needed to keep her. He led them around the property first, showing her the small pond at the back of the property. "It's not much now, but I've looked into it. I could get a backhoe in here, clean it out some, and pump more water in. Could get big enough to have a fishing pond." "Or a swimming pond?" Addie asked, her eyes taking in the murky pool. "With more work, but yeah, why not?" he said, thinking how much he'd love to take her for a summer ride and to go swimming in the pond. "With a rope swing," he said, his lips tugging up on one side. "And a little paddle boat," Addie said, now looking at him. "If that's what you want, I'll get a paddle boat." His eyes met hers, knowing that he'd make all her dreams come true if she'd give him the chance. "I wasn't meaning, just dreaming," she stuttered, lowering her eyes. "I've missed dreaming with you, Addie." "Please don't stop," he said, bringing Pepper close enough he reached out a tentative hand towards hers. She hesitated, but laid her fingers in his palm. He closed his hand around hers and held tight. "I mean it. You dream. A dream doesn't commit you, okay?" He swallowed the words he really wanted to say. He wanted that commitment, had always wanted it. Time had taught him some lessons though, and he intended to learn from them. Number 1, being to listen to her dreams and do his best to make them happen. She gave a slight nod before startling and tearing her hand from his to take the reins, as a flock of ducks landed in the little murky pond. "You've got ducks," she said, one hand now over her heart. "So I do," he said with a chuckle. "Well, I don't think they'd mind us making their pond bigger, turning it into a swimming hole, and getting a paddle boat, do you? As long as you don't hunt them, I guess." She turned toward him with a smirk, her melancholy gone once again. "Pops always told me never to hunt on your own land, so if times were lean you'd have food coming to your front door." Shane gave a nod to the birds. "Well, that's kind of morbid," Addie said, but she smiled at him. "What other treasures do you have on your land?" "Oh, a blackberry patch that I'll bring you out to come late summer, a hidden apple orchard, don't ask me how they got there, ruins of some kind, some great climbing trees." He continued listing off the wonders of his property, as he led them toward the gate in the fence he had put in last summer. "And a gate?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "All this land behind here is BLM. The loggers have logged sections of it, but otherwise it's free game. I found something that I thought you might like." "Is it close?" She peered into the distance as she slipped through the gate. "You know, I've always marveled at how you can open and close gates on horseback." The compliment made him smile. "I can teach you." He closed the gate behind them, then sat back straight in his saddle. "And no, it's not far. Hungry?" She shrugged, but her cheeks pinked, and he knew he'd guessed right. "Lead on." He let her be at peace with her thoughts, hoping that the area brought enough beauty to focus on, so that she didn't get lost in her hurtful past. It was difficult for him not to go there to the possibilities of what could have her looking so haunted, so scared. Not being able to do anything about it had him antsy, as he kept an internal dialogue going to keep himself focused on the present. Well, the present, and the hope of a future that looked brighter with every moment he spent with Addie. As they continued their ride, he noted places he needed to cut back again, and he hoped Addie wasn't put off by branches hanging too low or bushes growing into the trail. One glance, though, and he knew she wasn't bothered by the trail needing maintenance. A soft smile graced her lips, and her bright eyes went from ridge to ridge as the forest began slowly clearing out. He halted Pepper as the area opened, knowing the cliff was only 10 yards ahead. They were trusted horses, but it would be better not to take chances. He dismounted, slipping off Pepper's bridle, using his halter to tie him to the scrub oak with enough lead he could nibble acorns if he wanted. As Addie came to him, he took hold of Cotton's bridle, holding him while she slipped off as if she had been riding yesterday, though her stance told him otherwise, as did her rubbing her legs. Muscle memory is there, but man, those muscles haven't had a workout like that for a while. It's better than any of those jazzercise classes I've put myself through. Addie stretched and groaned. "Jazzercise?" Shane asked as he tied Cotton close to Pepper and took their lunch out of the saddlebags. "Just a silly exercise class," she said with a shrug and wave of her hand as if wanting to dismiss everything to do with it. "This is the way to get a real workout. For mind, body, and soul," Shane said with a sigh as he stopped to look at the view. Before them, the view opened up to Hope Lake, their small town quietly disrupting the forest in a way that made the town seem more wild than it was. The lake glistened beneath the peaks, sunlight sparkling on its surface. "Wow," Addie said breathily, as she came up next to him. "I didn't realize we were so close to town." "Distance is perception-based, I think." "So is time," he said as he turned to take in the beauty standing next to him. For him, he could easily pretend the last several years had never happened, that time had never separated them, nor distance. It felt so natural having her here with him, that he leaned over and kissed the top of her head. She stiffened slightly, and he instantly recognized his mistake, but instead of bringing attention to it, he distracted her. "There's more?" He pushed through a few low-lying branches to the side of the lookout, where they could partially see the trail they had just followed. Holding the branches out of the way for Addie, he watched her face as she took in the sight. "No way. That's your place." "Yep," he said, letting the branches down as she passed him, and settled at the edge of the cliff where his property spread out before them. It was some distance off, but the distance made it all the better. The ranch was a small section of land carved out of the forest, green and flat before it spread out to the valley beyond. From this distance, his house looked completed, the paper on the walls gleaming as if it were white paint, the barn sitting solidly in the middle of the clearing. "This is incredible," she said, plopping down on a jutting rock. "I thought you'd like it." He dug his heels in, rather than going to her and pulling her into his arms like he wanted. "So your choice. Which view for lunch? Hope Lake or the property?" "I think I want this one," she said, her eyes continuing to scan the area. "Done." He unpacked their lunch, laying it out on the blanket he had brought. "Still hungry?" "Famished," she said. "Ever since I smelled the pickles as you were slicing them, my tummy's been grumbling at me." "We could have eaten sooner," he said, feeling awful that she had been hungry the entire time. "No, this is perfect," she said. "I love seeing your property from this perspective, like it's a fairy tale book, all beautifully nestled in a magical forest, and yet," she glanced toward town and back, "just moments from stores, friends, and the lake. I really got lucky when this came on the market." He took a bite of sandwich, feeling satisfied as Addie went to work on hers. He wasn't lying when he'd said she looked like she'd lost weight. She had looked thin when he first saw her, cheeks sunken and even thinner now. There was no denying that she wasn't eating as much as she should, and it gave him a new conviction. They mostly remained in silence as they ate, which was something he always appreciated about Addie, how they could sit still, admiring the beauty around them without having to talk about it. When they finished, he started packing up the trash and she helped. "Was it enough?" Shane asked. "Plenty. I haven't eaten that much or that well in some time." Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink as she glanced at him from under her lashes. "Well, we'll have to fix that," he said. She turned to look at the view once more, before they made their way back to the horses. "It really is so lovely here, Shane. I'm happy for you." Her voice had softened so much that he turned to look at her, and she shyly met his eyes. "I was a fool," she said. He shook his head. "No. You're not the fool." He finished packing things up, wondering if he should say what he was thinking, and finally deciding it was best if he started making himself communicate better. She was still staring at him, her brow furrowed as if she were confused. "I'm the fool," he said gently, going to her and taking her hands. "I told you I won't pressure you, but I promised myself that if I ever got the chance to tell you, I had to." "Tell me what?" She licked her lips, slightly pulling her hands as she stepped back. "I was a fool to ever let you go. I was a fool for not listening to you better, for not compromising, for not sharing my dreams with you, and for taking yours for granted." She shook her head almost frantically, trying to put distance between them, but he wouldn't let go of her hands. "I'm not telling you this to make you feel the need to act on it, or even respond. It's just something you need to know. You have the right to know." He ducked down to look into her wide eyes. "Understand?" She stopped shaking her head, drew in a quivering breath and gave a slight nod. But it's not your fault." Her eyes filled, glistening in the sunlight. "Well, that may be, but it's not yours either." He gently released her hands, and slid a thumb across her cheek to wipe away the single tear that had escaped. "It is my fault." Her words were so quiet they barely registered, but they had him bending over to meet her eye to eye. "No, Addie. It's not your fault. Not you leaving. Not you marrying that suit. Not anything that jerk did to you. None of it is your fault." He took her by the shoulders. "Do you hear me? Whatever he did to you, it wasn't your fault." She bit her lips, the tears now streaming down her cheeks, and he pulled her into him, clutching her against his chest. She felt so tiny in his arms, so fragile and small, but when she clung to him, her hands gripping the back of his shirt, he knew without a doubt he would not let her go again. He would beat back every fear she had, and destroy anything that stood in their way of being together, because this was where she belonged, and it was where he belonged. Here. With Addie in his arms. 6. The next couple weeks, Addie spent quite a bit of time with Shane when he wasn't working. She knew it was a dangerous line, but when she was with Shane, she didn't get lost in the fear of the past coming to haunt her. With his help, she had overcome enough anxiety to call her brother. Stoic as always, Aaron took the news in stride, but he still didn't understand why she was hiding. Just get a divorce like a normal person, Addison. No need to fill life with drama. His words stuck with her, and she wondered if maybe she had blown it all out of proportion. Yet when Aaron told her that Damien had contacted him, and that he had told Damien he'd been receiving her postcards from Mexico, her blood ran cold, and the fear returned 100-fold. She begged Aaron not to tell Damien where she was. He relented even though he called it game-playing and childish. In his defense, she hadn't told him just how bad it was. For one, Shane was there, right on the other side of the sliding glass door, and she didn't want him to hear. Besides, Aaron took people at face value. He probably would never be able to see Damien as a person who could beat his sister senseless and threaten to kill her. It was better this way, better to be seen as childish than a liar. It hurt less than the possibility of him not believing her. All of these things went through her mind as she delayed getting ready. Today was the spring festival. Hope Lake loved welcoming spring in with its little carnivals and celebrations. Vendors would bring in crafts, spring crops like greens and broccoli, games, and fresh-made ice cream. The thought of the ice cream had pushed her to tell Shane she'd go, even though the idea of being around so many people had her freezing in fear. Now that he'd be here any minute, she couldn't unfreeze. She tried to focus on how she felt with Shane, so safe and free to be who she was, to remember who she was. Little glimpses of her old self had started to reappear in brief bursts of laughter and moments of joy, actual joy. Those moments gave her hope, but hope could be a dangerous thing. Shane's knock was as unique as him. She knew who it was before he even called out her name. She rose as if on autopilot to open the door, realizing only at the last moment that she still had on her sweats, and she hadn't even looked at her hair that morning. "Well, good morning, sunshine," Shane said with a laugh as he entered, shutting and locking the door behind him. She reached up to touch her wild hair with curls going every which way, and frantically tried to calm them, brushing them behind her ears. "Don't fret," Shane said, leaning in to plant a kiss on her forehead, and she didn't even flinch. "It's a good look on you." "Ha," she said sarcastically, though her cheeks warmed at his compliment, and her heart warmed realizing just how comfortable she was becoming with Shane. As they continued into the house, though, she wrung her hands, trying to find the courage to go or to tell him she couldn't. "So, I'm guessing you're not quite ready?" Shane lifted an eyebrow, sniffing the coffee she had left on the table, then touched the cup. "It's cold." I don't know if I can do this, Shane." She took the cold mug, grimacing as she took a sip, then put it in the microwave to warm it back up. "Do what?" Shane asked, his face going ashen white. "The festival," she said, biting her lip and looking at him. "I'm sorry." "Oh," he said, blowing out a breath, color coming back into his cheeks. "That's all." She furrowed her brow as she searched his eyes. "What do you mean, that's all?" He shifted his weight. "I was afraid you were pushing me away again." "Oh." The word felt small and insignificant on her lips as she struggled with what to say. So he sat at the table folding his hands and watching her. "Tell me why." "Why what?" she asked, but one look at his raised eyebrow she knew and felt heat coming into her cheeks again. She wasn't with it this morning. "There's going to be so many people there." He cocked his head. "You used to be a social butterfly." "I used to be a lot of things," she said quietly, pulling her coffee out of the microwave and collapsing into a chair across from him. Shane watched her, giving a slight nod. "Okay. So today's Addie, why doesn't she like going to things where there are a lot of people?" "It isn't safe." The words left her mouth automatically, without thought or constraint. They shocked her as much as they did Shane. "Hope Lake isn't safe?" He leaned forward. "Nowhere is safe," she said, but then she met his eyes. "Except with you," but she didn't say those words aloud. "Safe from what or who?" The look in his eyes intensified, and she sank deeper into the chair, her eyes darting everywhere except at him. The suit? His tone held no emotion, only constraint, no judgment, only curiosity. He waited, his eyes watching every nuance of her expression, until she finally gave him a slight nod. You think he's followed you? Shane sat back, and she felt him exert control on his tone and intensity, but his fingers gave him away as they squeezed into fists. I did everything I could think of so he couldn't, but... Her heart raced as she finally met his eyes. What if he found out? What if he hired a private detective? Shane's fingers unclenched, and he thrummed them against the oak table. We could call Derek, and have him write up a restraining order. She shook her head. That won't keep him away. Shane narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? It's a legal document. He has to, or Derek will arrest him. If Derek catches him, if he doesn't talk his way out of it, if he doesn't take me first. She swallowed, rising to stand, unable to meet his eyes. Addie. The scrape of the chair against the wood floor had her hugging herself, and leaving her chair to step towards the sliding glass door. I don't want to push you, but if you are in danger, I need to know. And maybe he won't find me, she said, though her voice didn't sound convincing. How could it, when she didn't believe it? She wanted to, but the fear was too powerful. Please, Addie. Give me more. Why would he be looking for you? You said you divorced him. Shane's voice stayed steady, but she could feel the subtle vibration of alarm behind the words. I said I left him. I ran Shane. She turned to him, her eyes filling with hot, angry tears. I took the chicken way out, and just disappeared. But... Shane stepped back and ran a hand through his hat-messed hair. Why didn't you just file for divorce? That means you're still legally married. You're still legally his. She shook her head. No. I am not his. Her hands squeezed into fists. He does not own me. Shane's eyes went wide and he held his hands out, palms open. You're right, Addie. He doesn't own you. It's okay, just take a breath. He reached a tentative hand toward her, and when she didn't pull away, he took one of her fists in his hands. She let him lead her to the couch as she struggled for breath. I couldn't. Shane, I couldn't. He said he'd kill me before he'd let me go. She looked into his eyes. I believe him. Shane let go of her hand abruptly, plopping onto the couch beside her. Give me a sec. He dropped his head in his hands, as Addie worried even Shane wouldn't believe her. When he finally lifted his head, he raised his gaze to her, searching her eyes. Did he hurt you, Addie? She bit her lip, letting the tears stream down her face as she nodded. Shane muttered under his breath and clenched his fists together, but he said nothing aloud until he had regained control of his voice. That bruise on your cheek when I first saw you. She squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see the look on his face as she nodded. The couch bounced as Shane pushed up to a stand, but as he stomped across the house, she remained still, eyes shut, head dropped, and holding her breath. It was rare to see Shane upset, but even as angry as he was right now, he kept his calm. There was no threat in his anger, not to her at least. She finally opened her eyes to see him staring out the window toward the lake, lost in thought. His profile showed his downturned mouth, his narrowed eyes, his arms folded tight across his chest. Watching him, she slowly returned to normal breathing, waiting to see what he would do next, but knowing, even with all her baggage, that he wouldn't strike her. He wouldn't take his anger out on her. That knowing made her feel safer than she ever had. I'm sorry, she said, and she meant it. She was sorry for not telling him sooner, sorry for involving him at all, sorry for relying on him when it wasn't fair of her to ask that of him, and sorry for leaving him in the first place. His arms dropped as he let out the air with a great sigh, and he turned to her, walking gently toward her and squatting in front of her. There is nothing for you to be sorry about. She nodded, the tears welling again as he continued to give her too much kindness and more forgiveness than she deserved. I shouldn't have involved you. His brows immediately came down. That's a bunch of bull, Addie. There is no one else you should have gone to. He stood up, looking down at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. This is where you belong. He reached out a hand and she took it, clung to it even though she didn't deserve to, even though she should pack up and run, because that would be what was best for him. She wasn't strong enough, and her weakness could be the death of them both. He held her against the solidness of his chest, his hand soothing her back in long, broad strokes, murmuring words of encouragement and love. "We're going to figure this out. We're in this together. You aren't alone." She clung tightly to the hope his words gave and prayed they would come true, and that she wasn't signing their death warrant. Shane had left Addie snuggled on the couch, blanket tucked around her, safe in the world of dreams. At least he hoped they were dreams and not nightmares. She hadn't gone into details about how far the abuse had gone, but from her reactions and what he could glean from what she said, he would swear that it was bad, more than just a single bruised cheek. How far did a man have to go to strike the fear of death in his wife? He shook his head. No. He would not think of that vermin as her husband, regardless of legalities. Glancing at the dashboard clock, he drove to the end of the spring festival. Soon the town would start the cleanup, but his business couldn't wait. People were already leaving, and he found a spot right behind Jordan's giant truck. Shane spotted them the moment he passed the parking lot, all of his friends pulling their belongings together, laughing and joking. Just how he always loved to see them. He slowed his pace, indecision having him hold back. Maybe this wasn't the right way to go about it, but something had to be done. "Uncle Shaney." Isabel giggled from behind him. Jordan's little girl was one that could win the hardest heart, and he pushed away the intensity of Addie's situation to bend down and pick her up. "There you are," Jordan said, coming along behind his little girl. "No, Addie?" Her name brought it all back in a vast sweep. He tossed Isabel up and caught her before putting her down to run giggling to her mom. "I need to talk." "Of course, man. Just let me get the girls loaded up, and I'll tell Caitlin you'll bring me home afterward." Jordan's eyes burned into his, as he landed a hard hand on his shoulder with a powerful squeeze. "We got your back. I'll get the others?" Shane swallowed, looking toward Derek, Kevin and Tyler as they glanced up at him, their cheerful expressions going wary as they watched him and Jordan. Probably for the best. "We've been expecting it." Jordan squeezed his shoulder again. "We got this, bro." Shane gave a silent nod. He'd seen the others go through similar situations, and he'd been there with them, supporting as he could, but never knowing how much the presence of others being there actually meant, until now. Pushing on a smile, he interacted with the kids while their parents packed up and Jordan went around whispering to the guys. The gals accepted this change of plans with looks of concern toward Shane. It was Caitlin who approached though. "This about Addie?" she asked, her brow furrowing. He gave a slight nod, knowing that he might get backlash from Addie for sharing her troubles with the group, but he felt it was for the best, even if she didn't understand that at first. She would. He knew it. "Please let her know we're here for her too." Caitlin reached out, grasping his forearm. "I know what it's like thinking you're alone, but she's not, just like I wasn't." Caitlin looked back at the other women. "We're all here for her, and what's better is that whatever is going on, we understand, at least to some degree." "I know you gals do," Shane said, voice tight with gratitude. "Share our stories with her, if you think it will help. Let's surround her with love and protection if that's what's needed." Caitlin squeezed his arm and let go, waving to him before scooping up Isabel as she ran up to her. "We're going to have a girls' night." Shane watched them go but turned away as the men said their goodbyes. Would he and Addie get the chance to be a part of their couple's pack? He sat at the picnic table, staring off into the lake as the sun sank behind him, reflecting the pinks and purples across the glittering water. Turning to look down the lake, he wondered if Addie had woken up. If she had, would she see the beauty that still continued even amongst the terror that filled her? Somehow he knew she would. "Okay, bro. We're here," Jordan said as the men surrounded him. "Tell us what's going on." Shane looked at his friends, who may seem not to take anything seriously but was always there, always willing to lend a hand, an ear, and whatever was needed. Derek, who had the entire local law enforcement behind him. Kevin, whose work in the FBI gave him a certain knowledge and access that could give them an edge if needed. And Tyler, whose combat experience gave Shane confidence. Of course, each of them had also had to fight for their wives' safety. How could he not come to them for help? He pushed the guilt away and shared with them all he knew about Addie's situation, sharing his theories and thoughts as well, but in a way it was obvious they were only assumptions, not facts. For this group especially, facts were extremely important. "So she just disappeared," Jordan said, his voice slightly catching, and Shane realized that Jordan might have a different view of that scenario since he had been on the other end of a wife just disappearing into thin air. Jordan shook his head, and Shane wondered if he tried to dispel his own reactions from the case in front of them. She feared doing it any other way would give him the opportunity to reach her. Shane glanced at each friend, trying to read their expressions. "How do I help her?" "She needs to make things legal," Derek said, scratching his cheek, his eyes distant as if reading things not there. "We can do it in a way that doesn't give up her location." "Can you assure her of that?" Shane asked. "She's terrified." Derek nodded. "Yes, and I'll come to her personally. She doesn't need to come into the office." Shane's shoulders relaxed slightly. Now all he had to do was convince her that was the way to go. "What's this jerk's name?" "I'll look him up on the database, see if I can profile him," Kevin said. "Though it sounds like he's one of those who puts up a good front." Shane nodded. "It sounds like that, and a convincing one too. Addie isn't gullible. He'd have to be very convincing, playing the long game. To convince her to leave you, he must be one smooth-talking salesman," Tyler said. "You two had been inseparable since the beginning." "Yeah," Shane said, his voice trailing off. "He couldn't go there, not now, not with them. That was something he needed to deal with on his own. Tonight wasn't about relationship woes, it was about Addie's safety. So, what can we do to ensure he doesn't find her?" "After we make it legal," Derek said, "I'll have my guys be on the lookout for him. They have an idea to keep quiet about her." "Yeah, it's not their first rodeo," Kevin said. "She should talk with Megan, you know." "I know. First things first, though." Shane inwardly cringed at how Addie would react to what he had already done. Pushing her to go to therapy at the same time would surely put a wedge between them, or drive it further in. "You know, Chastity didn't want to make reports either," Derek said. "It's that victim mentality, the fear that holds them back. Counseling might help Addie get to the point she can start the paperwork." "Well, I can't arrive at her house with everyone. She'll feel betrayed." Shane stood, wondering if he had made the right choice after all. "Hey, calm down, man," Jordan said, standing with him. "No one is trying to push her or you into this, or asking you to do anything that makes Addie more scared than she already is." Shane shook out his hands and gave a slight nod, reminding himself he was still in charge. He didn't have to let anyone go over there. If he had learned one thing from Addie leaving in the first place, it was how important that clear, upfront communication was. There was no way he was surprising Addie with anything. "Yeah, okay," Shane said. "I'll talk with her. I told her we'd figure this out together." "Good," Tyler said. "Take her some ice cream. That always makes things better." Shane cocked his head. "You remember that about her?" Tyler shrugged. "I remember you getting her ice cream all the time. I use the same strategy with my niece. Megan says ice cream opens the heart." Jordan laughed. "Your wife cracks me up, man. We've got to get the old ice cream shop opened up again. It hasn't been the same since old Lou retired and closed up shop." Derek sounded wistful. "And it's just sitting there," Kevin said. "Well, we'll leave the ice cream problem to another day. For now," Jordan peered closely at Shane, "you've got what you need?" Shane nodded. "Thanks, guys. It's nice to have you all back me up." "Always, brother." Jordan slapped his shoulder as the others did as well. "The gals all went to my place, so I'll give you all a ride there." Derek waved the guys to him before looking at Shane. "You call me when she's ready. I'll come over, and we'll get the legalities out of the way." Thanks, man, Shane said with a wave as they left. He walked to the grocery store, straight to the ice cream section, and found Addie's favorite, chocolate brownie surprise. On his way back to his truck, he called in an order for burgers at Hope's Cafe. He didn't know if the food and ice cream would open her heart, as Tyler put it, but at least he would know she had a good meal and some chocolate therapy. As he drove by the boarded-up ice cream shop, he slowed down, thinking about what the guys had said. Why couldn't someone start it up again? The old place used to be hopping, especially in summer. It used to be one of his favorite places to take Addie, curls bouncing in excitement as she smiled in anticipation. Right then, something stuck in his gut as he realized he hadn't been visiting with another little girl with bouncing curls. Natalie. He had been so preoccupied with Addie and spending every minute with her that he had forgotten about his special little girl. As he waited for his order, he dialed her foster mom's number. "Hey Teresa," he said as a greeting. "Oh well, hello Shane. We've been wondering how you've been. There's a certain little girl here that will be happy to hear you're okay." There was a slight accusation in her voice, but mostly she sounded concerned. "I know. I'm sorry. A lot is going on. I didn't upset her, did I?" "Well," Teresa sighed, and he heard the shuffle of her walking before she spoke with a lowered voice. "These kids have it hard. They're used to people coming in and out of their lives, but she hasn't given up on you, if that's what you're wondering." "Thank goodness." Shane dropped his head to the steering wheel, feeling awful and sick to his stomach. "Think I could make it up with her next Sunday?" "We're open if you are. Camp doesn't start back up for another month." Shane let out his breath, made the plans, and felt better as he hung up. The mouth-watering aroma of dinner, as he drove to Addie's, made him decide to wait to talk to her until after they ate. Better to have full stomachs, and they had a lot to talk about, including a little girl with bouncing curls. 7. Sometimes in life, it was better to keep your mouth shut. Addie had learned that during the years with Damien. Right now, she clamped down on her tongue for an entirely different reason. She didn't keep quiet out of fear of what Shane would do to her, but what she would do to Shane. As he told her that he had shared everything she had told him in confidence with his friends, who he kept calling their friends, the blood continued draining from her face until she felt like she was going to pass out. Then it rushed back in a rage, leaving her cheeks on fire and her eyes burning. How could he betray her like that? Her fingers dug into her scalp, and she stopped thinking to just focus on the rushing sound of the blood pulsing in her temples. It was a trick she had learned while with Damien, and it had helped her get through many rough moments. Shane was still talking, his voice sounding like the teacher's voice on Charlie Brown, and the thought of that brought her out of her rage enough she could focus on his words again. "I'm sorry," Shane said from the squatting position in front of her. "I wasn't trying to upset you, just trying to get you the help you need." Addie sat up, rubbing her hands down her face as she did. "You didn't have the right to share things about my life, Shane." He hung his head, his shoulders drooping in defeat. "You have friends, Addie. We're on your side." "It wasn't your place to decide," she said, trying again. This time he nodded, then rose to stand. "You're right, it wasn't. I'm sorry, Addie. I was only trying to protect you, but I see now." Addie stared up at him in complete disbelief. He hadn't turned on her in anger. Hadn't blamed her or defended his actions. He had listened and then apologized. She narrowed her eyes, expecting the but at any moment. It didn't come. He only held her gaze, his soft brown eyes searching hers. "I am really sorry. I should have talked to you first. I was just so angry." He pulled a kitchen chair out and sat in front of her, leaning down on his elbows. "What I should have done was to ask, how can I help you, Addie?" Addie closed her mouth, smacking her lips together and wondering how long it had been hanging open. "Are you for real?" Shane's brow scrunched together endearingly, which made her want to reach out and smooth it. "I guess I don't understand what you mean." She sat back, staring at him as she tried to figure out how to explain it. "What you did, sharing things I told you in confidence, wasn't okay. She paused when he opened his mouth, but she held up her hand. I appreciate you understanding that, but do you really? Are you really apologizing to me because you understand, or because you want something or don't want me mad at you, or I don't even know what else? Shane glanced down at his hands and folded them together. Then he took a deep breath and looked at her again. I felt awful the moment I told them. Maybe I didn't really realize why until right now when you told me, but I felt something was wrong about it. I do understand. She gave him a nod and swallowed, wondering if this was what adult conversations really sounded like. May I explain my actions, not in defense but maybe so you understand where I was coming from? Shane asked, searching her eyes and pulling her back to him. After she waved him on, he continued. When you told me what had happened, or at least some of it, well, let's just say it took a lot to stay calm. The moment I left you, I wanted to punch something. No, I wanted to punch someone, a specific someone. I didn't trust myself. I've never felt anger like that before, Addie. He stood and Addie watched him, intrigued, as he paced the living room. She had never seen Shane so agitated. I felt helpless, but you see? I know things about our friends that you don't. Shane stopped to squat in front of her again. And I have permission to share them with you. Addie didn't understand what this had to do with him exposing her secret to what she felt like was the entire town, or anything to do with her, but she drew up her legs and waited for him to continue. I'm told that when people go through experiences like you have, you feel like you're the only one in the world. He reached out to touch her knee. That's not true, Addie. I mean, everyone's situation is specific to them, but there are others who have similar experiences. I'm not dumb, Shane. I know there are other women in abusive relationships. She folded her arms. And running from men out to hurt them, and terrified to be out in public, and wanting to hold it all in because they're afraid everyone will see them differently. Shane held her eyes with an understanding she didn't expect. Addie dropped her arms, her eyes widening. I pay attention, he said, then he looked straight into her eyes. Caitlin, Derek's wife Chastity, Tyler's wife Megan, and Angelica, all of them have dealt with something like this. Addie shook her head in disbelief, her eyes tearing up at the thought of her friends and her friends' wives going through anything like what she had heard. No, not abuse from the man that should have been their protector, like you, Addie. There are differences. Shane sat back in the chair. Chastity was almost murdered. Well, she did actually die, but they revived her only to the terror of a stalker for the next year. And no one believed her until she came back here, where Derek helped her. Chastity was murdered? Addie swallowed, leaning forward and forgetting about her own woes. She's okay now. She and Derek are happy with 2 little ones. He leaned forward. Caitlin? Well, she left Jordan, without telling him why, and came back, running for her life with their little girl who Jordan didn't know about. Whoa, Addie said, placing a hand over her heart, hurting for her friends. If the town hadn't known something was going on, she might not have made it through what happened next, but they knew and that saved her. Addie opened her mouth to ask for more details, but he wasn't done. Megan, that's Tyler's wife and Chastity's best friend from the city, was stalked by a former patient. She's a therapist. You know how long she kept that hidden? In the end, it was Tyler, Derek, and her neighbors who saved her. Addie shook her head. I can't believe all of them have been through such horrible things. Shane sighed. It's hard to believe, even having been with them through it. Kevin and Angelica's story is slightly different, as the guy was actually there to hurt Kevin, but through hurting Angelica. Which was hard because she had already survived a scenario where her best friend was murdered, and she would have been next if the FBI hadn't arrived when they did. Addie squeezed her eyes shut, wondering if Hope Lake really was the refuge she had thought it was. She saw the peaceful small town as a place separated from the harshness of the world, a place where nothing bad happened. Shane touched her leg, withdrawing his hand as he looked at her. The reason I'm telling you this is that our friends pulled together during those scary times. We helped each other through with support, protection, you name it. That's why I went to them. I knew they would know what to do. Addie nodded slowly, trying to process everything but feeling overwhelmed as she did. It was easier thinking about others, so she followed that train of thought. They're all okay now? No one is after them anymore? They're all wonderful, safe, and happily married with kiddos to fill their lives. No one is after any of them anymore. He scooted forward to reach her hands, clasping them in his. You see, I want that for you. Addie drew in a breath, startled at Shane's forwardness. Shane's lips twitched. I want you to be safe, to feel safe, to know that no one is after you. Oh, she said in a breathy, nervous laugh. I thought you were being awfully forward. Well, I want the other stuff too, but that's not what I'm trying to say right now. His cheeks turned a slight pink, but he held her gaze. Addie swallowed, seeing the hope in his eyes, and trying to come to terms with everything he had told her and how it related to her. Since we're sort of on the subject though. He gulped, his thumbs moving over the back of her hand in jerky movement. Shane, I don't think right now is the time. Fear crept up her spine, knowing she couldn't go there but not wanting to give up his presence in her life, her friend, her hope for the future. He shook his head. I'm not pressing for more than friendship right now, Addie. What kind of man do you think I am? His thumb stopped, and he slid his hands from hers, sitting up in his chair. Her mouth dropped open, but she shut it. I'm just trying not to make the same mistakes as before, you know, trying to put it all out on the table. He ran a hand through his hair. Okay, she said with hesitation, but not wanting him to put up any walls. Her name is Natalie, he started, obviously nervous. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I thought you said. It doesn't matter. I don't mean to keep you from. Horror ripped through her as she chastised herself, knowing that she had asked for too much or hoped. She hadn't really asked, she didn't even know what she wanted, but in that moment she realized she had put hope in Shane, in a future without fear with a man who cared. Shane just sat there staring at her, brow furrowed. I don't know what you're talking about. Just let me finish. He held up a hand, as she started to say something. Her name is Natalie. She's the cutest little thing, and so much like you with her curls and bright blue eyes, and she constantly chatters about everything from why she thinks the sky is blue to butterflies to horses, and she questions everything. She's so curious. Addie's heart fell, as she saw the love so clearly shining from his eyes as he talked about his Natalie. She should be happy for him, to have someone that lit up his life and brought what she hadn't been able to. I'm happy for you. Her words were soft, barely spoken, but they had Shane peering at her. Happy for me? He shook his head. Anyway, she's all alone, well, kind of, and I've stepped in where I could, and, anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I'd like you to meet her. Addie choked, erupting into a coughing fit. Shane got her a glass of water, sitting beside her, and patted her back until she could breathe again. You okay? Shane asked, searching her eyes, which blurred from watering. Yeah, she said, clearing her throat and taking another sip of water. So, do you think you could do that? Shane persisted. Addie swallowed, keeping her eyes on the glass she held with shaky hands. I don't know, Shane. That's kind of asking a lot. She won't bite. He tried to laugh, but it sounded more like a nervous snort. At least, she never has before. I mean, some 6-year-olds might bite, but Natalie? Addie snapped her head up and looked at him. 6-year-old? Yeah, he said, looking at her, love in his eyes again. She's 6, and a tiny 6 at that. You'll love her, Addie. I just know it. But there's no pressure. I just thought, I don't know. I need to see her, but I don't want to leave you alone. You've been seeing a 6-year-old, Addie said, more to herself than to him, as her mind reeled from one extreme to the other. Well, like I said, she doesn't have anyone else really. I mean, she has her temporary foster family, and Josie at Camp Hope when she's there, but no parents or aunties or uncles. No family. Shane's eyes glistened, and it all hit Addie finally what and who Natalie was. She's a Camp Hope girl. Yeah, what did you think I was saying? Shane scratched his head, completely oblivious to the roller coaster he had just put her through, and she thought it best to leave it that way. Addie shook her head and thought about what he had been trying to say. Was she ready to spend time with the child? Her hands drifted to her stomach, and she squeezed her eyes shut. "If I'm asking too much," Shane said, laying his hand over hers, which made the tears slide down her cheeks. "Just can I think about it, about everything?" Addie asked, suddenly feeling so drained that she didn't want to think about any of it anymore. She just wanted to zone out and not think, not feel, and not worry. "Of course," Shane said, adjusting his position to pull her against him so she could rest her head in the crook of his shoulder. "Want to just watch some TV for a while? I'll stay with you for as long as you want." "What about your animals?" she said, even though she nestled further into the safety of his arms, feeling slightly guilty for doing so. "Tyler said he'd stop by and feed them for me, in case you didn't want to be alone." He kissed the top of her head. "See, they understand." "Yeah, I guess they do. To a certain extent." The thought came immediately, but she pushed the thought away, focusing only on the safety she felt at that moment. The rest she could figure out another time, for now she would just be. Shane's palms sweated, and he wiped them on his jeans as he climbed the steps to the sheriff's office. The restrained tone of Derek's voice when he called early that morning had him push through his morning chores so he could stop by before picking up Addie and introducing her to Natalie. Even though he knew it was unlikely, he hoped they had found Addie's ex only to discover he'd been locked up somewhere, but that hope died the moment he walked into the office and met Derek's eyes. "Good timing," Derek said, rolling his desk chair to the side and motioning for Shane to stand next to him. He pointed to the computer screen. "The guy has no police records. In fact, he's a poster boy for the corporate world." "That makes him innocent?" Shane growled, and he leaned over to look at the pictures and articles on the screen. The guy looked perfect, slick and confident, with the kind of smile that puts people at ease. In one photo, he posed with a competitor, shaking his hand and slapping his shoulder like they were old friends. The other guy didn't look nearly as happy at Addie's ex, well, almost ex. Shane gulped. "She wasn't lying, Derek. I know her. Her fear is real." The door shut as Kevin walked in. "Don't let a good cover fool you." He glanced around the room, then came behind them. "Some of the worst domestic violence cases come from high in the corporate world." "I wasn't questioning Addie's story," Derek said. He sat back in his seat, letting out a long breath. "We'll get him. It just may be more difficult without him having a criminal past to help." Shane glared at the smiling man on the screen. The little he read in the article turned his stomach and gave him a foul taste in his mouth. The only thing he hated almost as much as a man who preyed on women was false-faced sleazeballs. This guy was both. He shoved back from the desk, a low rumble in his chest as he moved to pace the larger part of the room. "What are we going to do?" "Convince Addie to start a restraining order." Derek leaned back in his chair and watched him pace. "I have a friend in the San Fran County office. We can file through him, keep her location private." "There would be no way for him to trace her here?" "No legal way," Kevin said, furrowing his brow. "She should file for divorce too. Make it all legal. I can reach out to some lawyer friends to get that going as soon as she's ready." Derek twirled his pen, but his gaze turned inward as if all this reminded him of helping Chastity through her ordeal. "How does she feel about this?" Kevin sat at the edge of the desk. "About the paperwork?" Shane stopped his pacing to look at him, remembering that it hadn't been that long ago since he'd had his own issues with a crazy guy. He shook his head. "It terrifies her. She's worried about paper trails." Kevin only nodded, not looking back at Derek, who sat forward. "That's the only way to make this legal. If we do that and he shows up here, I can force him to leave. If not, I can't keep him away until." Derek shook his head. The way Derek left his words hanging sent chills up Shane's spine. He knew what the until was. If he was fully honest with himself, a part of him wanted him to show up in Hope Lake so he could set the man straight, but he knew it'd be best if he never laid eyes on him, and that Addie never had to lay eyes on him again either. He resumed his pacing. I'll keep working on her. Until then, you can at least have your guys keep a lookout for him, right? On the down low, that's already been done, Derek said with a wink. We're going to get her through this, Shane. It was the right move to bring us in on what's going on. Shane grunted, a sound that held all of his frustration. Sounds like she didn't feel that way, eh? Kevin asked, a knowing smile creasing his lips, but it didn't meet his eyes. I've got some guys digging too, on the down low of course. He nodded to Derek. We'll find some dirt on him, or someone who had suspicions about what was going on behind his facade, neighbors, friends, etc. Thanks, Shane said, shoving a hand under his hat and through his hair. He yanked his hat back down and looked at his phone. I gotta go get Addie. I'm introducing her to Natalie today. Both Derek's and Kevin's eyes widened. Whoa, Derek said. That's a big step. For her it is, Shane said. I need to make sure I don't mess it up by being late. He leaned over the desk, extending his hand to Derek, who stood up to take it. Thanks, man. He turned to Kevin and shook his hand as well. You too. I'd be lost without your help. You would have been fine, but it makes it a whole lot easier when you have a friend behind you, Derek said. Or a whole posse of friends. Kevin grinned, and this time the smile reached his eyes. I agree, Shane said as he gave them a wave and headed out of the office through the main area and back out onto the street where the day turned warm. It was a fine spring day for a ride with a couple of gals. It took Herculean effort, but he pushed any thought of the suit out of his mind and focused on making this meeting the best possible. By the time he made it to Addie's, he thought he had the perfect plan. As soon as Addie opened the door, he knew something was wrong. Her hands wouldn't stay still, and her furtive glances went past him down the street and back to him. What's wrong? He reached out to take her shaking hands in his. Without answering, she pulled one hand from his grasp and brought out her phone to show him a text from her brother. It was short and direct. He knows you're not in Mexico. Shane felt the strange, cooling sensation that came with the blood draining from his face. He met Addie's frantic gaze. He didn't give you any further info than that? Addie shook her head. Not much. I called him immediately, half fearing he gave my number to Damien. She bit her lip and slipped her phone back into her pocket with shaking hands. He didn't. I should know my brother would have my back. What did he say? How does he know? Aaron didn't know how, only that he called, or has been calling, asking for Aaron to tell him where I am. At first very cordially, then he tried to play on him emotionally, and finally Aaron got a taste of his anger. Addie tilted her jaw slightly out, and Shane's heart strengthened to see her attitude of defiance rather than cowering. So he still doesn't know you're here. Shane grasped her by the shoulders and held her gaze. You're safe. For now? Addie's eyes brimmed full of tears, and he pulled her into his arms, rubbing a soothing hand along her back. For always. He pulled away again, to look into her eyes as he said it. I should go. If he finds me here. She shook her head. Then we'll take care of it. As soon as you file a restraining order, we can take care of it legally. Aaron? He said. He said that was a good idea, too. I think he realized I wasn't being so overly dramatic as he thought. Addie fumbled with her boots as she slipped them on, then looked up at him with such innocence that he wanted to coddle her and hide her somewhere safe. I'm trying to be brave, Shane. I don't want to go out. I'm worried that I'll bring danger to everyone here if I do. But I'm trying. You're doing wonderfully, Shane said, cupping her cheek. I'm proud of you. We're just picking up Natalie, and then heading to my place, so you won't really be out in public. Addie's lips quivered as they attempted a smile. Thank you. No, thank you. Shane took her hand after she locked the door behind them, leading her to his truck. This is a big step today. It means a lot to me for you to meet Natalie. Addie nodded as he helped her into the truck, but after he got in and started the engine, she looked over at him, a thoughtful expression taking over the anxious one. "This little girl is important to you, isn't she?" "She is," Shane said carefully, not wanting to push too far too fast, but the question had hope filling him just the same. "And she doesn't have any parents?" He could feel her eyes on him, studying him, but he kept his gaze on the road so as not to give too much away. "It's kind of confidential, but she's told me that her mama died when she was born." Addie drew in a breath, sharp and poignant. "The poor baby." "Yeah, and her father, well, it sounds like he took it out on her. Last year the state stepped in. He's locked up, and she's a ward of the court." There was more to the story, but legally he couldn't share it with Addie unless she pursued things with Josie. Plus, he was afraid it would only torment her to know that the little girl had been through physical abuse, just like she had. One day, maybe they would help each other heal. Addie laid a hand on his leg, and when he glanced at her she slipped it off and said, "I understand why you want to help her." Shane gave a slight nod as he pulled in front of Natalie's foster home. Teresa, or Mama T as the kids called her, had several foster kids and loved the service, but she was a temporary placement, only meant for kids in transition. "Well, if my guess is right, she'll rope you in within the day just like she did me." He turned to make sure the booster seat was in place, then looked at Addie. "I'll be right back. I would like to explain to her that you'll be joining us before she sees you." "Of course," Addie said, folding her hands in her lap and watching him. He could still feel her eyes on him as he knocked on the door, watching in that intense way. He would give almost anything to read her thoughts at that moment. "Shaney." Natalie flung open the door and rushed into his arms. He hoisted her up as Mama T came up, wiping her hands on her apron. "Good morning, Shane. As you see, this little gal has missed you." "Good morning," he said. "I thought I made you mad at me," Natalie said, her lower lip protruding. "Never," Shane rubbed noses with her. "I have just been busy helping a friend." "Oh, Uncle Geordie?" Natalie asked, clapping her hands. He had taken her by work a few times, and to Jordan's pool last summer for swim parties. "No, a different friend, but I brought her today so you could meet her." Shane watched her expression change from excitement to guarded speculation. "Her?" Her shoulders fell. "What?" Shane teased. "You don't like women?" Mama T caught on and gasped dramatically. "Oh dear, and here I thought that little Miss Natalie loved me, but no, I'm a woman." Natalie giggled. Mama T leaned in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Now you have fun with Shane and his friend, and be on your best manners." "I will, Mama T," Natalie waved, as the older lady disappeared into the house to stop a disagreement between a couple of other kids. Shane continued to hold her as he stepped off the porch. "Her name is Addie. You're going to love her." "I know it." "Yeah, but will she love me?" Natalie's voice trembled as she looked at Addie through the truck window. "Everyone loves my Natty," Shane said, squeezing her. Bless Addie, for at that moment, she gave the girl a little wave and slipped out of the truck, waiting by the door with a soft smile. As they came up to her, Addie stepped toward them. "You must be the famous Natalie. You have curly hair just like me." Natalie shook her head, making the curls bounce. Just like that, Natalie was back to her animated self, and Addie was smiling. Granted, it was a soft, sad kind of smile, but she was smiling, and that was the important part. He wondered about the sadness, filing it away so he remembered to ask Addie about it later when they were alone. It made his heart clench, and he worried that Addie might not want to be a mom like she used to. 8. The moment Shane turned around with that adorable girl in his arms, something in Addie broke. If she had been alone, she'd have curled up into a ball and cried until she couldn't cry anymore. With them coming toward her and Natalie's lip trembling in nervousness, Addie pulled herself together, intent on making that little girl feel safe, even if it broke her heart. Natalie's bubbly personality soon covered any anxiety the girl may have had with meeting her. She told story after story of times together with Shane. "It sure sounds like you two have a lot of fun together," Addie said, turning to glance at the little girl. "Oh, we do." She bounced in her seat. Are we going to see your horsies like you promised? Have I ever broken a promise? Shane asked, eyeing the girl in the rearview mirror. Well, no, you eventually did come to get me again. The grown-up way she said that tore at Addie's heart. I'm sorry, Natalie. I didn't mean for it to take so long, Shane said, his voice full of regret. It's okay. You were helping Miss Addie. It's important to help friends. Natalie nodded, though she eyed Addie, making Addie feel like the girl was judging if she was worthy to be a friend with her Shaney. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep him away from you, honey, Addie said. It won't happen again. Really? Natalie leaned forward. Do you really mean that, or are you just trying to be nice for Shaney? Addie blinked and glanced at Shane, who shrugged and furrowed his brow. I really mean that, Natalie. I see how important you are to Shane, and how important he is to you. The girl gave a hard nod and sat back in her seat. Exactly. The serious confidence and smug look on the child's face actually had Addie smiling, but she covered it by looking out the window. Trees sped by, blurring together until moments of brief openings of views or valleys appeared as they wound their way up the mountain. Even though the ranch wasn't far away, sometimes she felt like the drive transported her to another place and time. The house is almost done, Shane said, glancing at them both. Well, the shell. I'll still have to trim the inside, paint, buy furniture and appliances. He trailed off as if the list overwhelmed him. I can help you paint, Addie said, wanting to relieve that overwhelm from his shoulders. Besides, she felt safe out there on his property. Who could find her there? Really? Shane asked, glancing at her as he pulled into his driveway. Me too. Natalie bounced in her seat. I love painting. Well, looks like we'll have a painting party, Shane said, his smile filled with warmth and hope. Will Uncle Geordie come and bring Isabel? She's so fun. Natalie held her hands together, in the prayer position. When we're ready for that, I'll see what I can do. Shane glanced at Addie as she stiffened, but she forced a smile at him. Eventually she'd have to see her old friends, if she was really going to make a go of this. Starting with Derek, to file a restraining order. The thought terrified her, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and her breath coming in short bursts. One step at a time, Shane whispered, laying a hand on her thigh. She grasped his hand and held on, repeating his words. He was right. She didn't need to think about that right now. Today was about Natalie, and it felt good to take the pressure off of herself and focus on someone else for once. So Shane tells me you enjoy horses? She prompted Natalie, who went off on a rambling of all the horses at Camp Hope and how camp starts in a few more weeks. You'll come see me there, won't you? Shane pulled to a stop in front of his barn, and Addie unbuckled to look at Natalie. The girl's eyes were wide but slowly narrowing. Unless this is a one-time thing. Are you going away? Mama T says I can't attach so easily, so I kinda need to know. Addie blinked. She had never heard a 6-year-old talk like that, and it threw her, leaving her feeling unsure and off balance. Shane was no help. He just stared at her too in that same slightly hopeful but wary way. Well, I don't really know yet what will happen. Can you be satisfied with the fact that I'd like to be around for a long time? Yes, Shane said, his cheeks immediately going crimson when both she and Natalie stared at him. She was talking to me, silly, Natalie said, then turned back to Addie with a measuring look. I guess it will have to do. The answer shocked Addie so much she laughed, surprising both Natalie and Shane into stunned silence. Addie quickly quieted and smiled at Natalie. I think you and I are going to be great friends. A smile that could melt even the toughest of hearts spread across Natalie's face, and Addie felt herself falling in love with the girl just like Shane had thought she would. Throughout the day as they rode around the ranch, she stole brief glimpses of the girl, noticing what Shane said, that Natalie reminded him of her. It was more than the curls and blue eyes. The girl held a spunk, a curiosity and vigor for life, just like Addie used to have. Not for the first time that day, Addie found herself cradling her stomach and wondering if the baby she had lost would have turned out to be someone like Natalie. She squeezed her eyes shut against the sting of tears, focusing on the feel of cotton moving beneath her, the sharp tangy horse smell, and the love she felt emanating from Shane and Natalie. "You know," Natalie said, leaning around Shane, who she rode in front of, to look at Addie. "I can ride by myself." "I believe that," Addie said. "I do it at Camp Hope all the time. It's just that Shaney only has 2 horsies, and it would be hard on poor Pepper to have 2 big people on him." Natalie leaned over to pat the horse on his neck. "Isn't that right, old boy?" Shane smiled, an expression of pure contentment, and all of a sudden Addie realized why Shane had arranged this day. This was his dream, this life of owning a ranch and having a family living off the land. He was sharing his dream with her, in a way that made her feel like it had already happened. As if he felt her thinking about him, he turned, his smile fading slightly when he met her eyes, a furrow coming into his brow. He mouthed, "You okay?" She nodded but gulped and looked away. For a while she had forgotten about her past, had slipped into Shane's dream, allowing the comfortable feeling of it to wrap around her in a cocoon of safety. It was a false sensation, though. She couldn't just slip into his life and plant herself in his dream as if she had never left. Her past would follow her, one way or the other. No, there was no slipping in and forgetting. She had work to do before she could even entertain the thought of such an idyllic life. First on the agenda was being blatantly honest with Shane. Would it change how he felt about her? To know she hadn't protected her baby, to know that she might not be a good mom. That was what he was trying to do here, wasn't it? He had mentioned their friends adopting kids from Camp Hope several different times. She hadn't understood the look of hope in his eyes whenever he shared that until now she understood. She glanced at Shane and little Natalie again. They looked so perfectly content and comfortable with each other, as if they were made to be a family. Would she mess that up? Was she even ready for such a drastic change? She shook her head. Those weren't questions for today. She would have to leave that for tomorrow or some other time in the future, when she could actually wrap her head around how much it would take to get her at a place that would even be an option. Natalie giggled, drawing Addie's attention back to them. Today she would just enjoy the good company, the peaceful environment, and the horses. Tonight she'd share everything with Shane, and then they would see what happened tomorrow. Natalie was subdued on the way back to her house, and when they pulled up to Mama T's, she looked at the house and back at Shane. "So how long will it be until next time?" Her defeated tone broke Addie's heart, as she joined the little girl in staring at Shane. Shane cleared his throat, glancing at Addie, then looking at Natalie. "I'll have to discuss plans with Addie, but it will be soon." Soon as in an ice cream date after school like usual, or soon as in another month or longer? Natalie's lip trembled, but she jutted her chin out, just like Addie knew she did when she was trying to be brave but was really scared to death. "Ice cream after school," Addie said quickly, meeting Shane's widened eyes and smiling. "What? You know I can't say no to ice cream." "Yay?" Natalie cheered and clapped her hands. She unbuckled her seatbelt and flung her arms around Addie with the seat awkwardly between them. "You were right, Shaney. I do like her." She sat back and looked at Shane with determination. "Don't you go chasing her off." Addie's mouth dropped open and Shane chuckled. "You know, Natty girl, I tell myself the same thing every day." The goodbye went easier than Addie had expected. As Shane drove away, Addie touched her cheek where Natalie had kissed her. The knowing filled her to the point of bringing tears to her eyes. She did want this. She did want the life she had stupidly walked away from all those years ago. Drawing in a deep breath, she set her mind to the task. She was never one to walk away from what she wanted. This would be the hardest and possibly the most dangerous thing she did in her life, but she would do it, not only for herself, but for Shane and for that little girl who looked at her with such hope in her eyes. "Shane," she said as they parked in front of her house, her lip trembling. I have to tell you something." Shane's face went numb the moment she said those hated words that every man fears. Those words could proceed with something as simple as, "I can't go out Friday night," to, "I'm leaving you for a suit in the city." He tried to push back his qualms as he followed her inside the house. Better to talk indoors where he could move, for the moment she had spoken, the truck had closed in on him, and the air became suffocatingly dense. "Do you want some coffee or tea or anything?" she asked, her hands trembling as she filled her teacup. "Just water." "I'll get it," he said, opening the cupboards he had become familiarized with and filling up a glass with water. "You know, I wasn't sure how I'd feel coming back to Grandma's house. I thought it'd be hard seeing her everywhere I turned." Addie set a tea bag in her cup, mint from the smell of it, and put it in the microwave. "But it actually brings me comfort, like her love is surrounding me." "I'm sure she is always sending you love," Shane said, his throat tightening as he thought of Addie's grandma. She was a sweet lady, full of love and acceptance for everyone. She held an open house for their friends, always having plenty of cookies and snacks on hand to feed the hungry teenage crew. Addie caught his eye. "Then I'm sure she is always sending you love as well." Shane gave her a nod and gulped down the water, hoping to swallow the lump in his throat as well. "So?" he asked when he was finished and set the cup in the sink. "You know it's pure torture to tell a man you have to talk, and then wait forever to tell him why." "It is?" Addie said, her face drawing down in a horrified expression. "I'm sorry, it's nothing about you, I mean us, I mean today." "Well, it is kind of about today, but that's not what I need to tell you." She bit her lip as the microwave dinged, and turned to get her mug. Shane sorted through her words, trying to figure out what she meant, not about him, not them, but about today. She had bonded with Natalie. There was no denying that. Though he had caught a sad, wistful look of regret on her several times when her eyes would go slightly vacant, as if she wasn't really there next to him. Her hand dropped to her stomach again. It was something she often did, an unfamiliar gesture that she hadn't done when she was younger. At first he feared she carried the suit's baby, but he had come to terms with that, determined that he would raise the brute's child as his own without question. Months had passed, and though Addie had put on a little weight, a healthy amount so she didn't look malnourished as she had when she arrived, her stomach had not grown. Surely by now, if she had been pregnant, she would be showing. Addie sat in the recliner, setting her steaming tea on the table next to her. She sat in the recliner when she needed physical space, and Shane was coming to the understanding that she was going to open up to him more, and that settled his quivering heart. He took a moment to steel himself against the pain he knew was sure to come, for the man had hurt Addie more than physically, he was sure, and that knowing brought him more pain than anything he had felt, maybe even more than her leaving him in the first place. I was pregnant," Addie said in a quaking tone that also held distance, as if she needed to put space between her and what she was about to relive. She blinked several times, then met his eyes. "I need you to know, he wasn't like this at first. I would imagine if he had been, you wouldn't have run off with him." Shane kept his voice monotone, but he knew Addie was no gullible gal. "No, I wouldn't have." "You're right." She blew out a breath and folded her hands. "Since I've been back, I'm slowly remembering who I am, but I got lost, Shane. I lost myself." "Happens to a lot of folks," he said, nodding for her to continue. "Not you," she said with a sigh and squeezed her eyes shut. "I don't want to tell you this, but it's only fair that you know, since it might change things." "I highly doubt that." He sat on the couch near to her, but did not touch her, knowing that she needed that physical space when going back like she was about to do. He was charming, rich, handsome in a city kind of way. He took us, Christy and me, to fancy restaurants and even grand resorts, always was the gentleman. She squeezed her eyes shut again, as if remembering those days caused her pain. "I didn't see any red flags. I don't understand how he had hidden them so well. When we're in love," he gulped, "we're blind to faults. I think I was more in love with the idea than him, at least now, looking back, I can see that." Her hands clenched each other, then unclenched and clenched again. "It didn't start, the abuse I mean, until several months after we were married. I messed up, burnt his dinner and, well, I think he was drunk and I had accused him of staying out late not for work but for." She gulped. "Anyway, that's when it started. I blamed myself at first, and tried harder and harder to be what he wanted. It never worked. It took me a long time to realize that it had nothing to do with me or what I did, and everything to do with his frame of mind. Shane stood up, needing to dispel the restless energy that made him want to punch something. She barely looked up at him before continuing, as if she needed to force it all out in the open and get it over with. She swallowed and sucked in a sob, less than 3 months along. He had been happy about the news. Overjoyed really, and I thought maybe that things would change. For once I hoped I had finally done something right. Tears streamed down her face, and Shane squeezed his fists together as he drew in deep breaths to control himself. He grabbed the tissue box and brought it to her. "Thanks," she said with a sniff and dabbed at her nose. He came home drunk, and I don't even remember what I said, but it set him off. I don't think he meant to push me down the stairs, but it happened. I shouldn't have stood there at the top of the stairs. I should have known better. "No," Shane said between his gritted teeth. "This is not your blame to take." She closed her eyes and blew out her breath between pursed lips. He cried when I started bleeding. Cried as he carried me to emergency, and when they told me I lost the baby. Of course, we told them I just fell down the stairs, but I think they knew. "Of course they did," Shane muttered. While he was getting the car, a nurse came in, gave me some resources on domestic violence, and asked if I needed protection right then. Shane froze, turning toward her. "Why didn't you take it?" She bit her lips, her entire body shaking. "Physical abuse it's easy. It can be seen, felt, it's obvious, you know. But it was more than that. He threatened me. Told me if I ever told anyone he'd kill me, he would describe it in such detail." She shuddered. "Then he'd plead with me to forgive him. He always ended fights that way. Pleading for forgiveness, telling me he'd change, that he'd stop drinking." Shane shook his head. See why I had to tell you? I was stupid. If I had left sooner, I wouldn't have killed my baby," she blubbered and covered her face as she sobbed. Shane couldn't take it anymore. He pulled her into his arms and held her, whispering the entire time. "It wasn't your fault. None of this is your fault. You're okay. You're safe now. I won't let him hurt you anymore." After several minutes, she pulled away to blow her nose and drew in a shaky breath. Shane shook his head. "No more? Please, I can't." Then he realized how selfish that was. "I'm sorry, this isn't about me. Go on." She slumped back into the recliner. "That's pretty much it. I left the first chance I got. I would not let him hurt another baby." She pushed her chin out, and it made him think of little Natalie. "Today." She swallowed as she met his eyes. Hers were red and swollen and so full of pain. Today was wonderful. It was a dream, a reminder of what could have been mine, ours, if I hadn't messed it all up. "It wasn't what you wanted though," Shane said, wondering where she was going and hoping it was where he thought. "I was young and dumb, and looking for the big things in life. I saw the older crowd stick around, get married, have kids, and I thought they were stuck. I thought this small town had swallowed them whole. I had no idea that most of them wanted it that way." She sighed. "I realized what I had after it was too late." "It's not too late," Shane said, squatting in front of her. "It's still here for the taking. I'm still here. It's not a fair bargain for you." "I'm damaged goods," she said with a half snort, a poor attempt at humor. He shook his head. "No. That sadistic coward betrayed your trust, and man, I want to make him pay for it." He huffed out a breath and searched her eyes. "Your past does not define you. It's what you choose to do now that sets the stage for your future. You're sweet, Shane. You always have been." She sat back and turned away. "But I think you should take some time. Let this in and make sure this is still what you want, before you make promises you can't keep." Shane opened his mouth in complete dumbfounded shock. "Addie, She shook her head. "Thank you for listening, and for today. Now, I'd like to be alone, please. Give yourself some time to process, and make sure you can really deal with all of this before you come calling again." Tears slipped between her shut eyes. "I'll do as you ask and I'll be back tomorrow, Addie. Don't think I won't," Shane said as he stood up. "Remember what I said. It's time we all move on." 9. Addie spent the next day in turmoil, hoping she had made the right decision. No, she knew she made the right decision in telling him everything. She hoped that Shane could still see her as he had. At least she thought that was what she wanted. She shook her head and stubbornly wiped away the tears that seemed to have no end. It was what she wanted. It just scared the living daylights out of her. Once she had worked that out, she came to more peace. She couldn't work on facing her next fears until Shane decided he really didn't care about the past and what that meant for their future. So she made plans on what she would do in both circumstances. She hadn't used to be such a planner, rather the opposite, but now having a plan and knowing where to go gave her a sense of comfort, of safety. So she planned. Worst case scenario first. If he couldn't deal with her past, and the possibility of repercussions from Damien coming back around, what would she do? Would she remain in Hope Lake? Originally she hadn't come here because of Shane, at least it wasn't in her conscious thought, though now she wondered. Could she stay here now, after all they had been through, without the hope of more? She'd leave. Maybe she'd go to Mexico after all, since Damien no longer thought she was there. She dropped her head to the table, the paper she had written her notes on sticking to her forehead. Okay. So thinking of the worst-case scenario sucked. She pushed up from the table and made her way to the kitchen to rifle through the cupboards, looking for something sweet to eat, only to realize she was out of almost everything. She slumped onto the couch with a sigh, grabbing her notes as she did. Okay, what would she do if she stayed, with Shane with her or not? Number 1. File for divorce and restraining order. Well, that was where she had to begin. The scariest part of it all, maybe. She shook her head, running her hands through her hair. No. The scariest part was leaving San Francisco. How long had she looked behind her, expecting Damien to appear out of thin air? Her body still thrummed with the anxiety from that day, and the next several days. She had slept little until she reached Hope Lake, and even then, with every door and window double-locked and chairs put under the knobs and sticks to prevent windows from opening, sleeping was hard. It slowly eased, to the point she at least didn't feel like she had to be on vigil every hour of every day, even in the middle of her own home. The knock on the door made her jump and suck in a breath. She had learned long ago not to scream when she was scared, but her heart raced all the same. When the familiar deep, calm voice said, "It's me," her heart raced for an entirely different reason. Would Shane have come even if his answer was, he couldn't go there, couldn't be with her? She bit her lip as she made her way to the door, deciding that Shane Turner was exactly the type to tell her face to face. They didn't make men like that in the city, she decided, or at least none that she had met. After taking in a deep breath, she opened the door to meet her fate. Shane stood there, a shy smile on his lips as he held up her 2 favorite ice creams. I couldn't decide if it was a chocolate brownie surprise night or a caramel swirl delight night. Both? She pushed a smile in place, hoping it was convincing, and seeing something hesitant with worry in his eyes. That alone made her smile falter. If that non-smile means anything, I'd say both it is. Shane came in and immediately went into the kitchen to dish up 2 bowls. Though even once he placed the bowls of ice cream on the table in front of her, he said nothing. He also didn't sit. He opened his mouth several times only to shut it, look at her and stop again. Just spit it out, Shane. I can take it. She pushed her hands down on either side of her favorite ice creams, slowly melting together, breathing in the sweet scent to calm herself. Someone's asking about you in town. His words sped out and were so unexpected she almost laughed, until she realized the severity of what he said. Non-local, I'm assuming? Her voice was steadier than she expected, almost like the worst had happened and she was still alive. So far, maybe she could handle this. Shane shook his head. Not your ex or whatever he is, but ex-law enforcement, I would say. He had that swagger. You saw him? She bit her lip, quieting her heart. Yep, and heard Mr. Montgomery play dumb really well. Addie blew out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Well, that buys a little time, I guess. I don't think anyone will talk. This town's been through too much not to notice something fishy, but yes, it only buys us time. Shane finally slumped into his seat, pushing his ice cream away from him. Addie nodded, then she nodded again. Okay. Either I need to call Derek, or I need to leave. Leave? Shane stared at her. After what you said, I mean? He blew out his breath and stood, then looked at her again, searching her eyes. She couldn't stop the tears from brimming, or the lump from growing in her throat. It blocked out the words she didn't have the strength to ask. He came around the table to stare down at her. Do you think I'd bring ice cream, intending to break your heart? She swallowed, holding onto the sliver of hope his words gave her. It would make the letdown easier, I guess. Shane chuckled and shook his head. Silly girl. My word is my word. I don't say things I don't mean, given processing time or not. He reached down to pull her up to him. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have said anything. Are you sure? This time her voice trembled. Sure that you're the gal for me? Shane cupped her face. That has never changed, nor will it ever. I don't deserve you, Shane, she said, searching his eyes, looking for any hint of doubt in them. That's bull, and I don't listen to lies. Shane slipped his thumb across her cheek, wiping away the tear that had escaped. What if I'm a horrible mom? She bit her lips to keep them from trembling. Not possible. Wasn't it being a mom that finally gave you the strength to leave a terrifying situation? Shane stared down at her with such unconditional love in his eyes that she sucked down a sob. I never thought of it like that, she said, but didn't have time to think about it as Shane leaned in. Her first instinct had her freezing in place, her lips firm and resistant against his and her eyes tightly closed. She put her hand on his chest, intent on pushing him away, but he pulled back, only giving him enough space to speak. Open your eyes, Addie. His voice was patient and soothing. She drew in a deep breath and met his eyes as they searched hers. In them was a depth of love she had forgotten, something she had not seen before, and that had her unable to draw in a full breath. Are you not ready for this? He rubbed his nose against hers, in such an innocent gesture that any thought of her past flew out the window. I. She swallowed, letting her gaze sweep down to his lips not even an inch away from hers. He stepped back, immediately creating a space that filled her with a sense of loss. Her lips trembled, and her eyes welled until they fled over the brim and down her cheeks. He pulled her into him, holding her head against his chest with his other hand, immediately sweeping her hair in a way that made her melt into him. I got carried away in the moment, he said, his deep voice rumbling against her ear. We'll take this as slow as you need to, Addie girl. Just knowing you want to work towards us being together is enough for me, for now, at least. She nodded, her arms wrapping tighter around him. It didn't make sense. How could he be so forgiving, so loving, so patient? Part of her worried for the moment the ball would drop, but she knew Shane. Had known him for years. He didn't change. His consistency had frustrated her when she reached the age she wanted to leave this small town and experience life, but now, that steadfastness was the only thing that held her together. Once she was breathing regularly again, he pulled back, wiped away her tears and searched her eyes. Okay. After she nodded, he helped her to her seat. Don't want to let your favorite ice cream melt into oblivion. He sat across from her, watching her with that slow, shy smile and taking a bite, nodding to her in encouragement. I don't. I told you, Shane interrupted her. I don't listen to lies, so don't start. She pressed her lips closed, swallowed and stared at him before she could push the words forth. Thank you. His smile widened. You're welcome. He motioned toward her ice cream with his spoon. It's just how you like it. Go on. She took a bite, letting the flavors wash over her tongue and soothe her emotion-choked throat. This time it was bliss closing her eyes in a soft, dreamy sort of way. Good, huh? Shane said, his voice pulling her from savoring the flavors. She opened her eyes, staring at him with awe, trying to stop her feelings of being unworthy, and instead focus on gratitude. It really is. In reading his face, she decided that it was time to start looking forward to a future, even if she had no idea how it would be possible. We should pick up some cones, so Natalie can have a real ice cream cone next week. Already one step ahead of you, he said with a light chuckle. Of course you are. She shook her head, fighting off the fear and anxiety, and doing her best just to savor this delicious moment. It felt like a fantasy, a daydream that could never possibly come true. Regardless, she was determined to enjoy it to its fullest, and let the worry come later. He didn't mention the man asking after her again, nor did he try to kiss her again. Instead, he washed the bowls, put on a silly movie, and beckoned her to join him on the couch. When he lifted an arm, inviting her to cuddle with him just like he used to, she didn't hesitate but eased in against him. It would take time, she told herself. Time to heal the hurts that Damien created in her. Time to trust again, not Shane. She knew she could trust him. It was more about trusting her own judgment that had her hesitating. Sleep dragged her under, but just before she succumbed to the pull, she pushed up slightly to look at him. He paused the movie, looking deep into her eyes. Tomorrow, will you see if Derek can come over tomorrow? She swallowed. If that's what you want, yes. His hand cupped her cheek. And Addie, I'll be right here with you every step of the way. She bit her lip and drew in a breath through her nose to steady her emotions. I know. I probably won't ever understand why, but I know you will. He leaned forward, but tilted his face up at the last moment to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Good. Now sleep. I'll stay with you tonight, and I'll do my best not to wake you when I have to leave to feed the stock early in the morning. She murmured what was supposed to be a thank you, but once her head hit his chest, sleep came for her again, and she welcomed it with an abandon she hadn't felt in several years. Who knew how long she'd be safe? She should enjoy it while it lasted. Shane had debated on taking Natalie out into town since spotting the man asking about Addie. For one thing, Addie was as nervous as a mama cow separated from her calf. For another, he needed to keep Natalie away from any trouble that could be coming. He would happily step in the way for Addie, but there was no way he would put Natalie in danger. There wasn't any reason for it either. Not when he had the ranch. With that thought, he bought ice cream for the girls, picked them both up, and headed out to the ranch. They didn't have time for a ride that day, not on a school night, but both Addie and Natalie loved any time with horses. Natalie wouldn't think anything amiss, and Addie would feel safe out in the middle of nowhere, a place hidden from the eyes of the man that had hurt her. Today, the paperwork for Addie's restraining order should clear, and the divorce papers filed, ready for serving. Derek had come the day after Addie had decided it was time, making the process as easy as possible. He had brought over Mr. Harding, one of Hope Lake's only lawyers, to help with the divorce papers and filing. There should be no leaking of Addie's address or any information on where she was, and with that jerk being so prominent in society, it would be easy to serve him the papers. Mr. Harding had contacts with people in the city to accomplish this. Shane had watched Addie warily after Derek and Mr. Harding left, waiting for one of two things. He had a feeling either she would break down in a fit of fear or collapse out of sheer emotional exhaustion. Turned out she did neither. Instead, she had let out a long sigh and asked if he would stay for dinner and a movie. It was like a weight had lifted off her shoulders and freed her from a chain that had been holding her down. He had slept on her couch again, and even now he stretched to work the kinks out of his back. It was worth it though, worth the expression of pure gratitude that shone from her eyes. Addie leaned against the fence next to Natalie, finishing their ice cream cones and talking about the horses. Her body spoke of a peace he hadn't seen in her since she arrived back in town. She seemed easier with Natalie as well, more protective and maternal, like just the thought that the little girl might one day become theirs filled her with a natural motherly role. She would be a wonderful mom, both to Natalie and to any future kids they might have. The thought settled into his chest, warm and tingling. He knew he was letting himself get far ahead, and might open himself up to a world of hurt again, but he couldn't help it. He never could with Addie. It was all or nothing, no matter how many times his heart broke. His phone rang, pulling him from his pondering thoughts. Addie glanced at him, giving him a nod that she had Natalie. He pulled the phone from his pocket. Seeing that it was Derek, he stepped away from the girls. "Hey man," Shane answered. "You with Addie?" Derek asked quickly. "Yep." Shane looked over his shoulder to find Addie watching him. He smiled and gave her a wave as he rounded the barn. "Where are you?" Derek sounded serious, and it instantly put Shane on edge. "My ranch," Shane said, glancing down his long driveway. "Good, stay there." "Natalie's with us." "What's going on?" Shane froze, his blood going cold. "That guy's been getting more pushy, and Betsy says that she's seen that same car driving by several times now." Derek blew out a breath. "Talk about PTSD here, man." "I know. I'm sorry." Shane pushed his hat up and ran a hand down his face. "I'll keep Addie here with me, but what about Natalie? If Mama T finds out that I might have put her in harm's way." "You're not putting her in harm's way," Derek said with strong enough conviction that Shane's anxiety dimmed. "I can come out and get her, or call to get a sleepover approved. Or Mama T can come pick her up." Okay, I'll figure something out to tell her." "Can it wait until dinner time, though?" "They're really bonding." Shane snuck a peek around the barn to see Natalie lean into Addie. "Yeah, man. In fact, Josie just pulled up. How about I ask her if she knows the little girl so well?" "Great idea, man. Say in about an hour?" "I'll ask her and text you back." "But Shane? Keep Addie close. It might be a good idea for her not to go home until this guy leaves town." "Do you think someone talked? I mean, it can't be the paperwork. That hasn't reached him yet, right?" Shane squeezed his fingers into a fist. He would hate himself if filing the paperwork landed that loser right on Addie's doorstep. "No. He hasn't seen those yet. More than likely, he found out about Addie's house. She and her brother are co-owners. There's liable to be traceable paperwork on that somewhere." Derek sounded as if he stood up. "If I'm gonna catch Josie, I got to go. I'll text you to let you know." "Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hey, we stick together, okay? If Addie doesn't feel comfortable staying there, she can go to my place. I know Chastity wouldn't mind in the slightest. Talk soon." "Thanks," Shane said as the line went dead. He stared at the phone for several seconds before slipping it back into his pocket and shaking his arms out. How was he going to tell Addie? Just as she was finally finding peace. He walked silently around the barn, watching them as they talked in whispers. Their feminine voices made his ranch feel more like a home. This was what he wanted right here. Addie and Natalie and him on his ranch, all together and safe. First things first, he reminded himself. He heard his mother's voice echo within him. Patience is a virtue. Right now, it was a virtue he wanted to fly out the window, along with a punch right into Addie's ex's face. The girls giggled and snuck a peek back at him, only to giggle harder. Instead of making him feel uncomfortable, it warmed his heart. They were bonding just like he had dreamed. "What are you two whispering about?" he teased as he came up and tore Natalie off the fence to throw her into the air. "You talking about me?" "No," she squealed as she flew, but back in his arms she giggled more. "Well, maybe." He threw her up again, and she let out another squeal and peal of laughter. When he set her back on her feet, she rolled her eyes and wobbled in exaggeration, making funny noises. "I'm dizzy." Then she looked up at him with such pure delight, he thought his heart would be a puddle at his feet. "Again?" He laughed, the kind of laugh that came unexpectedly and unhindered. "Let's let your head settle first. Why don't you go get some treats for the horses? You remember where they are?" "Yes." She took off, running for the barn. Once Natalie was out of sight, he turned to Addie, his smile freezing when he saw the furrow in her brow. "You okay?" "That was Derek, wasn't it? Bad news?" She bit her lip, stealing a glance toward the barn before searching his eyes. Shane gave her a slow nod. "That private eye guy is back." He swallowed and took her hand. "Betsy called Derek to complain about him driving by her house several times this afternoon." Addie closed her eyes, her breath coming out in little puffs before she drew in a deeper one. When she looked up at him again, her eyes were moist. "Are we putting Natalie in danger?" "No." He cupped her cheeks, and she only barely flinched as he did. "Derek assures me we're not. Josie's gonna come pick her up, like a surprise. She'll be fine." Addie nodded, letting her shoulders drop somewhat. "And me? I can't go back to that house if he'll find me, Shane." "I know he will." Her shaking voice felt like a thundering stampede within him. A stampede that had one destination: a coward in a suit and his minion private eye. "If he does, he'll find me too." "I don't want you to get hurt, Shane," she said, her lip trembling. "Any man that hits a woman is no man at all, Addie. I'll hold my own. He'll regret showing his face in Hope Lake." Shane dropped his hands as he felt them squeeze into fists. "I don't want you getting into trouble either," she said, blowing out a breath and wiping her eyes as Natalie's singing reached them. "Well, I can't promise anything except I'll do my best, but that man won't ever lay another finger on you again." The fervor in his voice surprised himself, not that he held that much emotion behind his spoken thoughts, but that he let it filter out through his words. From the look on Addie's face, it surprised her too. He blew out a breath and shook out his hands, just as Natalie came around the corner, singing her heart out and clutching several horse treats against her. "Is this enough, Shaney?" "Sure is, Natty girl." He scooped her up just as the horses nickered and trotted over. "I think they smell their treats." "They don't smell really good to me," Natalie wrinkled her nose. "Do you think the horses like the way our ice cream smelled?" Addie asked, coming up beside them. Natalie cocked her head as he set her feet on the fence, but kept a hold of her. "I think everyone loves the smell of ice cream. How could they not?" "That's a great question," Addie said. While they fed the horses their treats, Shane did his best to stay in the moment. He tried to pretend that this was his life now, Addie and little Natalie here on the ranch, living peacefully together. This had been his dream for so long. It wasn't until Addie came back that he realized he had just been existing, floundering in a state of survival with no dreams of the future. Well, he had his ranch, but it had almost been something that he knew he had to do, not a means to better his life. Now he knew why he had to do it. He had to have it ready for when Addie returned. Today, it would be put into use. Well, maybe not today. There were a few things needed before Addie could stay in the ranch house comfortably, most notably a bed. Tonight, he'd sleep on the couch in his little apartment above the barn, and give her his bed. Josie driving up the driveway pulled him from his thoughts, and with the scrunch of her tires, the hard rock in his gut made a return. She met his eyes as she parked, as if she could read everything from his expression. Would she see how much he wanted to make this problem disappear? He hoped not, because how far he was willing to go to do so even made him nervous. 10. A comforting scent embraced her, though she froze, realizing it wasn't the scent of her bed. The soft pink glow of the sunrise had awakened Addie, but it was the scent that kept her awake. She cracked her eyes open enough to see the natural light, then quickly closed them again, stretching tentatively under the warm covers. Her heart raced. She held her breath, her body thrumming in anxiety, as she tentatively reached out to feel if she was alone in Shane's bed. For that's whose scent surrounded her. When first her foot then her hand only found cold sheets, she slowly opened her eyes just a crack. Pink light filled the room, filtering in from unshaded windows, opening onto a glorious view of the mountains, snow slightly glowing in the mystical sunrise. Her heart eased, seeing she was alone, and the majestic view filled her with peace, as memories from the night before floated in with a comfortable laziness. She must have fallen asleep on the couch, nestled in the safety of Shane's arms. Her cheeks warmed at the thought of Shane pulling her into his embrace. He didn't make a move, at least not more than wrapping her in his arms and maybe planting a kiss or two on her head. It had been hard saying goodnight to Natalie, but the sweet girl was excited to have a ride with Josie for girl talk on the way home. That girl had such a positive way of looking at life, even amidst all the adversity she faced. She could learn a lot from Natalie. Addie had fought fear most of the evening, though in Shane's arms, it finally succumbed to the recess of her mind as she slipped into slumber. He must have carried her to bed. If she tried real hard, she could remember a hazy dream of floating in his embrace and him kissing her temple as he tucked the blankets around her. She couldn't dream up a man as sweet as Shane, and after the last few years of mistreatment, she had to fight the fear that it would shift just like it had with Damien. Wouldn't Shane have shown his true colors in the decade and a half of knowing him? That would be a long time to hide dark secrets like Damien had. Then again, Damien still hid them, at least from everyone except her. The light changed from a soft pink to clear and bright. She pushed the dark thoughts away, taking in Shane's room. It was pretty much bare. He had a nightstand next to the bed with a lamp, clock, and the latest spy thriller novel. The white walls reflected the morning light, making the room feel even brighter. On the dresser against the wall at the foot of the bed was a single picture which looked like his family, his mom and dad and sisters, next to his wallet, keys, a baseball hat, and a container of change. She knew he hung his hat like all real cowboys, he had told her once long ago. It helped to keep their shape. There was movement in the kitchen, cupboards being opened and shut, dishes being placed, something being mixed, and then she breathed in the most delicious scent she had smelled in years. Pancakes. She felt like one of those cartoon characters led by her nose, the scent pulling her from the bed. A cool draft hit her once out of the covers, and she remembered that she wore Shane's t-shirt and boxers. Not having expected to spend the night, it was borrow his clothes or sleep in her jeans and button-down shirt. The scent still pulled her, though her cheeks warmed as she entered the small kitchen and met Shane's gaze. He froze at the sight of her, his eyes widening, his hand still holding the mixing bowl in mid-pour. Addie said, nodding to the pancake batter filling the entire bottom of the frying pan. Shane blinked several times, then abruptly pulled the mixing bowl up and stared down at the pan. "Good morning," Addie said, bringing his attention back to her. He gave her a lopsided smile. "Good morning, beautiful. I hope you like your pancakes extra large." Addie laughed, one of those laughs that caught her off guard and felt a little manic. It was a blissful way to start the day. "You know me, anything I don't have to cook is wonderful." Shane continued to stare at her, until finally he shook his head and moved to pull out a stool at the bar for her. "Well then sit. I'll make you feel like a princess, well, at least a ranch princess. It's not exactly a 5-star resort." "No," she said, taking the seat and meeting his gaze that shone with such a deep love that it warmed her from the pit of her stomach outward. "It's even better." The smile he gave her completed the warmth, flushing her cheeks until she had to look away. Her gaze settled out the window, landing on the ranch house shining in the morning sun. "There's a deck all the way around, so if you want shade, you can always find it, but if you want to meet the day with a cup of coffee and a sunrise, you got that too. Of course there had to be a deck facing west, where you can sit in the porch swing, looking out over the valley as God paints the sky." Addie had turned to watch him as he spoke. "Shane Turner, when did you become such the poet?" "Since the most beautiful woman in the world came out of my bedroom wearing my clothes, with her hair a mess, and a sleepy smile turning up her lips." Shane's mouth twitched before he turned away, but not before she saw the red creeping up his neck. "Ready for the big dog?" He slid the monster pancake on a plate that it nearly covered, setting it with a flourish in front of her. Then he slid over the butter and pure maple syrup. "Your breakfast, princess," he said with a wink. "I think I'd rather be a queen," she teased, eliciting a laugh from Shane. "As you wish, your majesty." He bowed low before going back to load another plate full of much smaller pancakes. She watched him covertly, while letting the delicious pancake melt in her mouth. He often glanced up, catching her eye and smiling. It felt too good to be true, and then she remembered why she was there, and a trace of panic went up her spine. "Addie?" Shane asked, his brow furrowing. She turned to him, trying to shrug off the fear and push a smile to her lips. "He won't find you here." He shifted to look at her straight on. "It's silly, I know, especially because it's not even him, just someone working for him," she said with a sigh. "It's just these last few months, I've been trying to convince myself I was finally safe, had actually escaped, and now." She shrugged, taking a drink of water to dispel the ball stuck in her throat, and have a moment to control the waterworks her eyes were intent on turning on. "It's not silly," he turned to take her hand, "but you are safe." His hand was warm and solid, and it filled her with a confidence she didn't know she still had. "So?" She cleared her throat, pushing back the worries. "What's on your agenda today? You have to work?" Shane shook his head, slipped his hand from hers, and took up their plates, making his way to the sink. "Nah, I told Jordan I needed the day." She followed to help wash the dishes. "Are you sure? You don't have to babysit me." He raised an eyebrow. "And here I thought we were just spending time together. I didn't know you'd pay me for babysitting." Addie shoved into him playfully, before they settled into washing dishes, as if they had been doing the chore together for years. "I really should get some of my things. If you're sure you want company?" "Well, I had some thoughts about that." Shane smiled in that way that meant he had something planned. "After we're done here, let's go check out the ranch house." "I didn't think it was ready." "It's close. It needs a few finishing touches, but mostly aesthetics, you know." He dried his hands and handed her the towel. "I'm not so good at those." "Thought they could use a woman's touch." Her eyes widened slightly, as his cheeks reddened in the sweetest way. "You want me to decorate your house?" "Well, you know what I want, Addie Bird." He drew her against him as he slipped past her, planting a kiss on the top of her head. "I fed the animals, so go and get dressed. We'll see how you feel once we get over there, and you see how much still needs to be done." Addie's heart raced as she realized what Shane meant. He really wanted her to plant herself in his life, in his house, and make this their home. Was she ready for that? She bit her lip as she pulled her hair into a messy bun. When she came out, Shane was standing at the door waiting. "I need you to understand, Addie, that I'm not pushing you. We share the same end goal, right? We're on the same page?" She gave him a slight nod. "That's all that matters to me. The timing is under your control." He pushed off the door and held it open for her. "Right now you need a place to stay that's safe, and well," he pulled at his shirt collar, "as much as I like you this close, it's not easy holding up to my bargain with you in my bed." Heat filled Addie's cheeks as she understood what he meant, and the cool morning air felt more like a relief than a shock. She drew in long, fresh breaths, letting the scent of horses and hay and fresh grass fill her and calm her before she spoke, but Shane beat her to it again. "What I'm saying is," he waited until she walked alongside him as they closed the distance between barn and house, "I want you to make the house into the home you want, and I want you to live there until you're ready well, until we're married." Addie's steps faltered, but she picked them back up. She knew what the long-term goal was, but it still left her reeling to think that Shane would go this far to make it happen after everything she had done to him. "Shane, He shook his head and took up his hand. "I'm not proposing, Addie, not now, not yet. I just want you to live in the house, okay? I'll stay in the room above the barn until you're ready." Emotion choked her and she froze, her hand pulling on his as he continued walking. He turned back to her, his cheeks pink whether from the cold or embarrassment. She didn't know what to say, didn't know if she could speak even if she did. So instead, she wrapped her arms around the bear of a man willing to do so much for her, when she didn't deserve any of it. After several moments, once her emotions were spent, and the cold started to seep back in, Addie realized there was one way she could start repaying Shane for everything he did for her. She pulled back slightly, reading his gaze as he looked down at her. "Would you call your friend? The one that helps people, like me?" His brow furrowed. "You mean Megan?" She nodded, rolling her shoulders back. "Are you sure you're ready for that?" He searched her eyes, his concern plain. "It's time," she said, the words sounding so simple, yet the feeling behind them made her feel as if she had leapt over a deep chasm. Shane left Addie in the care of Megan at Camp Hope, his hands shaking, though with fear or excitement he didn't know. He was excited for Addie to take this step. It meant she was closer to letting him in, closer to making their dreams a reality. So why the fear? It wasn't leaving her, for he knew she would be safe at Camp Hope with Megan, Josie, and Cody. No one would look for Addie at a camp for foster kids. Was he scared that with therapy, Addie would decide she wasn't ready, that she didn't want to be with him at all? The thought clutched at his heart, and he realized that was exactly why his hands shook. What if she once again decided he wasn't enough? A low growl rumbled his throat as he turned onto Main Street. This was not the time for self-doubt. He had to trust that the big guy upstairs had brought her back to him for a reason. She hadn't done anything to give him even a hint that she was having doubts about them. After a long, detailed walk through the ranch house, they had talked about going into New Hope to the furniture store and home department store. Seeing how Addie froze up every time they spoke about going into town at all, Shane had brought out his laptop instead. "Everything at our fingertips," he had said with a flourish. "I can pick them up, or even have them delivered." The look of gratitude that filled her eyes and spilled over in tears would be enough to hold him over for months. She made him feel like a king, and he was happy for her to settle in as his queen. They picked out several things, adding them to a wish list. He had some money saved away for furnishings, but not enough to fill the entire house yet. They'd have to get it room by room for now, starting with bedroom fixings for Addie. He parked in front of the sheriff's office to meet with Derek about how to deal with this guy asking about Addie. After that, he had a list of things to pick up from Addie's house before he went back for her at Camp Hope. He thought it best if she wasn't seen there with that perp sneaking around. Derek rose from the desk to shake his hand. "Hey brother, how's our girl holding up?" "Well, she's having an appointment with Megan right now." Shane sat in the chair opposite of the desk with a sigh. "That's good, isn't it?" Derek lifted an eyebrow. "Yeah, I think so." Shane shook his head. He wasn't here to share his worries about his relationship. He was here to make sure Addie was safe. "So, any updates?" "Actually, yes," but Derek paused, looking at him in a peculiar way. "She's going to be okay, Shane. She's safe here and belongs here, I'm sure she knows that." It was unnerving the way it seemed Derek read his mind, but remembering that Derek went through something very similar had him relaxing back into his seat with a nod. "Thanks. So update?" Derek leaned forward. "Let's just say I'm glad you've kept her with you. The perp came on our radar again this morning, and this time he had someone with him." "Someone?" Shane sat forward, matching Derek's intensity and feeling his skin prickle with knowing. "You mean him?" Derek gave a slight nod, his lips thinning. "The emergency restraining order has been issued, and whether he's received it or not, it's valid. But a piece of paper won't necessarily stop him from." Shane clenched his fists and shoved to a stand. "Where was he last seen?" Derek rose as well, holding out a staying hand. "I know what you're feeling, brother, but we've got to do things legally, at this point at least." Shane squeezed his eyes shut and drew in several calming breaths. "Then what would you have me do?" Derek let out his breath, quick and urgent like an explosion. "Thanks for giving me the chance. Just keep her safe, out of town, and let me and my team handle this." "But we don't want him to know she's here for sure," Shane said, meeting his eyes, "so what can you do?" "Watch." He shrugged. "And we have other ways to make people of certain character not feel welcome." Shane narrowed his eyes but gave Derek a nod. "I'm headed over to her place now to collect a few things." He walked toward the exit, Derek following him. "That's a good idea," Derek's voice cut short as his gaze fixed on something through the glass doors behind Shane. Shane turned, his blood running cold as he saw the suit bouncing up the steps, smiling like a politician without a care in the world. Derek laid a warning hand on Shane's tightened arm, squeezing it as the man walked through the door. Shane's entire body stood rigid, primed for attack, ready for a hair trigger to set him on his foe. "Good afternoon," the slick-talking suit said with that politician's smile. "I'm Damien Van Bowen, and I'm looking for my wife." Shane literally saw red. He hadn't realized when a person said that literally everything in sight tinged red, and your focus narrowed on the target. Derek's hand, still on his arm, tightened further. "Do you mean she's missing? If so, I can help you fill out a missing persons report if it's been longer than 24 hours? Derek asked, letting go of Shane and motioning the other man into the office. Shane stood stock still, making the smaller man squeeze by him. The guy gave him a wary glance but kept that fake smile in place. "Excuse me, sir?" Damien turned back to Derek. "Not exactly, Sheriff. So, how can I help you? You aren't a local. Are you visiting? Maybe your wife is checking out the Hope Lakes souvenir shops down the road. Many tourists spend time there." Derek didn't smile, but he kept his voice calm, easy, and Shane realized that his friend had a depth he hadn't known. "It's a delicate matter." Damien's smile widened as he nodded toward Shane. "I see," Derek said, turning to Shane. "Happy moving day, my friend. I'll take care of matters on this end, making sure you have the time you need to get those last few things moved out." Shane knew Derek was not only dismissing him, but giving him the space to empty out Addie's place while the enemy was kept busy. "Thanks, man." He gave Damien a hard glare. "Good luck with the tourists." Derek narrowed his eyes, but quickly returned his expression to neutral when Damien turned back to him. "You locals don't like out-of-towners, do you?" Damien's politician smile only wavered slightly. Shane didn't hear Derek's response. He hopped down the steps two at a time, glaring at the car with the man who must be Damien's crony. He logged the make, model, and license plate into memory before he sped out of town, ensuring he hadn't been followed. He wouldn't have much time. Just to be on the safe side, he parked in front of Betsy's place, giving her a wave as he jumped out of the truck. "Thanks for keeping an eye on things, Betsy." "What else do I have to do all day?" she called back. "They just left, by the way. They were poking around the house." Shane slowed his pace, stopping to look at her. "They got out and knocked on the door?" "Oh, not only knocked but peeked in windows and went around back," she harumphed, crossing her arms. "So I asked them what they were doing." "You did?" Shane broke out in a sweat. Betsy confronting people like that. She waved him away. That pansy had a stupid grin like all those suits on TV talking about elections. He said he was looking for someone, and had I seen a woman with curly hair, I knew who he was after. Shane licked his lips and looked around, closing the distance between them. "What did you tell him?" "What do you think?" She bristled and glared at him. "I told him if he was looking for someone he ought to go see the sheriff, or I'd be happy to call him over because we didn't take too kindly to strangers poking around our homes." Shane's shoulders relaxed to the point he actually chuckled and shook his head. "Betsy, you are a doll." "Thanks, son," she said, preening herself a little. "We don't take kindly to people who hurt our own, and that guy is a snake. Don't let his smile fool you. I bet he hurt our Addie. I hope the sheriff locks him up." "Well, Derek has to follow the law, and at this point that man hasn't broken any that we can prove. So keep up the good work." "You know it," Betsy said and settled herself back into her porch swing. "You just keep our girl safe." "You can count on that." Shane tipped his hat and pulled Addie's keys out to let himself into her place. He didn't know how long Derek could stall Damien, and wanted to make sure neither he or his crony knew to connect him to Addie in any way. That would only increase the chance of him leading the sadistic coward to her, and that was the last thing he wanted. Luckily, Addie was a pretty organized gal. Everything was right where she said it was, down to the exact placement of her suitcases under the bed. It took him less than 10 minutes, and with one glance out the window to be sure the crony's car was nowhere in sight, he exited the house, locked it, and left Addie's neighborhood, texting Derek an all clear as he did. On the short drive to Camp Hope to pick up Addie, he fought with the idea of not telling her that her ex was in town. On the one hand, he wanted to be honest, so she knew she could always trust him. On the other, he knew that the news would stress her out, sending her into a panic. He continued to fight with himself as he drove her to the ranch. She shared how her appointment went, giving him details he thought she'd never feel comfortable sharing. Her words came a mile a minute, and he smiled to see her so excited. She loved Megan, felt so comfortable with her, appreciated him encouraging her to go, and felt so much better after talking to someone who understood and knew how to help her move past the fear she had had in her life for the last several years. That almost solidified it. If Addie hadn't looked at him as they barked in front of his house, with that sweet little line deepening between her eyebrows, he might have fought past it. "There's something going on," she said, reaching for him. "Is this too much? Would you rather not know?" He shook his head. "The opposite. I'm honored you feel safe enough to share with me." "Then what is it? Derek have bad news? Was my place ransacked?" Her hand dropped from him to cover her mouth. "No, I have all the things you asked me to get. They were all right where you told me they would be." He pointed to the back seat where her suitcases lay. "Were you seen?" She bit her lip. "Only by Betsy. She's quite the firecracker," he said, though his brow furrowed. "What is it, Shane?" She touched his cheek, trying to meet his eyes. "I can take it." "I don't want you to have to," he said, defeat filling him with the thought. "He's here," she said with knowing, slumping back into the truck seat. Shane reached out and squeezed her hand. "He won't find you here, and even if he does, I can take him. He's not a big man and soft. His hands are like a girl's and not a cowgirl's." Addie closed her eyes, drawing in deep breaths. "Looks like we left Megan's too soon." She tried to laugh, but it barely came out as a choking chuckle. "Come on," he said, jumping out of the truck and making it to her side without her moving. "Let's get you inside. You can call her. I bet she's still at Camp Hope." He supported her up the stairs into his little apartment above the barn. The bed wouldn't be delivered until tomorrow, and at this point, he wasn't planning on letting her out of his sight anyway. Who knew how resourceful this Damien was? 11. Addie's eyes shot open, her heart racing, but her surroundings came back to her quickly. She reassured herself it had just been a nightmare, and settled back in bed. Shane's comforting scent surrounded her. She turned toward the window where a beautiful sunrise peeked over the mountains, and a luxurious, languid feeling of being home filled her. She soaked in this sensation for several moments before reality snapped her back to the situation she struggled in, and she realized her nightmare was closer to the truth than she would like. Damien was here. She squeezed her eyes closed, wishing she could just shut the door on that chapter of her life and forget it ever happened. Her chest constricted, and her throat swelled as panic flooded her. Megan's voice from yesterday spoke within her memory, and she drew in a deep breath. Belly breathing, as Megan called it. The hard part was not getting sucked back into the panicked thoughts, but just as Megan taught her, she kept returning to focus on her breathing. Within a few minutes, Addie's body had relaxed again, and though she didn't have that wonderful languid feeling, she felt able to face the day. Once again she was met with the sweet scent of pancakes, and it pulled her from the bed and into the kitchen. She leaned against the kitchen opening and smiled at Shane, humming to himself as he poured batter into the pan. "You're going to spoil me." Shane jumped, barely saving the bowl full of batter before it spilled all over the stove. "I'm going to put a bell on you if you keep startling me." He grinned though, his appreciative glance making heat fill her cheeks. "Sorry," she said as she sat at the bar across from him. "I'll try to be louder." "Ha," Shane retorted with a snort. "I'm sure we'll find our rhythm. How you holding up?" She shrugged while playing with the syrup bottle. "You know." "I do," he said. "You know you're safe here, right?" She nodded. "Thanks for letting me stay here again. I can't imagine that couch is all that comfortable." "It's fine," he said, but she knew it wasn't because she had seen him stretching out kinks in his neck and back yesterday. "You'll have your own bed tonight anyway." "Thank you for that too," she said, watching him as he flipped the pancakes. Thank you for everything. It's my pleasure. I'm sorry I can't fill the entire house right off the bat, but we'll get there. After this all gets settled, I can take on some extra hours with Jordan so we can finish the house faster. Shane set a plate full of pancakes in front of her. Well, I plan on working too. She held his gaze, seeing the hesitancy in his eyes. Only if that's what you want once you're safe. He touched her hand before turning back toward the stove again. Safe. What would it take for her to feel completely safe, going about life as normal? Damien was here, in Hope Lake. It wasn't like they could just arrest him, and even if they did, they couldn't hold him forever. Eventually he'd get out, and if he held true to his word, he'd make her pay. She wrapped her arms around her stomach, feeling her baby's loss so deeply today. That monster had already made her pay enough. Hey, Shane said, and she looked up to meet his deep dark eyes under a furrowed brow. I just want this to be over, Shane. I want to go back to life. He set down the spatula and came around the island to her. You will, Addie Bird. We're going to get through this together. Okay. She nodded, leaning into him, enjoying the comfort of his arms. His phone rang, vibrating on the counter and startling them both. Shane leaned over. It's my dad. Take it. She wiped her eyes. I'm okay, really. She took the spatula from him, waving him away, and took over cooking the pancakes while Shane went down the stairs to the barn to take the call. He came back up as she turned off the burner. Setting a plate for him next to hers, she motioned for him to sit. All okay? Yeah, well, kind of. Dad's chimney is smoking out the house, and he's not as stable as he used to be, so Mom won't let him climb onto the roof to clean it out. He pushed the pancakes around the drizzled syrup. Go. I'll be okay. I'll visit with the horses, and maybe walk through the house and dream a bit more. She pushed a smile to her lips, trying her best to be brave. Like you said, he can't track me here. You sure? I could get Caitlin to stay with you. Jordan said she'd love to have some time with you. The thought had her heart racing. She had some things to answer for with all of her Hope Lake friends, promises not kept, and dropping out of their lives so abruptly. Guess I'll have to face the music at some point, she muttered, covering her mouth because she hadn't meant to say it aloud. Shane's lips twitched into a half smile. They love you. Nothing to face except the support of friends. She shook her head. I did all you wrong. I need to apologize to everyone. Shane furrowed his brow as he chewed the bite he had just taken. I think you put too much on yourself. No one holds anything against you. With a lift of one shoulder, she let the conversation go. If she wants to come, that's okay, but don't make her feel like she has to. Deal, he said as he used his last bite of pancake to wipe up the remaining syrup. I'll call her on the way and have her text you her answer. The delivery guys should be here in about an hour with your bed. Just point them to where you want them to set it up. You're too good to me, she said, leaning up and kissing his cheek. The grin he gave her filled her heart, and she hoped that one day she could make this all worth it for Shane, that somehow she could repay him for everything he had done for her. She thought about that while washing the dishes and listening as his truck started down the long driveway. Then a memory hit her like a lightning bolt. She set the half-washed plate back into the soapy water and ran to her suitcases. Shane had gotten everything she had asked him to, down to her dirty clothes and toothbrush. The one thing she had forgotten to have him get was a very sure way of repaying Shane for everything, the money she hid in the attic. Without thinking, she pulled on some clothes, brushed her hair back into a pony, and ran down the stairs and out the barn door, only to stop dead in her tracks. She had no car. She had left it at her house. A soft nicker called her over, and she nestled into Cotton's neck. The horse scent calmed her as she thought about what to do. Fear pricked her spine as she thought of Damien getting into her house. All of his threats came flooding back full force. Memories of his intense condemning glare, telling her he'd burn everything down with her in it if she ever left him, had her gasping for breath. Her heart clenched further when she remembered what else was in that box of cash, pictures of her parents that could never be replaced. Why hadn't she remembered them when Shane asked her what to pick up? Her phone chimed from her pocket, and she pulled it out to see a text from Caitlin saying she was on her way over. She brushed cotton, trying to keep herself distracted while waiting for Caitlin. The moment her old friend pulled in, she ran out to meet her. Caitlin threw open the door to her car and wrapped Addie in a hug. "It's so good to see you." Caitlin's words muffled in her hair. "You too." "I'm so sorry," Addie said, deciding to get it all over with immediately. "For what?" "I've been dying to see you since you got back, but I understand why you've been hiding out." Caitlin rolled her eyes. "Believe me, I know all about hiding out." Addie logged that information away, dying to know more, but there were more pressing matters right now. "I meant for not keeping in touch, for just leaving like I did and not, well, just not being a good friend." "Well," Caitlin shifted her weight. "I know about that too. Look, from my point of view, you have nothing to be sorry about. I'm glad you're here and hope to show you that Hope Lake loves you." Addie blinked back the tears, not expecting the emotions Caitlin's kindness drew out. Well, thank you, Caitlin. That means a lot." "Come on." She linked arms with Addie. "We have so much to catch up on. I took Isabella to my parents, so we wouldn't be interrupted." "Well, actually," Addie bit her lip. "I know it's not right to ask a favor so soon, but—" "Anything," Caitlin said, dead serious. "I forgot something really important at my place." Caitlin opened her car door and motioned to the other side with her head. "Done." Once they settled in and drove down the driveway, she slowed to a stop. "Wait, Shane said that you were in danger and that's why you were at his place. Is this something we should be doing?" "I need to go, Caitlin. I can't let him find it." "We could call Derek?" "I've already asked so much of him." Addie wrung her hands, trepidation filling her, but the fear of losing her last memories of her parents was even greater. "We'll be careful. I promise." Caitlin frowned, her hand squeezing and releasing the steering wheel. "You know, I didn't listen to Jordan and Derek either, and it wound up with me kidnapped." Addie sucked in a breath. "I didn't know that." Caitlin nodded. "The scariest 20 minutes of my life." "I really need that box, Caitlin." "On one condition, you text Shane to tell him while we're on the way." "I'll do it right now," Addie said, her shoulders dropping in relief as she pulled out her phone to text Shane, knowing that he'd be upset, but she didn't have a choice, did she? A tendril of fear prickled down Shane's back. It didn't make sense. He was done with the adrenaline part of getting on his dad's roof. Maybe it was just being away from Addie. He shrugged off the sensation. The ladder rattled as Shane set it back in his dad's barn, which only housed their milking cow and a few goats these days. He turned back to his dad, who seemed to have finally gotten over having his son do what he considered his work. "Well, you saved me from your mother's wrath, son," his father said with a brief chuckle. "Better be careful, though. She might try to employ you to do even more of my chores. Eventually, I'll just be wasting away in my easy chair." His dad's grumbling was only half-hearted, and Shane smiled and gave him a man hug with a solid thump on the back. His dad was still solid and active. Even Mom's wrath can't keep you in that easy chair all day. Besides, she'd go crazy with you cooped up in the house all day. Shane's phone interrupted his dad's laughter. He hesitated when he didn't recognize the number, but at the last second he answered. "Hello?" "Yeah, oh, we have a furniture delivery for you, but no one's here." That prickly sensation returned with a surge. "Did you honk?" "Yeah, man. Several times. We've stacked the stuff on the front porch." Irritation lined the guy's voice. "That's just fine. Thank you." Shane cut off the call, immediately pressing Addie's number. The phone rang, and with each ring, the stone in his stomach became heavier and heavier. Shane didn't bother leaving a message, but as he hung up, he saw he had a message from her that made his blood run cold. He grabbed up his jacket and hugged his confused father. "Sorry, Dad. I gotta run. I think Addie might be in trouble." He backed toward his truck. "I'll call you when I have her safe." The gravel whipped up from his tires as he sped down his parents' driveway. An uneasy feeling built up inside of him, pumping adrenaline at a steady pace as his fingers gripped the steering wheel until he was white-knuckled and panting. He had just gotten her back. Finally, after all these years, Addie was back in his arms and building a future with him. He would not let that suit ruin that. His parents had always told him to be careful about what he wished for, that sometimes it wasn't really what he wanted. Yet, there was no denying that Addie Brown was exactly what he wanted. He had realized everything that morning, as she had graciously urged him to help his dad, even though she had feared being alone. The knowing hit him as he left his place for his dad's, the knowing that what he loved most about Addie being around was who he became when he was with her. He loved how she made him feel, and so much about her, but it was the fact he was his best self when she was near. Plain and simple. He hoped his best self knew exactly how to keep her safe. His tires screeched as he turned a corner. He couldn't believe she had gone back to her place, after everything. What had made her want to do that? He whipped the truck to the side of the road before he got to the front of Addie's house, hitting Derek's number as he did. He answered on the first ring. "I'm at Addie's. I was helping my dad, but she texted that she had forgotten something at her house and was headed there with Caitlin. She's not answering and, I don't know man, something just feels off. We'll be right there. Wait for me." Derek's chair squeaked and a door slammed. "Not a chance." "Thanks for coming," Shane said, jumping from the truck and slipping his phone back into his pocket. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up the closer he got to the house. It was eerily dark, the front shades drawn. Shane wasn't law enforcement like Derek, he hadn't fought wars like Tyler, and he didn't have Kevin's experience hunting psychopaths. He was a small-town cowboy who didn't take any flack from people messing with women, especially not his woman. At the last moment, he decided against bursting through the front door and ran to the side of the house. With his back against the siding, he slunk under the kitchen window, stopping just short of the one to the living room. He scanned the house across the street, offhandedly wondering where Betsy was, and another sinking feeling propelled him forward. Easing himself closer inch by inch, he peered in the window, the curtain not fully drawn on this side of the house. A sickening smack sounded and Caitlin screamed, not a scream of pain but of fear. He remembered that sound all too well. Shane's blood boiled as he risked looking closer at the scene. Caitlin sat at the kitchen table, her hands unnaturally pressed flat on the table. Next to her a gray-haired lady shook, her gnarled hands not quite so flat nor as still. "Betsy." Shane blew out a breath, willing his body to remain under his control, because everything in him wanted to crash through that window. That urge only increased as he peered past the women at the table, seeing the back of the suit. The man towered over Addie, who sat in a kitchen chair, pulled out into the middle of the room. Addie wasn't cowering, even though it was obvious where that sickening smack sound had come from. She wiped the blood from her lips and stared hard at him, the dare in her eyes filling Shane with fear. Though he felt pride for Addie's courage, standing up to the man she had feared for so long, his terror quickly dispelled it. Kevin had talked about men who abused women, saying that a defiant woman almost always made them more violent. He had to get in there and quickly. Raising his head, he tried to find an opening and decide how to approach the situation. If he waited until Derek arrived with sirens and officers, they'd pound on the door, and all surprise will have vanished. Surprise was what he needed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Betsy stiffen and nudge Caitlin, motioning with her head toward the window toward him. Caitlin twisted her tear-streaked face, covering her mouth as new tears rolled down her cheeks when she saw him. She mouthed the word, "Help." Betsy nodded her head toward the far wall twice. He hoped he understood her correctly, that maybe the bedroom sliding door might be a way in. Why it would be, he didn't know, but it was his only chance. He slunk around the house, staying off the deck and crouching behind it, his footsteps silent on the sand. When he reached the opposite side of the deck next to the window, he hauled himself up, careful to land silently. The deck boards were old, so he stepped only where the boards were nailed to the structure below, hoping to keep it from creaking. Stopping before the door, he held his breath as he tested it. The door caught, hesitating for an instant before it slid silently open. The rush of warm air hit him, as did Caitlin's sobs. There wasn't a sound from Addie though, at least not until he heard the sinister voice of her ex. "You should stop crying for your friend." The man sounded nothing like he had when he had asked Derek for help to find Addie. It was almost like he was a different person. "She brought this on herself, didn't you, Addison? The only thing I did wrong was not seeing before I said I do." Addie spat the words, her hatred thickening her tone. "What has come over you, little pumpkin? You used to be such a good girl." Damien made a tea-esking sound. "You know I don't enjoy punishing you." "And there's another lie," Addie said, her voice hardening as if she was preparing for another sickening blow. Shane couldn't stand by and listen to that again. He took long, silent strides, barging into the room just as Damien lifted his hand to strike Addie again. The man froze, a look of pure confusion contorting his features as if he couldn't quite fathom that Shane stood there. Addie's eyes slowly opened. She released her breath in a sound of pure relief, as if she had been holding strong as long as she could, and seeing him she realized she no longer had to be. Her bottom lip trembled and eyes welled, but she held his gaze. "You know," Shane said as he closed in on the man, "men who hit women are cowards." The man blinked but unfroze moments before Shane reached him, reacting so quickly that Shane hesitated when Damien pulled a knife and held it against Addie's throat. "I'll do it," Damien's voice quivered. Shane's blood roared in his ears, muffling Betsy's and Caitlin's whimpers. He held Addie's eyes. She was so full of trust that peace filled Shane, bringing him into focus. "Really? In front of 3 witnesses? Or do you think you can take all of us on?" Shane slowed, warily watching Damien's eyes for any flicker of movement. "Right now, you only have domestic violence, maybe some threats, breaking and entering? You pull that knife and you're looking at life, if I let you live, which I won't." The pure calm of his voice surprised Shane. Only 2 more steps, and he could reach the insane man who dared threaten his Addie bird. Damien hesitated, his mouth opening and his fingers gripping the knife tightening. Addie hissed and tried to pull back as 2 drops of blood rolled down her perfect neck. "Stop right there," Damien said, his unsure tone making Shane more fearful than if he had sounded confident. "You couldn't reckon with a crazy person." Shane clenched his fist, but he stopped his forward momentum. "You don't want to do this, man. I can't live without her. These last few months have been torture. She thought she could hide from me, but I'm smarter than she thought, aren't I, little pumpkin?" He pulled Addie's hair back until she looked at him. "You thought you were being sneaky, didn't you? Let her go." Shane said the words between clenched teeth, wishing he had thought to grab his dad's shotgun as he came. Damien glanced from Addie to him and back to Addie. "Is this why you left me? For a hick in the mountains? He can't even bother wearing clean clothes." "He's more of a man than you'll ever be," Addie murmured, gasping as the knife cut deeper into her skin. Shane tried to do the math, wondering if he could reach Damien before the knife went too deep into Addie's throat. He came up with a plan, scooting a little to the left, standing lightly on the balls of his feet, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sirens sounded, becoming louder with each second. Shane didn't know whether to be grateful for Derek's disregard for a silent approach or to berate him for it. He would have thought after all this town had been through, they would know that surprise was important in situations like this. Damien wheezed, his face close to Addie's as he hissed threats. "I told you I'd burn down everything with you in it if you ever tried to leave me. Now you'll have to watch your boyfriend do it to you." Shane cocked his head at the ridiculousness of the man's comment. "Just you get me to do that? Because if you don't do what I say, I'll cut my wife up piece by piece until you do." Then, quicker than Shane had time to react, the lunatic sliced a thin piece of Addie's ear. She didn't scream but hissed with the pain, her eyes welling and pleading with Shane. Fury lit Shane on fire, engorging him with heat until he moved toward Damien without thought. The man tilted his head. One more move and he held the point of the knife against Addie's quivering lips. She has such a beautiful mouth, don't you think? Would be such a pity to ruin it. Shane saw red. The entire room tunneled into darkness, leaving only one focus: beat Damien into a living pulp. 12. Addie's ear burned, her neck stung, and she feared the piercing point of the knife against her trembling lip. Her eyes found Shane's, fury sparking in his gaze as he looked at her. Damien had never gone this far, and had never hurt her in front of others. There was a crazy light in her ex-husband's eyes, and that new spark scared her more than anything. She had been brave until the moment Shane appeared, then she lost all resolve at seeing her knight in shining armor. Now seeing his tortured expression, her stomach twisted, and she wished she had never thought to come to Hope Lake. She had hurt Shane once again. She closed her eyes against the pain that lived in Shane's expression. Not physical pain, the man could withstand an insane amount of bodily harm. It was the emotional rending and tearing of his soul that crushed her. Stay with me, Addie Bird. It's going to be okay. Shane's soft yet confident words pushed her to open her eyes once more. His gaze briefly flickered behind her toward the slider, before landing on Damien. I'll give you one more chance to put down that knife and step away. Shane glanced at Betsy and Caitlin, who had their hands on the edge of the table they sat behind, ready to move. Addie bit her lip, hoping they wouldn't do anything to put themselves in more danger. When Shane cocked his head toward the bedroom, she heard soft footsteps as well. Maybe he had seen Derek or one of his officers behind her, and now they were in the bedroom. It's time to move, hillbilly boy, Damien sneered. You're right, Shane said, and Addie saw movement from the corner of her eye. It is. Drop the knife and step back, Derek shouted as he stepped into the room, pistol trained on Damien. At the same moment, Shane sprung forward, hooking his foot under the leg of Addie's chair, and her along with it. The back of the chair slammed against the floor, taking her safely out of the knife's reach. She gasped as the fall knocked the breath from her lungs. The next moment, while Damien still stood confused, Shane stepped forward, reaching back and punching him solidly in the temple. The man stumbled back, his head unnaturally wobbly. Right then, Betsy and Caitlin shoved the table into Damien, making him fall forward to his knees, then whip-lashing back and smacking his head on the table. He crumpled to the floor into a motionless heap. Everything happened in the time it took Addie to catch her breath. Shane was down on his knees, untying Addie's legs from the chair and running his hands up and down her, checking her for injuries. I'm okay, she said, grasping one of his frantic hands. I've had much worse. I should use him as a punching bag so he knows how it feels, Shane said between gritted teeth, tensing his body, probably to keep him from doing just that. He's not worth it. She glanced up at Derek, who was putting cuffs on an unconscious Damien. It's over now, right? If you mean he'll be going to jail now? Yes. Most assuredly. Derek nodded to Shane. I know how you feel, brother, but it's best to step back. He glanced at Caitlin and Betsy. You two all right? We would have got him, Betsy said, crossing her arms and staring down at Damien with disgust. I'm sure you would have, Derek said. For now, why don't you unlock the door for my deputies? I should have known it wasn't you coming in, sirens blazing, Shane said, as he helped Addie up to her feet. That's Hayes, my new deputy. He's still wet behind the ears. Derek shook his head. He'll learn. All that matters is that everyone is safe, Shane said, pulling Addie into his arms, and all she wanted to do was stay there forever. Let me see your ear. Is it awful? She pressed her lips together against the pain, as Shane gently inspected her injury. Derek came over to look as well. It'll do, Shane said. It's a shallow slice. I bet once it's healed, no one will ever notice it. I can't believe that crazy sadistic coward. Addie shuddered in his arms. She looked down at the limp form that had been her husband, and couldn't believe it herself. Damien had gone crazy. That's all she could figure out. He'd lost it completely. She hid her face in Shane's chest, not wanting to look at the man she had called husband even once more in her life. She just wanted to forget everything from that chapter of her life and move on with where she should have always been, at home in Hope Lake. The deputies burst through the door, Jordan right behind them, pulling Caitlin into his arms. "Again, girl? You're going to be the death of me." He clasped her to his chest, meeting Addie's eyes and then Shane's. "I'm sorry," Addie said, realizing how much danger she had put everyone in, and all for the sake of some pictures. Caitlin pushed herself away from Jordan and came to embrace Addie. "Are you okay?" She peered at her throat and ear, dabbing a napkin to her lip that Damien had split when he hit her. "I'll heal," Addie said, shock turning her face numb as everything settled in. "Let's get you home," Shane said, supporting her weight as she went limp. "Wait," Caitlin said. "She needs to get her things." "What things?" Shane asked. "I thought I got everything." "The attic," Addie said, pointing to the bedroom. Shane stood on a chair to reach into the crawl space, his hand coming out with a boot box. "All the drama for this?" He lifted an eyebrow accusingly at Addie, but smiled when she clutched the box to her chest. "Hey," Jordan butted in. "Better it happened this way, with no actual damage done. Now the jerk's locked up and will be for a while since you guys caught him red-handed." "You think so?" Addie swiveled to look at Jordan, turning further as Derek walked up behind him. "Oh yeah," Derek said, crossing his arms. "He's very well off. I'm sure he'll buy his way out of this." Addie bit her lip, thinking of how angry Damien would be afterwards. "Nope. Caught like he was, there's no bail. Even the best of lawyers have a slight chance of getting him a plea bargain, and even at that, he'll be locked up for a long time." Derek twisted to watch his deputies support a stumbling and murmuring Damien out the door. "How hard did you hit him?" Jordan asked, playfully punching Shane as he locked the sliding glass door. "Let's just say I didn't hold back." Shane wrapped a protective arm around Addie, urging her into the living room again. "Are you sure there isn't anything else you need from here?" Addie scanned the house, thinking of everything that she had brought, which really wasn't that much. She shook her head, and they started toward the entryway. "Wait. Is that something they teach you in How to Be a Woman school?" Jordan chuckled as he dodged Caitlin's fists. "Ha," Addie rolled her eyes. "I just remembered, I have ice cream in the freezer." Shane burst out laughing, his lips still vibrating with it as he kissed her temple. "That's my Addie bird. Can't leave ice cream behind. After what just happened, I'll probably need at least that carton." She watched Shane grab a bag and put the ice cream and several other items from the fridge and freezer into it. "Don't forget, I'll need statements from all of you." Derek turned away from watching his deputies complete the itemizing of the crime scene and followed them out. "Can we do it over ice cream?" Jordan asked. "I think the ladies have their hearts set on devouring some." Addie's eyes adjusted as they stepped into the bright midday sun, settling on a pair of angry eyes in the back of the patrol car in front of her. She shivered as Damien glared at her. Shane stepped closer to her, pulling her tighter against him. His arm lent her strength, and she continued to hold Damien's glare until the deputy pulled away, taking him to Hope Lake Jail for booking. "It's over," she said, looking up at Shane. "The worst thing that could have happened, happened. Now it's over and I'm okay, and you're okay." She touched his face. Then she turned to Caitlin. "I'm so sorry I brought you into this." "Wasn't my first rodeo," Caitlin said, but she shivered and leaned into Jordan. "Group session with Megan? I think I'm going to have her number on speed dial," Addie said, pushing out a laugh. "Already ahead of you." Derek slipped his phone back into his pocket. "She'll meet you all at Shane's place." Derek glanced back to where Betsy was patting one of his deputies' cheeks. "Think we should send Betsy with you?" "If she wants, of course. Feeding her ice cream while we talk to Megan is the least I can do for her." Addie watched the brave older woman with a new sense of appreciation. "How'd she get involved anyway?" Jordan asked. "Oh," Caitlin said. "She saw Damien sneak into the house and followed him in to give him an earful." "No way," Shane said, turning to look at Betsy, who waved at them. She won't stop talking about this, like ever. Jordan's mouth hung partially open. Well? Caitlin sighed, squeezing Addie's hand. I did tell you that our town watched each other's backs, didn't I? At least our busybody retired folk. Jordan shook his head, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. And our business owners, Caitlin added, her eyes fading in a memory, and Addie mentally reminded herself to ask for details later. Derek returned to them with Betsy, who grabbed Addie's cheeks in her warm hands. What an adventure! She drew her face down to kiss her forehead. Let me look at that ear, dear. Betsy turned her head, teasking as she did. What a nasty man that was. He wasn't always like that, Addie said, realizing she had reverted to making excuses. I mean, I think he lost it. His eyes had a crazy sheen to them. It wasn't just drink, it was. She shivered again, flinching as Betsy touched a tissue to her ear. Yeah, he definitely didn't seem right in the head, Caitlin said. Kind of frantic and jumpy, I don't know, just not right. Well, whatever he is, he's no longer a threat, Shane said, gently pulling Addie out of Betsy's meddling reach. Betsy frowned at him. I was a nurse, you know. Do I need to get it stitched? Addie asked, doing her best to help Betsy feel appreciated. No, dear. I don't think they'd do anything I couldn't do right here, if your man would let you step away from him for a minute. She narrowed her eyes at Shane. Betsy's been caring for my wounds since I came to Hope Lake as a kid. I'll be okay. Addie stood on tippy toes and kissed his cheek. That's all well and good, Shane said, gripping her hand all the more tightly. I'm not letting you out of my sight. We'll go check on our girl, then head over to your place, Jordan called out with a wave as he led Caitlin to the car. See you soon, Caitlin. I'm sorry, Addie said, lifting her hand. Caitlin pushed forth a smile that didn't seem all that confident, but she lifted her hand as well and, leaning against Jordan, walked to his truck. I feel awful. Will she be all right? Addie asked, her stomach clenching at the thought of what had just happened. So much of it felt surreal, and she had to keep reminding herself that it actually happened. I'm sure it shook her. A little PTSD, you know. Shane drew her closer as they walked up Betsy's steps. Some of us keep pushing through, getting a little braver each time, Betsy said, turning to meet Addie's eyes. Others never quite get over that fear. We're all different, Addie said, agreeing, remembering what Megan had told her. She kept thinking that eventually it would all hit her, that soon she would collapse into a sobbing wreck. She had almost died, could have easily died, but it didn't seem real. Yet neither did Shane's arm around her or his steadfast, loyal presence. Would she ever accept that these things were real enough she could move on with her life? Shane worried Natalie would soon give up on them. The sadness of leaving her grew with every drop-off. They had settled into a routine of weekend visits, and at least once a week after school, but it no longer seemed like enough. 6 months had passed since the incident with Addie's ex. The divorce was final, and he was in prison in the psych ward, in fact, supposedly getting the help he needed before they even considered him capable of a full trial. Whatever happened, it would be many years before they had to worry about him again. Addie had only grown in confidence, returning more and more to her old self. Weekly visits with Megan, as well as hanging with the wives, as she called them, seemed to help her tremendously. She had settled into the ranch house, having the property managers once again take over the management of her grandma's place. The monthly income allowed her time to not worry about working, so she could focus on healing. Right now, she was home working on dinner while he took Natalie back for dinner with her foster family. It seemed so wrong to him, and if he had read the shine in Addie's eyes when she said goodbye, he wasn't the only one that felt that way. The sun had sunk below the horizon, leaving their view of the valley painted in glorious purples and oranges. He parked in front of the ranch house and ran inside. Addie, you've got to see this. She came hustling from the kitchen, wiping her hands on an apron. The domestic sight of her had him freezing and staring with such longing that she cocked her head. What is it? He shook himself loose of the dream, took her hand and pulled her outside. She gasped, one hand covering her mouth. She sighed and leaned into him. Is there anything more beautiful than this? She asked, wrapping an arm around him. Right now would be the perfect time, but was she ready? Shane shifted his weight, feeling her slide alongside him as he did. She looked up at him. You okay? Yeah, he said, his voice sounding choked to him. I know it's hard taking her back, isn't it? Addie pulled away so she could search his eyes. It really is, he admitted. Maybe we should talk with Josie? She bit her lip, her eyes tearing up slightly. Hope ignited in Shane. Over the last 6 months, they had settled into a pretty tame relationship. Small kisses. Lots of cuddles. Dreaming about the future. Yet nothing seemed to scream at him that she was ready. Was this what he was waiting for? You're ready for that? He finally asked, deciding it best to just get it all out there, though his insides quaked. She needs a family. Addie dropped her eyes to her wringing hands. You need a family, and so do I. She looked up, her eyes now brimming. I mean, if that's what you still want. Before he thought too much, Shane dropped to his knee, digging out his grandma's ring he had been carrying in his pocket most days since his dad gave it to him for just this reason. Shane, I didn't mean. Addie sucked in a breath, covering her mouth. Is this not what you want? Shane asked, his tone serious, but he felt the playful spark in his eye, for they had been dreaming together for months now. He knew it was what she wanted, as much as it was what he wanted. He had only been waiting for her to be ready. She nodded, dropping her hand to reveal her biting her lip. Good then. It's my turn to talk. He cleared his throat with exaggeration, until she erupted into giggles. Addie Brown, I knew you were the one for me the moment you stepped off that bus in junior high school. We connected instantly, and there has never been another girl for me. Addie blinked rapidly, tears rolling down her cheeks. He squeezed her hands. Life has taken us on a wild ride and thrown many obstacles in our path, but here we are, still dreaming together. I've waited so many years for this day. He blew out a breath, realizing that he was no longer rehearsing. This was real. He was actually proposing to the only woman he had ever seen himself growing old with. Addison Brown, will you complete my life and marry me? Addie threw herself on him, nearly toppling him over and into the deck swing she had ordered with the money she had saved from her old life. That's how they discussed it now, her old life and their new life. Yes, she screamed loudly enough that the word echoed across their land, and the horses nickered their congratulations. All the tension and anxiety left him, leaving him melting onto the deck and bringing her along with him. She giggled as she lay on top of him, staring into his face. Her eyes reflected the colorful glow of the sunset. Right in that moment, the reality of his dreams hit him and his vision blurred. Are you crying, Shane Turner? Addie asked, but she didn't give him time to respond, even if he had been able to. Instead, she closed the distance between them, meeting his lips with hers to seal their lifelong promise to always be together. Shane pulled at his tux, feeling like a primped-up chimpanzee in the suit. If it hadn't meant so much to Addie for them to have a fancy wedding, he would have been wearing a simple button-up shirt. It was one day, though, and a day that would start the rest of their lives together forever. It wouldn't kill him to do something a little extra for Addie. He was asking a lot more of her. The women's muffled giggles from the master bedroom reached him as he adjusted his bow tie in the entry mirror. Addie had really made the house he built into a home, and tonight he'd get to enjoy it to its fullest, sleeping in the master bedroom for the first time. Quick light clicks had him spinning to see Natalie, all dressed up in a pink frilly outfit, running toward him. This is the bestest day ever. She leapt into his arms. It was getting harder to toss her up, but he still did it and would continue until he no longer could. He would mourn the day he couldn't. He pushed the thought from his mind as he settled her on his hip. Well, look at you. He fingered the lacy fabric. Aren't you a beauty? You look just like your... Say it. Say it. She wiggled in his arm. Your mama. Natalie squealed in delight. It's really true, isn't it? She really will be my mommy, and you really will be my daddy? Yes, Natty girl, it's true, he said, his voice choking. He thought only the women were supposed to get all emotional during weddings. Natalie, Betsy sang her name. Oh, there you are, sweetie. It's almost time, and your mother needs you. Betsy reached for Natalie's hand. Shane kissed the little girl on her curly head and set her down. Be a good listener. I will, Daddy, she giggled, never tiring of calling them that since she moved in with Addie last month as part of the trial process Josie insisted on. Miss Betsy says I can call her Grandma since she's kind of like Mommy's step-in mom. That's right, dear. Now let's move along. Betsy waved him off as she instructed the girl while they walked back down the hall. Shane's heart clenched as he watched them, and his breath caught in his throat. Is this really going to happen? Sure, his brother, Jordan said as he hopped up the steps and motioned for him to follow him outside. Everyone's waiting for you to be in position. Shane tore his eyes away from where Natalie disappeared and met Jordan's amused expression. Shut up. Jordan laughed. I didn't say a thing. I get it, man. You've waited forever for this day. I have. Shane swallowed as he followed his buddy toward the arch where his groomsmen stood, waiting for them. I've spent so long hoping on tomorrow, what am I going to do now? Keep hoping, Jordan said with a shrug. There's always more to grow towards. I mean, look at us. He nodded toward Caitlin, who sat next to not only their little girl but their new son, so fresh from Camp Hope that he still watched everyone wide-eyed. Jordan was right. There would always be a reason to keep hoping for tomorrow. Epilogue. Bennett Caldwell didn't know why he was at the wedding. He leaned against the corral's railing, away from the crowd and yet still there. Sure, he had worked with Shane off and on for the last 6 months, but it made little sense why the guy wanted him there for his wedding. Weren't weddings for family? Since Josie had asked Jordan to take Bennett on, Shane had only come onto his jobs a few times. According to the gossip mill, there was good reason the guy hadn't been working much, and now, seeing his ranch and his new wife, he understood a little more. This small town of Hope Lake confused Bennett. Everyone seemed to know everyone, greeting people in town like family. Well, how Bennett would assume family greeted each other. He wouldn't know, but the idea sounded nice. Hey, a sweet voice called to him, and he pulled his eyes from the wedding party who were taking photos to the image of a country girl dream coming toward him. Lila O'Neill. He sighed as he straightened, pulling down on his dress shirt and tipping his cowboy hat to the gal. She wore her long strawberry blonde hair down tonight, and it flowed in the glow of the setting sun. Her dress was simple and cute, modest and girly, but it was the boots she wore with it that made his heart skip a beat. Hey. His voice choked slightly and he cleared it. I didn't know you'd be here. He motioned to the fence next to him, as if it were a seat. Lila smiled and leaned against it, looking every inch like she belonged there on a ranch in a beautiful sunset. It was quite the difference from how he normally saw her, hair pulled up, dirt smudged on her face, in jeans and an oversized flannel, while helping him load up the supplies that Jordan had sent him to the hardware store for. Lila watched him from the corner of her eye, though she faced the wedding photo drama. Small-town obligations when you're a store owner. He turned completely toward her, wondering at the listlessness in her voice. You don't approve? Well, my mom always tells me this town will swallow me whole and never let me go. She lifted a slim shoulder, shivering slightly as a light breeze blew, bringing the scent of horse, a calming scent for Bennett. He shrugged out of his jacket and draped it over her. She glanced up, her eyes wide then crinkling at the edges. Are you afraid of being swallowed whole? Her laughter filled the air with the perfect sound of spring to him, like the sound he pictured blue bonnets making in the wind. In this moment, he knew why he had come to the wedding. Had Jordan known Lila would be there? Was that why he urged him to accept Shane's invitation? Did he know how much the girl intrigued Bennett? I'd like to see it try, Lila said, turning to him, the freckles across her cheeks flickering in the orange of the sunset. Her smile was contagious, and he couldn't wipe the silly grin off his face. How could 1 gallon seem so innocent and sweet, while so ready to take on the world? So you're not planning on sticking around? Bennett shifted his weight, towing the dirt at his feet, feeling unable to look at her, afraid she'd see the hope in his eyes. Let's just say staying is not in my plans. She hesitated, and he glanced up to see why. She was staring across the valley into the oranges and pinks that were darkening into purples and reds. This ranch surely had the best views he'd seen. Though I've learned that plans shift as much as the colors in a sunset. A loud cheer came from the wedding party as the DJ turned on the music. The group danced their way to the temporary dance floor Bennett had helped to construct. The soft glow from the string looping lights lent the perfect touch, just like Jordan had said. Guess the party's about to start. She nudged him. You don't like to party? He shrugged, feeling his brow furrow as he watched Shane lead his new wife onto the platform, twirling her in his arms. Do you think that's real? Lila turned to him, the playful smile gone, her eyes searching his. What? You mean their love? Forever? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He shrugged and looked away, not sure what he was saying or why he had asked the girl he'd been crushing on since the first time he stepped foot in the hardware store about love being real. I knew them before, you know. I was just a kid. In fact, Addie and Caitlin, they'd babysit me. She giggled. It's funny to think about that now. I didn't realize you were that much younger. Bennett spun back to her. Oh, calling me old now, huh? She thrust her hand on her hip in mock upset, then laughed. 5 years makes a lot of difference when someone is 16 and another 11. Yeah, a lot changes in those years. Bennett swallowed, pushing memories away, letting them fade with the sunset. Anyway. Lila motioned with her head for him to walk with her toward where the others were gathering. Even then, when I knew nothing of love, I saw the way Addie was with Shane. So yeah, she knocked into him slightly and didn't completely draw away. I think it's real. I don't even know what it'd be like to know someone that long, he murmured, his cheeks warming when she stopped to stare at him. She opened her mouth then closed it, her lips thinning slightly as if her thoughts had her concentrating hard. Well, there's one thing you can count on in life, Benny boy, and that's change. The song shifted to a fast-paced, newer pop song he'd heard on the radio. I love this song. Come on. Lila waved him to follow as she skipped the last few feet to the platform, joining a group of ladies, including the bride, dancing in a circle and singing the song. Bennett shook his head. There was no way he was joining in on that. What she did make him want to do, though, was hope on the chance of a change in the right direction. A chance on a love that he saw in Shane and Addie, Jordan and Caitlin, Josie and Cody. Maybe, just maybe, Lila was right. He'd hope on that chance. Thank you for listening to Shane and Addie's story. Ready for the next Hope Lake clean cowboy romance with a touch of suspense? Listen to Hoping on Chance, where you'll see if Lila gives Bennett the chance at love, and how one trip out on the lake will change how they both think for the rest of their lives.